That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jack.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ live on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And we have a very exciting way to start the day, and it comes from our very own Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got the text message late last night. We were all asleep while he was partying with Jelly Roll and Post Malone. Then Bobby put it out this morning that George Pickens is about to be a Dallas Cowboy. Adam Schefter, Jordan Schultz, Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport just said Bobby Belt first to be on it. Bobby, take us inside the story.
So the Cowboys have been working on receiver trades for the last couple days. They've called about a couple different guys. And in the last 2 days, they really started focusing on Pickens. And they ended up last night. It sounded like it was getting really close for them. And so I think it's getting finalized today. But yeah, this is something that is agreed upon, I think, right now and they'll just get it finalized with the league office probably this morning and get all the compensation swap done.
Can you say other names that they were thinking about?
Yeah, I think they called on Rashad Bateman in Baltimore, and I think they were calling about a lot of different players, but I think Bateman and Pickens were the two that they were really looking at. Cost, I think, settled them on Pickens, but because, I mean, if you go and get Bateman, he's already got a contract extension. You have to rework things. You have to flip switches to make his money work. Whereas Pickens is still on a rookie deal. They acquire him, and they don't have to really do anything with his money. And also, I think what they're going to have to give up is probably not going to match what they would have had to have given up for Bateman, which I think you're probably looking at a day 2 or really early day 3 pick for Pickens is what the compensation is probably what you're looking at here.
So that's the breaking news. George Pickens is about to be a Dallas Cowboy. RJ Choppy, your thoughts?
I have this. They need a number 2. They needed a number 2 wide receiver, and he's not a number 1. This is exactly, I think, where he would be at his best. Is a number 2. This was one of the things they need to do. It's youth too. They didn't go down the old man well with Amari Cooper. They didn't go down the old man well with
Brandon Cooks 2.0.
Yeah, Keenan Allen, was he one of the names? Yeah. So they didn't go down that old man well. I like the process. I like the plan here. Go get somebody youthful. And you have capital to use and use it.
Well, you haven't mentioned the big part of the problem, which is all the drama and all the headache.
I love drama. I love headache. I usually love other people's drama. But
OPD.
Talent check. 24 years old. Check. Number 2. Check. Headache. Big fat X.
Yeah, and it's the whole if Mike Tomlin can't do anything to keep you kind of on a straight and narrow pathway, who can? Mike is he seems to be just one of these really great motivators. I think he's the best motivator in the NFL as a coach, and if he can't get you to kind of see the plan, then who can? Certainly is going to be more difficult for a rookie head coach.
Under normal circumstances, I'm saying no. I'm out.
Ian has the compensation. It's a trade centered on a 3rd rounder going from Dallas and then a late round pick swap. So Dallas is trading a 3rd and a late round pick to Pittsburgh in exchange for Pickens and a late round pick.
3rd and a late for Pickens.
I think I think Baltimore wanted a 2nd for Bateman.
Yeah, well, no.
So it's a 2nd versus a 3rd, and having to move money around as opposed to not. But it's also a guy who needs a contract in Pickens, who's also represented by, what's his name? David Mulugeta.
Oh, well, let me ask this: why didn't this just take place during the draft? I had heard Brian Broaddus and G-Bag play this out. I think this wasn't one of their fights, right? That was about Booker.
Yeah.
That was about the 1st round pick.
I mean, Dawson obviously wanted a wideout, but yeah.
Why didn't this just play out during the draft?
I think that they were...
Because Broaddus had said he would pull the trigger on Pickens in that moment if we were talking about a 3rd or a 4th.
I think they picked up the phone on all these guys initially during draft week or leading up to the draft. And I think what happened was they wanted to see what would potentially fall to them in the draft. They wanted McMillan. If they get McMillan at 8, they don't do this.
Right.
But they didn't get him. They get Booker instead.
They get somebody in the 2nd or 3rd, they don't do this.
Yeah, and so I think what happened was they got through that, and then they went, all right, let's really dig in on these receivers now that we get out of the draft. We know we're not getting that. And so I think they started calling around, looking for the best possible bang for their buck. And a 3rd and a pick swap for Pickens is pretty good value if he's all straight off the field.
There's a lot to,
which again,
but
a lot of it is on the field.
There's a lot of talk already about, and I saw it already, so much for culture. Oh, I guess Shoddy lied. So much for culture. I think
it's a very good point.
It is. It's a fair point to bring up, but I think it's also from the Cowboys' perspective. They would say, and look, I don't think they're 100% comfortable with everything that's in George Pickens' background in terms of the way that he's been, the things that he's had happen in Pittsburgh. But I think a big part of it for them is there also is a point where you're building culture, but you can't just exclude everybody who might kind of be a diva or who might be me focused.
Yeah.
And at some point you got to say, all right, well, this is the test of the cultures. Can you change that player instead of that player coming in and changing the culture? They've done a lot to establish it across the board. You're not going to have 53 Boy Scouts. It's not going to happen. And so I think at some point they realize. Yeah, and I think at some point you got to investigate and go, all right, who do we think can get there? Who do we think can be part of a good culture? Even if they're not now, who do we think can be changed over to that? There was a time Brandon Marshall was thought of as a really bad culture guy. There was a time where Tyrann Mathieu was thought of as a really bad culture guy, and they both shifted over time. So I think that for them, they look at it and go, all right, we got to just believe that Pickens is part of a guy like we can ingratiate into our culture rather than him coming in here and poisoning a well.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's obviously the talent is there. I don't have a problem with them going and using capital to get somebody. Now, could you say that a third round pick could be more valuable next year? In the draft where this team is still, I believe, not ready to compete for a championship, so they need the bodies, they need the picks. They're getting the players. That's good. The other question you got to ask, why would Pittsburgh do this? Mike Tomlin's on the hot seat. Like, make whatever you want to say. He is on the hot seat. Half of Pittsburgh, maybe more, want him out. The fans. So why would he reduce his team?
Well, they got DK.
They do have DK, but they're probably going to bring in Aaron Rodgers. You would not think that Aaron Rodgers would want to get rid of a weapon.
What's their wide receiver room look like? They have DK, Pickens is gone, and Robert Woods. I think they just picked up Robert Woods late.
He's 40.
Yeah, he's old. He's 33. Look, I'm begrudgingly in on this.
They're interesting.
I wanted juice. You got juice. I wanted a roll of the dice. You did roll the dice. Now, can you argue we're going to judge their second and third round picks and their first round pick? We're going to judge their first. Their first, their second, and third against George Pickens. I hope your second round pick, I hope your third round pick play out versus getting a receiver there and not having this headache and whatever this future contract extension comes with. Now, what about the money? We got to break all those things down. We just can't throw out Fantasyland trades. Spotrac has some of these numbers as we are looking at something very cheap to start off with. The 24-year-old brings over a 1-year, $3.6 million deal to Dallas, carrying a 4-year, 102 valuation in our system. So that's $25 a year APY. Is that just what they're projecting of what his next contract is going to be, Bob? Because right now it's just 1 for 3.5.
No, he's at 3.5 because it's the back end of his rookie deal.
Yeah, I know that.
That's what he's at right now.
But so this 4 for 102 is their next contract projection for him. So basically what I'm saying is...
Oh, yeah. That's what they're targeting. That's what they believe he'll get.
So you're trading a third-round pick for him on a 1-year deal. 99% of the time in these situations, we need that to come with an extension.
I have not asked around. I've poked around a little bit. I've not gotten a firm answer yet. I don't know that this is coming with an idea that they're going to extend him for sure.
Because otherwise, you make this move, Choppy, when you're on the doorstep, not when you're, in my opinion, and what you just said earlier, where the Cowboys are. So, are you saying you are in the George Pickens business long term?
I don't believe that you can trade a third-round pick for a guy who you are going to have for 2 years. I don't believe a team would wisely or willingly do that.
Look, I think
again, like if you're Kansas City or Buffalo, that's a different story.
How good do you expect them to be this year with Pickens? Roughly
10.
Yeah, I think 10's are ceiling because they're
ceiling with Pickens. I think Pickens is a difference maker that puts theirs. I don't know that they reach it, but their ceiling definitely to me is 12-win team now. Like that's a team that can win 12 games.
With now, the schedule though,
their
talent level might be, but the schedule's brutal.
Dude, Pickens is a 1. Pickens is a 1.
He's not a 1 in any what?
No, Pickens is 100% a 1.
Okay, is he a 1 in the case that
he's not a Jamar 1.
No, he's not a Jamar 1.
That's a 1.
No, okay. If you're talking
there's
about
not 32 1s.
No, but this is the same BS argument about saying Patrick Mahomes is the only number 1 quarterback.
No,
there's tiers. but he is 100% a team's number one. That is somebody who can function as a one and make a
That's
Pro
not
Bowl.
one. It's like saying that just because you're the game one starter for a baseball team that you're an ace. You're not an ace.
No, well, it's
You
also
might be
if you're
the
saying
game one starter.
Jamar is number one, then that's also like saying Garrett Cole is the only standard for an ace. So there's three of them. There's more than three aces.
Let's get to some of the numbers. By the way, the breaking news, Bobby Belt first on it as our Cowboys insider. If you follow him on social media, you'll know that is the reality of it. George Pickens is a Dallas Cowboy. It's a third-round pick given up, and then we'll get some later pick swaps and compensation. 3 years in the league for Pickens. 52 catches for 801 and 4 his first year at 15.5 a catch. Year 2 was 63 for 1140 and 5 touchdowns, 18 yards a catch. And then last year in 14 games, he had played 17 games in each of his previous 2 seasons. Last year, he was 59 catches for 900 yards and 3 touchdowns.
With Justin Fields and rotating Russell Wilson throwing the football to him during his career.
My fear in this, if there was 2 years left, that would feel like the perfect sweet spot for me. But are you signing up long term with this guy? So my 2 hiccups on this are you're not knocking on a championship for this to be your final over-the-top move where I could justify a third rounder for 1 year. And then afterwards, man, I don't want to be in the George Pickens business long term unless Dak Prescott and Brian Schottenheimer have these magical powers that are like, if I'm Dak, man, I'm getting what was that drink he had when he was hurt that he just had 9, was it iced teas lined up?
Yeah, what were the golden leaf or whatever?
I'd get a Tylenol sponsorship lined up if I was Dak Prescott dealing with not only him but Lamb, because Lamb can have his moments. CD looks like he's endorsing this because overnight he was sitting there tweeting out memes, waving like, hello, hey, we're here. So it looks like CeeDee Lamb knew this was happening and that he is on board. Those are my 2 hiccups. But right now, I needed juice. I need to roll the dice. You need a number 2 wide receiver, so I'm begrudgingly in.
It makes CD's life easier.
No doubt.
As if you
CD makes Pickens' life easier, too.
No, that's true. I mean,
because Pickens has been the attention focus in Pittsburgh.
Pepe, let's get to some of the text messages that are flying in with the breaking news. Franklin injury attorney text line. But first,
Peyton, who, by the way, credited this news to Adam Schefter on his Twitter account.
what the hell?
What did I credit to? All I did was quote it.
I sent you my tweet 20 minutes earlier.
Did you at any time retweet Bob? Is Bobby's tweet on your timeline?
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, it will be in a few minutes.
Damn, Pepe.
Well, Bobby hasn't paid me for how young is paid, so that's why.
Didn't I tell you to tell me that whenever you're not getting paid now? No, I'm not paying you at all. Yeah.
All right, let's get more of the reaction coming in at 877-881-1053. We'll get to calls. We're going to get to texts. Hold off on the phone calls for a second. We're going to get the text, the tweet reaction, plus the morning show. Not only 1-0 this morning with the Cowboys trade, 1-0 with Brett Boone as the Rangers' new hitting coach. Another thriller in the association. The Cowboys have their number 2 wide receiver. What do you think of it? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Just say that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
There's 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and record attorneys in Dallas.
Wilson gets the snap. Lofts, right corner of the end zone, and it is hauled in by Pickens. Touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers.
George Pickens is a Dallas Cowboy. The news is official, and our boy Bobby Belt broke it, getting the credit from Ian Rappaport and Diana Rossini nationally. Well done, Roberto, all while at a Jelly Roll concert with Post Malone. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on the official home of America's team, and this is what you get for being part of the 6 a.m. club. The YouTube, the fan cam, and the Twitch are litty, and Pepe has your reaction to the Pickens deal. What are they giving up in terms of the compensation? It's a third rounder and something else later for Pickens and something else later. George Pickens comes in with a 1-year deal, so people are speculating that Stephen Jones is signing him up for something longer. Tolo's immediately asking, all right, what's the next one? Jerry mentioned 2 deals. What could the next one be? But right now, let's get your Pickens reaction at 877-881-1053. Brian brought us saying, hell of a job, Bobby. He is starting to watch Pickens' video right now. But I remember brought us saying during the draft coverage, he was in on it. He would have been in on Pickens. He's frightening. Mike Tomlin could not get him straight, similar to Antonio Brown there in Pittsburgh, but he is now the Dallas Cowboys issue. Tolo Chris, not thrilled. Whoa, overpay. They wanted him gone in Pittsburgh. This franchise gets fleeced constantly. And then he said, well, I guess if you're giving up a 4 for Mingo, a 3 for Pickens is solid. Laugh emoji.
If George Pickens didn't have some of the chemistry locker room questions, he would go for a first. As a player and still in a rookie year, he would go as first. So I understand if you're talking about overpay on a talent perspective, it's really not. Like as a talent perspective, that's a good deal. The question is just now obviously the combustibility, which is you just don't know. I don't think it's a slam dunk. He's going to come in here and be a malcontent. He may have just been tired of Pittsburgh. He may have just been fed up with the whole culture there. I don't know. It may be that he comes in here and he's still a pain in the ass. But it's something where I think two-round tax on talent for just a question about how he's going to fit in is enough of a gamble that I think it makes sense.
With the extension. You have to factor in the extension.
Well, because I think that's the idea is that
this guy is maybe the number 1 malcontent in the entire National Football League. He is a royal pain in the ass. No one, and I'm not yelling at you here. I'm just very excited. No one puts the Dallas Cowboys culture over the Pittsburgh Steelers. No one is saying that the Dallas Cowboys have more success than the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, maybe he didn't like Tomlin personally. More right. More power to you to be frustrated with the quarterbacks over there. I mean, that could drive you crazy because Tomlin.
The coordinators.
And the coordinators. Tomlin has butchered all that. But Pittsburgh Steelers over Dallas Cowboys in all the culture categories and winning with a lesser QB.
Culture have been. And like the idea is that you hope that you have flipped it and changed it to the point that
before playing a game with your new coach.
But I mean, like the culture doesn't start with the games. The culture starts now. Like this is where you establish it. And so I mean, that whole aspect of this isn't also just like a complete refresh. This isn't like Schottenheimer just got plugged in. He's been here for 3 years and he's already been working with the offense and the quarterback's on board. I think the quarterback was probably a big reason why this got done.
Well, I do know that he let them know, and I was told this during the draft. I said that the week leading up, we can't have a current number 2 come from the room that it currently exists. There has to be a number 2 wide receiver. Like that was almost a Dak mandate as told to me.
And look, I mean, if you don't, let's just say you don't sign him, they could, because even though they got him this late in the process, they could still get a comp pick for him, right?
Yeah,
if they lose him.
Yeah, if they lose him,
that might just replace their third, depending on where they get him.
And if he gets, if he plays well enough, you're probably picking at the back end of the third. And I mean, comp picks can go as high as the third. If he ends up being really good and gets paid a big amount of money, and they don't replace that, he could end up being a third round comp pick. It could essentially be an 8 to 10 pick swap in the round.
Yeah.
All right, TR with the tweet. We give Jerry hell, but this morning we have to give him credit. I actually like it. This from Matt. I think the Cowboys feel they've built the culture and feel the guys can put their arms around him and get him right. Andy, Dallas is desperate and the Steelers know it. Football Pete, Bobby finally made it. Great job with the breaking news.
Yeah, if you want to talk about, here's the thing. If you are concerned about the combustibility of it, okay. But in your Twitter history, I better not find any bitching about the all-in stuff. Because this is saying like, all right, we got to do something. No, fair. I think it is fair. You've changed your head coach. You've changed most of the coaching staff. You've addressed the offensive line like people wanted. You went out and made moves to get the pass rushers. You've now got the number 2 wide receiver. Like, they're addressing everything that you say you need to do to change it.
All in doesn't mean I have to pick up a cancer, okay? I can get guys who aren't all-time royal pain in the asses.
Right, but you're paying a tax on a Rashad Bateman who's probably talent-wise not worth a 2.
Well, I don't know what other deals that they could have pulled off. The Cowboys want to undercut everyone. Like, the deal has to be absolutely just right for them in their eyes. Everything has to be on a discount. So, I don't know if I can give the absolute all-in credit when it comes with a guy with this much baggage. Again, especially with that potential next contract. Pepe, what are the Tolos texting and saying?
At first, there was a lot of negativity. A lot of, do we want this dude from the 214-817? Pickens is a cancer in the locker room. You guys know that. 903 says, I totally agree with Bobby. Pickens is a 1B receiver. 904 and 817 both say I'm down with it.
Jordan Lewis has tweeted. He's like, confirmation, God wanted me in Jacksonville.
And why did Jordan Lewis tweet that? Because after the Cowboys beat the Steelers last year, this isn't the best audio, but Jay Lou said this walking back to the locker room in the tunnel.
Pittsburgh new receiver. George Pickens weak.
What was the first part?
Pittsburgh needs to find a new receiver. And then he said George Pickens weak.
George Pickens weak. Eric, I've never been more torn on something because Pickens seems like an absolute head case, but I can't kill the Cowboys for being transient and never making a splash and then be upset when they finally do.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the question. Like, that's the problem. The tug of war that you run into here. It's like, that you want them to make a move. We've asked them to make a move. They finally make a move. We complain about the move.
No. Y'all got to stop with this. Making a splash doesn't mean that the water hitting me has to be acid. You know what I mean? Like, you can still make non-toxic moves.
It doesn't have to be cold water. Right? It has to be water. So, like, this is water hitting you. You're hot. You're hot. You're hoping that it's ice cold water that hits you. It turns out to be rather warm and not as refreshing.
You're in the position the Mavs were when they traded for Kyrie, where you're saying, all right, this guy can be a superstar, but like, he might blow it up. We don't know. We got to take the gamble.
But as many Cowboy fans have pointed out, I can still be mad at them for backing themselves into this corner. They did get themselves here to where they had to make this type of move. It wasn't addressed in in free agency. It wasn't addressed in the draft.
Tried to address it in the draft. Both times they got scooped up. I'm saying they did try to set it up to go, okay, we've got contingencies. This was hey, we let a couple other dominoes fall where we would have been interested in making a move.
Yeah, but if I boil it down, all right, don't tell me about the pain, just show me the baby. There ain't no baby. There ain't no baby. There ain't no second Wolchuk daughter on the delivery table. Congratulations, Zach, by the way.
No, by the way, Nick Harris says the swap is a 6th going to Pittsburgh and a 7th coming back from Pittsburgh. So this is Pickens and a 7th for a 3rd and a 6th.
Okay. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. But that was a very popular Cowboy fan sentiment saying, yeah, I can be happy with it, but still mad that you forced yourself to do this.
Well, they did force themselves into the position to do this. They had to, because they didn't address it in the draft. And even if they tried to, the other question is, like, would you have rather had them, because let's say they were in the second or the third and there was a receiver on the board 8 spots ahead, 10 spots ahead. Would you have rather had them trade up with extra capital behind them for a complete unknown 50-50 coin toss, same pick, right? Second or third rounder, or send this to Pittsburgh for a known commodity that he can play, but he does come with the baggage that George Pickens comes with?
By the way, you do have to admit this, because Sean, like yesterday when you were talking about you wanted Shador here, if for nothing else, this does make Oxnard more excited.
Hell yeah!
This will make for a more excited Oxnard.
Don't forget that I said I'm begrudgingly in. At the end of the day, I am in. Entertainment value splash. Offense can be very dynamic and interesting. I'm just a little surprised how in you are.
I'm in on the risk. It can definitely go sideways. But to me, like, this is a team that's window is starting to close. Their window, in fact, if you don't get a guy like Pickens, like if they go into next year, you say their window is closed. Like this is when you say it seems like kind of a desperation. Wow, this seems like you're saying, I think they are recognizing this is closing. They don't know what Dak's health is going to be moving forward. They've got a brand new head coach here. They've got some guys who are starting to expire. I think this is our window's about to be boarded up, so we need to see if we can extend it here.
Pickens or Amari? Pickens or now.
Well,
everything factored in. I'm not just talking about the player. Obviously, the player, right? Amari, dirt cheap.
Yeah, still, I mean,
10. Let's just call it 10 for Amari and Keenan Allen. Not together, like either or, like 3 options.
Pickens.
So it would have been either Amari or probably Pickens. It's just from the age standpoint. Like, I am worried that Amari is cooked.
Yeah.
If CeeDee Lamb gets hurt, you are screwed with Amari and Keenan Allen. If CeeDee Lamb gets hurt, you are still scoring points with George Pickens.
I agree. 877
Selectively aggressive.
881-1053. In order to hit us up, we got Chris Mack from Pittsburgh. That's going to join us at 7:20 live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and Zoom. We're going to take your calls as well throughout the entire morning. We got a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway, and we have Brett Boone taking over the Rangers offense yesterday in Boston. Another thriller in the association. Oh, yeah. And actually a playoff team in town. Dallas Stars, game 1 tonight. All of it is on the way with Sean and RJ. But
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Pitch to Jock is hit deep to right field. Way back goes Abreu, and it is beyond his reach, and that bounces up into the stands. And Jock Peterson picks up the run batted in, only his second of the year, and the Rangers lead 2-0 on a pair of automatic doubles.
Jock Peterson's struggle? Put a little Brett Boone on it. Rangers offense have forgotten about singles? Put a little Brett Boone on it. The Brett Boone era is off to a 1-0 start. That was the call from Nadell on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. That's us. Oh, yeah. And we're the home of the Cowboys with our insider Bobby Bell breaking the news that George Pickens is a Dallas Cowboy for a third rounder and 6th and 7th round swaps later on. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm just going to take you through Jared Sandler's timeline. The first batter of the Brett Boone era, and I'm saying this tongue-in-cheek. Brett Boone didn't go in yesterday and say, hey, drop the elbow.
I'm not saying it tongue-in-cheek. He changed the culture already.
Brett Boone can handle George Pickens. Get some Brett Boone, Chuck Norris memes out there, Texas William. Boone, by the way, will join us at 9:20 this morning. Pay getting that done. Choppy getting that done.
I'm sorry here. Let's make sure that
Peyton said Adam Schefter got it done.
That's right. Yeah. Paige is good.
First at bat, Josh Smith leads off the game with an opposite field single. Jock Peterson, 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI in the Brett Boone era. It's the 5th time this year the Rangers have had at least 5 hits in an inning when they basically put the game away yesterday in the 4th. And let's not forget the greatness of Nate Eovaldi. The Rangers have now hit around in an inning for the 2nd straight game and are putting together competitive at-bats top to bottom. The Rangers have 7 hits in an inning for the first time this year. The Rangers join the Tigers, Dodgers, and Mets as the only 4 teams in the league with at least 5 hits with exit velocities of over 100+ miles per hour in an inning. Evan Carter, struggling? Put a little Booney on it. 2 for 4. That included a scorched lineout in his first at bat. And Josh Smith ended up reaching base 4 times in consecutive games, followed up his career best 4-hit game Sunday with 3 hits and a walk last night. Rangers win 6-1 on the Fan.
There was a moment there in the 4th inning where I do believe I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby, a manufactured run. And that is not something that you see very often in 2025 Major League Baseball. It is walk, strike out, and swing from your colon. Swing as hard as you can. That's what you want to do. You want to just swing as hard as you can. You watch these kids in the cage, everything is as hard as you can. Very rarely do you get a coach at the youth level, high school level. They work on 2-strike approach, 1-strike approach, right? That's the difference in the sport today versus where it's been. Marcus Simeon's ground ball single, right? Just a single push it to the right side. Just push it to the right side.
Yeah.
That's baseball. Let's get the runner over to third. And it wasn't an out. He actually got a single out of it, but the ground ball to the right side there. It looked like that was the plan. It looked like that was the strategy going in. Get the runner over from second, get him over to third, get him into a position where he could score on a sac fly. And then, he actually does score on the sac fly by Adolis in the next batter. It's a manufactured run. And I think I don't know that Brett Boone came in here. I know he didn't come in there and break down everybody's swing and change everybody's stance. But perhaps he just gave them a go on out there and play baseball approach.
They had the last 5 games heading into yesterday. They had 6 times that a player had gotten 2 hits or more. Yesterday, they had 6 players get 2 hits or more. And so, they had basically had the same sort of multi-hit performance yesterday in one game that they had from their entire lineup for 5 games leading into it. So, it was still, they had 2 extra base hits, a couple doubles, but they were smoking the baseball. They were hitting the ball really hard.
It's almost like I'm more excited right now for them to have more singles than home runs. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, because it's
showing an approach.
It's an approach. It's easier to hit singles than home runs, obviously. Yes, you have to string a bunch together to get runs, and that's why the home run is the most valuable offensive play in the game. But it's also one of the rarest. Now the triple's more rare than the home run, obviously, but the home runs are very, very rare.
If they're hitting the ball really hard, though, like they were yesterday, home runs, doubles, triples, they'll all come. It's when you go 4 straight games and you have one game where you get 1 double and no extra base hits. That's the bad thing about it.
Right, because that generally shows you're probably not hitting the ball really hard and barreling things up. But they did. They hit the ball hard yesterday. They barreled up a lot of them. And whether it's Boone or not, it just so happens to be a little coincidental that they manufactured runs, they played situational baseball, and it looked like they had an approach to the plate.
16 hits, Nate Eovaldi, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned, 7 strikeouts. The ERA has now dropped to a 2.03. And I'm looking at a lot of Rangers possibly in that all-star game rotation. Remember the year we had all the infield?
Yeah. That was the World Series year.
Yeah, 23.
I'm looking at that now for the starting rotation in some of these pitchers. 6-1, big dog, Nate Eovaldi getting it done. Same game time start today right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up, and it'll be Malley on the mound. Guess his ERA.
Oh, it's low.
Okay, hold on. What's Jock Peterson's batting average is 114. So it's usually, I think the formula is Jock Peterson's batting average plus 50. So I'm going to say it's 164.
119.
Oh, so it's plus 5, not plus 50. Okay, got it.
1.19.
You just buzzed me for that, Peyton.
And that was his first start was
Adam Schefter.
His first start, we were like, he was missing the plate.
Yeah.
He was
super wild.
Yeah, it was just like, all right, what's going to happen here? But he has been tremendous. The whole, basically everybody on this rotation has been for the most part. They've had to be able to stay afloat in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season.
I've been preaching and asking. I'm maybe begging soon for you to watch the NBA playoffs.
4 seconds to go. Halliburton for 3. 3 ball up top. Indiana by 1. 1 and 1/10 seconds to go. Inbound. Merrill didn't get it off. And this rivals the Milwaukee finish.
You have got to be kidding me.
Pacers radio. Cleveland stunned as RJ has called out the Cavaliers for being frauds. They start off 0-2 at home as they choke away a lead. This game should have been done. It should have been over and finished with. Indiana could not get a stop down the stretch. Donovan Mitchell goes insane, but Tyrese Halliburton hits the three with 1.1 seconds remaining, and I don't think his pops was in the arena to celebrate.
He's banned. He's banned. 5-0.
He's like the Jokic brothers.
Road teams are 5-0 in the second round.
Wow.
First time that's ever happened in the history of the sport. But it's up 7 with less than a minute to go. You have no business losing a playoff game. No business. But turnovers, like he said, just like the Milwaukee series. There was they had that crushing turnover of the inbounds pass.
Yes.
Very, very late. I mean, you just can't turn the ball over like that. And now they're in a position where this thing gets Cleveland will be lucky to get this thing back to Cleveland.
This is set up right now that, I mean, obviously we're a game into all the other series, but given who's taking this series.
Whoa. Lucky to get it back to Cleveland. You're saying this is over.
Well, I mean, when you've won the first two, right, on the road.
It's not just as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that.
The Cleveland Cavaliers are a 64-win team. Indiana's a 50-win team.
A fraudulent 64.
Okay.
Right? Because they tried the whole year.
All right.
See, that's the fraudulent aspect.
So if I gave you even money on everything, you'd pick Indy to win the series?
I assume they'll be favored in the next two games. So, yeah, I would. Yeah.
All right.
By the way, during the regular season, Cleveland was 1-3 against Indiana. So they're now 1-5 against them for the year. They're a game into all the other series at this point, but if the current leader holds on in the rest of the series, you're looking at conference finals that are the 3-seed Knicks against the 4-seed Pacers and the 4-seed Nuggets against the 7-seed Warriors.
Let's pump the brakes a little bit.
I'm just saying what you're seeing right now so far is, though, the Thunder choking away a lead as a top dog. You're seeing the Celtics choke away a lead. You're seeing Cavaliers struggle with the same sort of thing. Anthony Edwards was awful last night in the first half. It's just the teams that are supposed to be handling business right now are not to start this series.
For half a century, it was no NBA team out. If you weren't a top 2 or 3 seed, you had no chance.
Yeah.
With the way teams are not really valuing the regular season anymore, load management, everything's more close. I mean, the difference between 3 and 8 in the West was 2 games, right?
2
so
games.
You got to. I think a lot of those narratives go out the window.
As soon as I was ready to hand the mantle over to Anthony Edwards as the next and my new favorite player in the NBA, he produces a dud and a stinker last night. The Golden State Warriors go into Minnesota and handle the Timberwolves with Steph Curry hurting his hamstring. Steph's not going to play in the next game, I don't believe. He leaves early. Warriors win by 11. And after the game, Chris Finch called out his star.
I absolutely saw that, and can't have that. It starts with Anthony. I thought he struggled early, and then you could just kind of see the light go out a little bit for a while, and then obviously we had to try to get him going in the second half. But I think it was one of those games where he kind of came out with a predetermined mindset of what he was trying to do, and just rather than just playing the game that was in front of him.
Called out Anthony Edwards for the total lack of energy at home, and Charles Barkley on TNT agreed.
Really impressed with Coach Finch in that press conference. He called Anthony out. When you're a great player, and first of all, you bought all this smoke. You said you wanted to smoke. I want the Warriors. And you got him. And you had 1 point at halftime, and his energy level was down. So that, to me, is what coaching is about. I mean, Shaq's been in this situation. I've been in this situation. When you're the man, you get all the credit, but you get all the blame. That's the way it works. And I like what he did. He said, hey, Anthony's got to play better. You can't come out and talk all that does and have 1 point, plain and simple.
So there's Charles on TNT. The breaking news here this morning on 105.3 The Fan, courtesy of Bobby Belt. Albert Breer saying Bobby Belt first on it. Ian Rappaport as well. Diana Rossini. George Pickens is the Dallas Cowboys' new wide receiver.
So
Let's get your reaction to it on the fan text. We're going to have Chris Mack join us from Pittsburgh. How are they feeling about the deal? What is the other trade that Jerry could have been referencing? There is a name that the internet keeps talking about. I may have another one for you. And RJ has his Dallas Stars preview for Game 1 tonight. Loaded Hump Day edition. Coming at you with another concert ticket giveaway. Dierks Bentley around the corner as well, right here on The Fan. But
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. You are tuning in and waking up to the breaking news first reported by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. George Pickens is a Dallas Cowboy. Bobby, what does the compensation look like for Pickens coming over on a one-year deal for about $3.5 million?
It's a third-round pick going to the Steelers along with a sixth-rounder, and then in return, the Cowboys are getting Pickens at a 7. So this is basically Pickens for a third and then a swap in the late rounds with the Steelers.
Certainly exciting, RJ Choppy.
It is. It's something. We wanted something. This is exciting. He's a good player. And he fills a void. He fills a massive void, I should say. If you were to just write down the 5 biggest needs of this team, going into the draft, they probably got 3 or 4 of them complete in the draft. But they did not address the wide receiver spot. That was the big hole. You had to do something. You could not go. It was unsustainable to go into the season with CeeDee Lamb and a bunch of question marks.
Yeah.
Jonathan Mingo, I know they gave up. They think, hey, he's worth the 4th. He's not it. He is not a 2. He might not even be a 3 or a 4. Like, he might not even be worth on the field. So they had to do something, and they did as well as they could have from a talent perspective this late in the game.
No doubt. This guy, give us the scouting report. We should do that. This guy makes freakish athletic plays. He's tall. He's long. I mean, he's a highlight. He can be a highlight reel, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody who can play, like, he's flexible. He can play the X. He can play the Z. They've needed sort of like an X receiver, somebody who's got that sort of flexibility, especially with as much as CD plays in the slot. But yeah, this is a guy who you're talking about size, spatial awareness, understands how to contort his body. The adjustments in the air are really impressive. And yeah, he's a guy who averaged almost 20 yards per catch in 23.
Let's go to Peter Schrager live on ESPN.
I have been looking at their wide receiver room for quite some time. They tried to get Brandon Ayuk last year in a deal from San Francisco. It didn't come to be. Instead, they traded a second-round pick for DK Metcalf and then gave him a $30 million a year contract. George Pickens entering the final year of his contract. And I would like to correct some people. Some people think that he is a diva or he's cantankerous. I talked to the Steelers folks. George Pickens is demonstrative on the field, but he is not an uncoachable player. In fact, he does have a great way about him in the locker room and is very well liked in Pittsburgh. For the Dallas side of this, they sat on an all draft. Everyone wondering, why are they not drafting a wide receiver? Why are they not drafting a running back? They took an offensive lineman. They get a player who I think is the best available prospect for a third-round pick, and then they can decide if they want to re-sign him or not.
Well, listen,
that's a good point. That audio was gold right there. Schrager, who, by the way, nailed
stupid face of Orlovsky. I hate him.
All right, they just woke up Orlovsky, who's been killing the Cowboys. Orlovsky said the Cowboys cannot compete this year because of the cap hits, and then he, didn't forgive them for not getting a number 2 receiver. We got to, Bobby. I'm sorry. I know this is your day. You crushed it. You're dominating. I got to see. Orlovsky just woke up. Let's see what he says.
Cowboys as a playoff contending football team this coming season. I anticipate the Cowboys to be better than other people. And a couple months ago, Greeny, it was the Cowboys can be a playoff contender if 2 things happen. Number 1, that Dak Prescott has to stay healthy. That hasn't been the case recently. And then 2, they got to get a number 2 guy opposite CeeDee Lamb. George Pickens, in the chaos of the quarterback situation at Pittsburgh, averages like 15 yards a catch. So we're talking about adding that to a wide receiver opposite CeeDee Lamb that is going to get you about 100, 110 catches a season and push 1,500 plus yards. George Pickens, contract year, yes, he's not a perfect type of player, but his ability to go down the field and make plays with an offensive line that I think is going to be one of the better ones in the NFL at the back end of the season, this squarely puts the Cowboys back into we are a playoff contending football team.
All right. There's Dan Orlovsky. So early praise on ESPN. Schrager had the most important thing there, in my opinion, and he nailed the Tyler Booker pick. He's got great connections throughout the league. Not a diva, well-liked in Pittsburgh, not uncoachable. He's demonstrative, maybe not a diva. So that is a positive review from Schrager.
So it might be a little optimistic. Yeah, there's definitely, I think, some diva at times with him. I don't think it's necessarily, like I said, I don't think it's unfixable. Like when you asked people last night, when I started hearing about this, and you're just asking like, all right, well, can you handle him? Like, is he going to be able to be somebody you can handle? It's like, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to work through it. But like, I think that's something where there's definitely a question there. I don't think the questions are as intense as they've seemingly been for Pittsburgh, but that's also because Pittsburgh doesn't put up with much. Like, Pittsburgh, I think, just doesn't want to put up with a lot of drama typically. Tomlin doesn't want to put up with a lot of drama typically, especially post Antonio Brown.
He's put up with a lot of drama. He's put up with Antonio. He's put up with Le'Veon. He dealt with Ben. He dealt with Pickens longer than I thought he was.
But think about how quickly they've purged guys over the last few years. Like Deontay Johnson, they couldn't wait to get rid of, and then Tomlin couldn't wait to step all over him as soon as they traded him.
Okay, but I just named 4 other guys who were stars that stuck around for a while.
But when? Like we're talking, like I said, if you're talking about post Antonio Brown, after they went through the purge of Roethlisberger, Bell, and Brown, he has not put up with it.
Yeah, as the years have gone on, he's gotten older, and they've also not,
Bobby Schrager over here.
been as good. They've also lost.
That's right. First to report it, Sean. First, if you remember that.
All right, Pepe has pulled some of the question marks, and there's plenty of audio out there. Here's Mike Tomlin saying that George Pickens needs to grow up.
He just got to grow up, man. It's an emotional game, man. These divisional games are big. He got a target on his back because he's George. He understands that. But he's got to grow up. He's got to grow up in a hurry.
Pickens on the eye black that he wore during that Cowboys game that got him fined. He also threw his helmet in the same game. Remember that?
George, were you aware of the rule about messaging on that eye black?
Never seen it before. Have you seen it before?
I mean, Cam got fined like some years ago for putting these guys.
Years ago? When I wasn't in the league, so nah.
Throwing your helmet on the sideline, is that something that is part of being a competitor, or do you regret that? Do you not want to do that anymore?
Oh, nah, when it's third down and you don't convert, a lot of fans are mad as well.
When Jordan Lewis said something going off the field talking about you,
she already asked me that.
Get that goal for her. She already asked me.
Oxnard just became an absolute dream, at least for me. PFF, George Pickens on deep targets last year, including the postseason. Receiving grade, first. 17 catches, first. 577 yards, first. I love when people put out like the new lineups. This gets me hyped. This gets me trading for people on Madden and putting together dream teams back in the day when I played it, when they put together these rosters. And it was Brandon Laurie who ended up doing it. Machota will do this a lot of times too, when you just write out the new look lineup. See what you think of this, fan text, 877-881-1053. Dak Prescott at quarterback, Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue in the backfield, Hunter Lipke at fullback, and now to the weapons and the boys up front. Lamb, Pickens, Tolbert, Ferguson. Offensive line left to right. Guyton, Smith, Beebe, Booker, Steele. That's exciting for me.
It's a good. In theory, it's a good offense. If they can calm some of the chemistry questions, they should be good offensively this year. And the thing is, we talked about, if you take away CD, they're screwed. If you take away CD now, they're in a position to where they can still hurt you. If you look at over the last 2 years, George Pickens is in the top 10 in 100-yard receiving games. He has more 100-yard receiving games than Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Terry McLaurin, DK Metcalf. Like, he's been really productive with really subpar quarterbacks, and now he gets a top 5 quarterback, Sean.
Archer is, I'm not falling for it. Today's your day. Today is your day, Bobby. Todd Archer says he's changing up the trade compensation a little bit.
Uh-oh.
The Cowboys gave up a 2026 third, which Andrew Brandt says is really a fourth next year, and a 2027 fifth to the Steelers for Pickens, and a 2027 sixth. So it is a third and a future fifth for Pickens and a sixth. There it is.
Yeah, you're giving up the extra. That's the extra year, right? The 2026. So now that's really a sixth, and you're really getting back a seventh. So it doesn't really change a ton.
It bumps a little, yeah. But either way, it's still the same. You're off by a round. You give up something. They're going to be in a position with comp picks, because they always are, where they'll have like 5 picks on day 3 from comps.
On an 85-yard touchdown reception, he reached almost 22 miles an hour. Whatever the hell that means, I don't know. But it's kind of a cool stat. I did notice his yards separation was 2.3 this past year.
Okay. Is that good?
It's top 50. It's not like tremendous. It's right around where, let's see, Christian Watson was right there. with him on that one. T. Higgins, Brandon Ayuk, they were all in the same.
It's an Arthur Smith
2.3.
offense.
Huh?
That's an Arthur Smith offense.
Yeah.
What does
for
that
example,
mean?
Brandon Cooks was 2.2. So
Arthur Smith is going to run a lot of stuff that's coming back to the. It's going to be a lot of comebacks. It's going to be a lot of stop routes. It's going to be things that naturally are not going to create like 5 yards of separation because he's not just streaking down the field.
So a lot of Tolos are now asking, okay, Jerry, you hit on one of the two possible deals you were suggesting. What is the other? The internet, who started ablaze with this Pickens stuff last night, Des Bryant was like, oh my gosh, is this really happening? The internet is throwing out a running back name. They're saying, now go and get Nick Chubb, who is powerlifting and showing off all his strength and the freakish stuff out of Cleveland. The name that I had heard or told not to shut the door on was Breece Hall. I'd be more excited about Breece Hall than Nick Chubb, or how set am I right now with what the Cowboys have in Blue and Javonte, Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I don't love the idea of getting a 30-year-old running back who averaged 3 yards per carry last year in Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
That's not exciting to me.
who's always hurt.
Yeah, I mean, especially, the last couple of years. And that's what happens generally. You get to your late 20s as a running back and you start missing games. Yeah, if you can get Breece Hall for a reasonable return, like if it's a day 3 pick for Breece Hall, I would be interested in that. If it's anything more to go get a running back than a day 3 pick, then I'd rather just run with Jaden Blue and Javonte Williams and figure things out from there.
All right, 877-881-1053. Chris Mack from Pittsburgh is going to join us at 7:20 this morning. Is this George Pickens' official account? I don't know. I don't know, but 7,000 followers, I doubt it. George Pickens, number GP3. I'll wait to see that. He was reacting to CeeDee Lamb, looking like he was excited about his new wide receiver mate. Game 1 tonight.
All right, so it's going to be in Winnipeg, and it'll start around 8:48 to 8:52. Another late start, but that's what happens when you're in the Central Time Zone, and the people in New York think that Texas and California are neighboring states. But that's what's going to happen with us, and we are going to get Winnipeg. And of course, Winnipeg was the President's Trophy winner throughout the year. But look around the sport, and what are you seeing? You are seeing a whole lot of high-scoring games. We have seen 6.5 goals per game so far in the first, 4. I guess it's now about 50 playoff games.
Wow.
And in the second round, we saw 9 on 2 nights ago with the Maple Leafs game, and then last night we had a game with 6, and we had a game with 3. Great games last night. Capitals 2-1 losers in overtime to Carolina. And then Vegas was off to a smoking hot start against Edmonton, and Edmonton comes back with 4 unanswered goals, 3 in the third period. They win 4-2. That's their NHL playoff record, 5th straight comeback win in the playoffs.
Wow.
for Edmonton. But Vegas is so tough. They're big, they're physical, they're strong. But it's the scoring this year. You would have to go back. If this holds, this would be the highest average scoring playoff postseason since 1992. For reference, that's 2 years removed from the last guy to wear the old-style Jason hockey mask as a goalie. That's how long ago that was.
That's the hockey I like.
So do you think that, the old adage of goaltender being the most important person on the ice and that controlling who advances is dead and dying?
Oh, I think it's been dead. Like, you don't have the Patrick Waugh, Marty Brodeur, Dominic Hasek, type goalies anymore. They just Hellebuck, yeah, softy buck.
By the way, his goals against average over his last 16 playoff games, I was looking at this, it's 4.3.
Is that good?
No, that's more than double what it's been over the last 3 years.
Yeah, you still need it's like now it's just like, hey, whoever gets the hot goalie that playoff run, they're the winner. As opposed to back in the day, it was like, you've got a great goalie. Colorado's going to be there. You knew the Devils were going to be there at the end because they had the great goalie. You still need a goalie, obviously, but do you need the elite goaltender as much anymore? The analytics say it's not as important. But Stars at 4. Let's go. Teams are also hitting about 25% of their power plays turn those into goals. That's big. That's bigger than the regular season. The regular season this year, we had it about 21%. Stars, though, are the favorites to win the Cup. They are the favorites to win the Cup on ESPN Bet. At BetMGM, they are the favorites. A lot of these places to win at plus 400. Carolina is second, then Florida, and then Edmonton. You got to go all the way down to the second to last team. That's seventh for Winnipeg at plus 900 to win the Cup. Stars are minus 175 to win the series. But I found this interesting. The Conn Smythe winner odds are out. That's the MVP for the entire postseason. Mikko is second overall, right behind Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid is 8-1. Mikko's at 9-1. And then you got to go all the way to Otter at 18-1. And then you got to go all the way to Wyatt at 25-1. Wyatt's outside the top 20. You see a lot of teams. The Stars are so deep that while they have the second most likely Conn Smythe winner and the best odds, they only have 2 of the top 20. Florida has 4. Carolina has 4. And 5 of the top 23. Toronto has more. So the Stars' depth is really kind of being shown here.
RJ Choppy with the Stars playoff preview with Game 1 tonight. The great Brent Severn will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. And then the Show of Wales delivering with Brett Boone, 1-0 as Rangers hitting coach at 9:20. But we got to line up the guest because of the breaking news. He's been on before. Fantastic. How are they reacting in Pittsburgh? And what is George Pickens really like? Chris Mack joins us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to talk about the Cowboys' new receiver as we go commercial-free with the Expressway next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Those are birds.
That sounds good.
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
Benz of Plano.
Here's a shotgun snap, blitz. He's back, he throws it down the near sideline. Pickens has it! Pittsburgh Steelers touchdown! Pickens to Pickens, 41-yard.
Steelers Radio with the call. The breaking news this morning coming from our very own Bobby Roberto Belt, our Cowboys insiders, that George Pickens is now a member of America's team. They give up a third-round pick. We got some fifths and some sevenths down the road in terms of the compensation. Pickens comes here with about $3.5 million left on his deal, but that means someone else has to pay him his next contract. Let's bring in Chris Mack, who joins us on short notice from Odyssey Pittsburgh and BetMGM. He's been on the show before. Fantastic here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Chris. Your immediate reaction to the deal?
Not a win-now move by the Steelers, right? This is a team that thinks they're in contention every single year, Sean. It's the way they do business. It's why they sit here and try to outweight Aaron Rodgers all summer long, because they think they can win now. And this is not a win-now move. It's interesting to me. If a third-round pick and some late-round pick swaps were the sweetening of the pot that some people have talked about in regards to these trade conversations that cooled off during the draft and then picked back up post-draft. It just does not jive with how the Steelers have done business with Omar Khan as their GM over the last 3 years and how they've looked at this season and every season really for the last, 50. They consider themselves contenders every single year, whether their roster says so or not, and this is not a win-now move. That's what jumps out to me about it. Tells me that perhaps there's another move in the waiting, or perhaps that they've got some kind of indication about what that quarterback situation may look like going forward, and that it may not be a win-now situation.
What did you think the compensation would or should be?
So leading up to the draft, Sean, we talked a lot here in Pittsburgh about if you can get back into the second round by trading George Pickens, that might be a conversation starter. And that's what a lot of people thought. Hey, let's get back into the second round because they traded the 2025 second round pick for DK Metcalf. But then the issue came up again. Okay, well, now you're right back where you started in a wide receiver room that for the last several years has been a good wide receiver one and then just a bunch of dudes. And now you're back in that same situation where it's DK Metcalf and just a bunch of dudes. Calvin Austin III is second on the depth chart. Roman Wilson, who they drafted a year ago out of Michigan, but never really played at all. And then just a bunch of depth pieces. They signed Robert Woods a couple weeks ago. He's 33. So that's the interesting part here is that even if they had been able to acquire that second round pick that a lot of people thought Pickens would be able to get them, it still leaves you in the lurch of not having any depth really at all in your wide receiver room. Granted, I know it's an Arthur Smith offense, which would rather have 13 tight ends on the field at one time than any wide receivers. But still, if you're really going to bring Aaron Rodgers in for one roll of the dice, you better have some targets for him to throw to, and they're right back where they started in that wide receiver room.
Chris Mack, Pittsburgh, reacting to the George Pickens breaking news here on The Fan. Is he a 1, Chris?
Pickens, no. He's a very strong 2. He's going to create some mismatch nightmares. Finally, somebody to draw some coverage away from CD. That's going to be a huge benefit of this. And one of the things we talked about here in Pittsburgh over the last couple of months since DK was acquired was, man, imagine being a defensive coordinator or a safety or anybody in the secondary facing Metcalf on one side of the field and Pickens on the other, and they both go up the rail, up the red line, and now you're left saying, what do we do in the middle, which the Steelers have failed to exploit for several years in a row now. The middle is wide open. You do have a quality tight end in Pat Freiermuth, who you paid some money to a couple years ago. All of these weapons now help feed off of each other. They don't have that anymore. The Cowboys do. They have the ability to really test secondaries now, really push safeties into poor decisions, and I'll be interested to see how Brian Schottenheimer schemes this up, but the other side of the coin is George Pickens comes from Mike Tomlin, a guy who knows how to manage these personalities really well. He made Antonio Brown manageable for half a decade, for God's sake. How does Schotty handle George Pickens the first time he walks to the sideline and spikes his helmet off the ground because CD had 5 catches for 4 first downs and a 12-yard TD in the first quarter, and George hasn't caught more than a ball or 2 yet? That's going to be something that's interesting to watch.
Chris, you mentioned they're always in win now, and Tomlin is, I mean, in most NFL cities, he's probably on the hot seat, but Pittsburgh's a little bit different. What is his relationship with Tomlin? Did that get sideways, and that was playing into this?
So I'd be curious to know how it went this offseason between those two. For what it's worth, there's plenty of Steelers fans, RJ, that have Mike Tomlin on a hot seat every year, that he doesn't get to at least a conference championship game. The national media and many folks here in Pittsburgh like Mike Tomlin, right? They like what he's done in seemingly taking below average rosters some years and still getting to the playoffs, or at least 9 wins every year. But there are plenty of Steelers fans that don't like the job Tomlin has done. I will say that belies the point that, again, he handles personalities like this well. He just said in one of the final few post-game conferences back in December and January, George needs to grow up, because George had gotten in a fight at the end of the Thursday night game in Cleveland in the end zone. George had taken multiple flags in a game against the Bengals. George had shown up late for the Christmas Day game. George has immaturity issues. We all know that. That's no secret. And Mike Tomlin handled him well. We just talked to Pat Freiermuth on our podcast, Cabali and Mac. Mark's been covering Mark Cabali, the Steelers, for a quarter century now. We just talked to Pat Freiermuth a couple weeks ago, and Pat was insistent that George was in a great mood this offseason, that they had talked. Everybody was in good spirits about the idea of adding DK, and everybody sort of feeding off of one another. Something happened in the last few weeks. Again, whether that was the sweetening of the pot by the Cowboys in offering more than they had earlier, or maybe George Pickens finally got tired of wondering who his quarterback was going to be and popped off to Mike Tomlin and said, hey, I want out. Get me somewhere where I can catch plenty of footballs from a quarterback that I trust. I don't know. I think more than likely the Steelers had been exploring Pickens trade options most of the offseason and finally got to a point where they were comfortable doing it given the compensation, which, real quick, I'll add this, another pick for next year's draft. They're going to have multiple compensatory picks due to the signings of Fields and Wilson and other players elsewhere, Dan Moore Jr. They have loaded up on draft picks for next year's draft, guys, which is in Pittsburgh, which will have some better quarterback prospects. So they got a ton of draft capital next year that, at the very least, bare minimum, gets them in front of the hometown fans for 9 or 10 picks next year in the draft in downtown Pittsburgh, but might provide them the opportunity to trade up in early rounds and maybe take that quarterback that they believe might be able to push them forward if Rodgers doesn't come around, if Rudolph doesn't, provide more of a stopgap, if Will Howard doesn't develop this year, all of those things that are still in question in the Steelers quarterback room.
Chris Mack joining us here on 105.3 The Fan with reaction to the George Pickens trade to the Cowboys this morning. Chris, on a scale of 1 to 10, if 1 is Art Monk and 10 is, Antonio Brown, how much of a locker room or culture problem did you feel like George Pickens was in Pittsburgh?
An 8. He was never as crazy as AB. He would much rather quietly stew and then let you know how he felt by putting always effing open on his eye blacks and getting fined for it. That's the way George is. He got to the point where he didn't really trust the media, so he would be forced to get in front of the media in the locker room every week and talk to them, and would answer questions in a way that was either combative or very terse. Didn't really want to talk, had no interest in speaking to the media. But again, according to most of his teammates, was just your typical wide receiver. Competitive, wants to get the ball a lot because he thinks it's the best way to help the team win. And in a lot of cases, given the other pieces on the Steelers offense, he was the best way for them to win. But that attitude got in the way sometimes. All the issues I mentioned last year, from showing up late to a game to the eye black and the fine and everything else. I think the Steelers finally looked at it too and said, hey, there's 1 year left on the deal, and we just paid DK Metcalf a boatload of money. We're not committing that much money to the wide receiver position. George is not going to be around after this year. Let's get something for him now.
Chris, so what kind of money was he looking at in this offseason coming up?
He's going to want wide receiver one money because he's been treated like a number one wide receiver for the last couple of years. Maybe his eyes are opened once he's in Dallas. David Mulligetta is his agent, same agent as Micah. We'll see if Jerry is refreshed his memory about, David Mulligetta. Yeah, I know who Micah's agent is now. When he comes knocking on Jerry's door or texting Jerry and saying, hey, George wants paid. I think this is a good opportunity for the Cowboys to use George either as a rental or see if he actually does show some great maturity over the next year. And if he does, maybe you decide you're willing to shell out some cash and really overcommit for the top, 3% of your roster. But I think more than likely, George comes in, like I said, helps just absolutely decimate coverages with CD on the other side of the field. I think we all, the entire football watching world, sees that George is just a very strong number two. And then he goes out and gets paid like a very strong number two somewhere that might be willing to go a little over that number and get him something approaching number one wide receiver money. But I doubt it's in Dallas. I mean, he's going to have a moment this year, guys, where he sees CD get the ball, get 8-9 catches on 11 or 12 targets and doesn't like it because he's George Bleeping Pickens and he should be getting the ball.
So, Chris, there's no high percentage of this that he's misunderstood.
No. No. I think the Steelers tried to hold out hope that he was. Again, it's your typical wide receiver mentality. Yeah. He thinks he's the best thing for the offense because he believes in himself as most really good or great wide receivers do. So he believes he should get the ball more and have somebody capable of getting him that ball more often. When he gets the ball more often and gets it in advantageous positions, he's a happy guy just like any other wide receiver. When he doesn't, the helmet gets spiked on the sidelines. He gets mad. He gets in a fight. He draws a flag. He tries to suplex someone at the end of a play. I mean, all the nonsense, the eye black I mentioned. He's one of those kind of wide receivers.
Chris Mack, Pittsburgh, BetMGM, joining us here, 105 through the fan. All right, Aaron Rodgers. I think it is it's unbecoming of a legendary franchise to be simping for a 40-year-old man like this. Where are you with Rodgers? Is it going to happen? Are you just waiting? Do you expect this by training camp? Are you going to let him go that long?
Where am I personally choppy? I mean, let's be honest. This is like childbirth at this point. My wife would be insulted by this analogy, but I'm just breathing through it, man. He'll be here eventually. Don't push. You're just going to hurt yourself. As for the Steelers, they think he's going to be here, man. They think he's going to be here. Mike Tomlin has been in close contact with him since this idea of Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh started to materialize, and that's still their belief. I hold that this is a sign that maybe that isn't going to come together, and they're starting to realize that, or maybe Rodgers told them something before he went to the Kentucky Derby and made his reappearance to the world. Hey, guys, I don't know. Maybe I won't play this year. And they said, okay, well, if we're not in win now mode, let's trade George while we can. Let's get some picks.
And did he get married? Was there a wedding ring spotted on Rodgers?
What is that?
People have talked about, is it a wedding ring? Is he starting a family? All kinds of. It's Aaron Rodgers, man. Trying to crawl into that dude's mind is going through a hall of mirrors. I can't figure it out. So that's why most Steeler fans have gone, look, man, if he shows up, okay, I guess that's slightly better. Late stage Aaron Rodgers is slightly better than Mason Rudolph. Maybe he'll win better, but if we got to go with Mason, we go with Mason. It's why Steelers fans have gone ape over the drafting of Will Howard because the fan base is so quarterback thirsty at this point. It's like, ooh, Will Howard won a national championship and we got him in the 6th round. You know, Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round. Ooh, you know he asked for the playbook before he even got to town? Ooh, Will Howard. And it's like, whoa, pump the brakes, everybody. Will Howard's a nice kid. He's probably a career backup. Let's just chill. That's how quarterback thirsty the fan base is. And yeah, to be honest, Choppy, that's how thirsty the team is for a quarterback too. You wander through the desolate, barren wasteland that is laced with Devlin Duck Hodges and Mitch Trubisky and tell me you wouldn't be thirsty for a quarterback too.
Chris, we appreciate it on short notice, man. Fantastic as always, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy George. It'll be fun.
Chris Mack from Odyssey, Pittsburgh, and BetMGM with the breaking news that the Cowboys have acquired George Pickens. I put up the poll question for the Tolos at 1053SS on Twitter /X at 1053SS. Follow me so I can follow you back. How do you feel about the move? Here are the 3 options. Love it. They're all in. Mistake. Pickens is a cancer. Or 3, I don't know how to feel. So we got about 533 votes, 13 minutes into this. How would you vote? And how do you think the results are?
The first one was I'm in. That's
love it, all in.
Yeah, I'm all in. I mean, do I love it? Do I love it? I like it. I enjoy it. Yeah, it's but I'm in. I think you got to spend money to make money side. You've got to take risks to be great side. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, who else, another contender around the league that needs a receiver? Like, let's say Houston had been in the market recently. Do I want to make this trade if I'm Houston? Probably not. Like, younger core, developing stuff. The position Dallas is in, this is an acceptable trade to make. And so I like it. It could absolutely backfire on you, but you're in a position now with your window and where this team has progressed over the last couple years that you have to start taking some chances like this.
Pepe, how would you vote? Love it? Don't like it? Don't know how to feel?
I voted I love it. I mean, I agree with you guys. You know, you got to take a big risk to get big reward. I mean, I know he's had the issues in the locker room and maybe a bit of a cancer in Pittsburgh, but with the right guys there, I think with CD, if CD can take him under his belt, under his wing, you know, we can get the right George Pickens on this team. So I love it.
Well, you don't want too much of a Pittsburgh belt, as we saw yesterday at the baseball game with that security guard beating down that dude that spit on him. And I'm in full support of the security guard whipping out the leather with the multiple spitter. Love it. 60% of the Tolos have voted that way. 27% have voted don't know how to feel. And about 13% saying mistake. Pickens is a cancer. The Cowboys never learn. So that's where we are with the poll question that will run throughout the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, you're like we mentioned earlier, you're still talking about a guy, though, who's produced at a really high level in a historically conservative offense the last couple years that Matt Canada and Arthur Smith were running with no quarterback, basically, and a bunch of quarterback changes. He is produced at a really high level. If you just take a look at, for instance, the 100-yard games over the last couple years, he's in the top 10. If you look at, take just 125 yards and a touchdown, those type of big-time performances, the only players with more games like that than him in the last couple years, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Justin Jefferson, and Tyreek Hill. That's it. And so, like, talking about, he's performing at a really high level with a bunch of instability at quarterback and an absolutely vanilla offense. If he's now not even the primary target, like it's CeeDee Lamb getting a lot of the attention, a lot of the bracketing from secondaries, he's going to get a lot of really favorable looks.
Let's hear from the Tolos at 8. After a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway here during the commercial-free Expressway. 8 o'clock phone calls, 877-881-1053. Let's hook you up, and then we'll chop it up.
I got some rust on my shit.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dirks Bentley on Friday, May 30th at the Dos Equis Pavilion. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I like that song.
Good song.
And
Dirk says I didn't realize how many like really good songs he had until you go through the catalog.
Everybody always confuses him with Billy Currington, I find. And so sometimes I don't know why everybody does, but sometimes you might attribute a Dirks Bentley song to Billy Currington and realize, oh no, wait, that was his.
Yeah. It's Hump Day. It's Expressway. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
I don't know who coined the phrase payback is a you-know-what, but it applies to me.
Adam Schefter.
I don't know if it was him, but Peyton would have credited to him. That's for dang sure. I had to take Julian to the doctor yesterday for his sports physical.
Oh, and wasn't Peyton getting a physical like first time in forever?
I must have been out. I might have been out.
Okay, I think you were.
I don't know, but
we'll get an update.
So going in, he obviously now Julian is he's very curious and he asks a lot of questions, and the questions are largely inappropriate. So he was coming in like, are they going to do this to me? Are they going to touch me there? What are they going to do?
Oh.
And he goes, is the doctor a girl? And he goes, what if she's a baddie? That's what he asked. What if she's a baddie?
And how old is he?
He's 12. He's 12. So if you were to do just the stereotypical 12-year-old humor, that's him, right? Well, we get into the doctor's office, and obviously there's the nurse that's first taking all the vitals before the doctor comes in, and she hands him those robes, those gowns, right, that you're supposed to put on, where you put them on backwards and your butt's all open.
Yeah, and you got to tie them up in the back.
And she said, "Here, take. I'm gonna leave the room, and I'm in there. I have to be in there with him, right? I'm gonna leave the room, get undressed to your underwear, and put this gown on." And of course, he says, "What if I don't wear underwear?" God, this is already starting. He's already in one of these goofy moods. The doctor comes in, and it takes a lot to embarrass me as a dad. I was mortified yesterday for this.
I don't believe it. I don't believe anything could embarrass you like that with this type of humor. I just don't believe it.
I love the humor.
I believe deep down you're proud. I really believe you're proud.
I agreed until we recorded him after the wedding. And Chop did look a little uncomfortable a couple times when he was getting asked questions.
Proud and uncomfortable. I think there's a fine line there in this situation. So the doctor comes in, and this doctor is pretty no nonsense, right? He's very cut and dry. He's in, he's out. Well, he comes in there, and Julian starts laughing, giggling, because the doctor's putting his hands on his chest or feeling his stomach, and he gets out.
And it was a man or woman?
It was a man. It was a man doctor. He gets out the stethoscope, and he's listening to his heart. And Julian starts laughing for whatever reason. And I mean, we are now beyond.
Sounds like my 4-year-old.
Yeah, we're beyond laughter. We're at the uncontrollable giggle, And I said, Julian, stop wasting his time. I got out with the stop wasting his time.
Was the doctor looking annoyed?
The doctor started to get annoyed, and he looked over and he started to do the test of the knee, the reflex test.
Oh, yeah.
And Julian's just dying laughing, and the doctor looks over at me. He goes, "What is going on?" And I'm like, "Dude, if you can figure out a way to help me here, by all means." None of that was as bad as what happened next, because the entire time he would tell Julian to stand over someplace. He would go stand at the end of the table. And what would Julian do? Julian would assume the position that a 45-year-old man would at a proctologist. And he goes, "No, turn around." And he goes, "Stand over by the wall." And Julian would put his hands on the wall. Like he's in trouble with the law. No, turn around. So finally the doctor gets behind him, and he was going to do the scoliosis test, right? The spine.
Yeah.
He says, "Put your arms straight out and then bend over." And Julian goes, "What, bro? What, bro?" I said, "It's about your spine, dude." I was mortified.
But he was 100% just trying to be a goofball?
He was trying to be a goofball.
Yeah.
And the doctor finally looked over, he goes, "You're fine." And he leaves the room, and I was like, "Oh my
wow.
God." We have to get a new doctor.
Yeah.
We can't go back there.
It sounds like he may have a gift for comedy.
Oh, he does. He's funny. There's no doubt about that. But that is he's also completely inappropriate.
Hey, didn't you get a physical, your first physical recently?
No, I signed up for it. I agreed to it. It'll happen in a couple weeks.
Agreed. I consented.
Yeah. I gave them permission.
Compensatory pick. Yes.
So there's that's the payback, but that's payback because the Lord does work in mysterious ways, Sean.
This is crazy.
So as you know, I did not get to go to the Roman Coliseum. We went to the Roman Coliseum. We were in line for the Roman Coliseum, but because...
How many people get denied?
I don't know, but because I had to
How many people get denied who have Google results about them? That's a big... I had a listener run into me last night, by the way, and they said something about... I was like, yeah, I'm trying to I'm trying to weasel my way over and get to know Jelly Roll, and they were like, they said, well, just do like Choppy. Say Google my name, and maybe that'll help you out.
I'm about to break the George Pickens trade.
Yeah, like, do you think if Jelly Roll went to the Roman Coliseum and put Jelly Roll as his name on his ticket, that they would not let him in? Like,
no, they wouldn't let him in. I don't think. I feel like they're a higher standard.
The higher standards. But, so I was rejected with great prejudice. And perhaps this was the Lord looking over me, because a man was dangling from a fence, completely impaled at the Roman Coliseum.
What?
A 47-year-old climbed a fence for a photo, and then he kind of like slipped and got impaled by the fence.
Wow.
It happened over the weekend. He's a resident of Taiwan, found hanging on the metal bars at the Piazza del Coliseo, or however you pronounce it, piercing his spine. Stuck on the fence. This is a 20 minutes, and it took them more than 20 minutes to detach him from the spike. He lost a large amount of blood. Obviously, they stabilized him.
How does this happen?
He fell, I guess. He slipped. He was trying to get on top to take a photo.
Was he wearing a Pirates hat?
I don't know if he was wearing a Pirates hat.
Hey, the guy's walking, I think. Or he's moving.
He's moving. Yes, he is. So they stabilized him. He got more than 80 stitches, and they tightly bound his injuries to prevent hemorrhaging.
80 stitches? That's
80
it?
stitches.
80 stitches back there. That's a lot.
Is that a lot? That's a lot of stitches.
Is
right?
it a lot? For that? For being impaled? Only 80?
Yeah, I guess you're right. My finger was like 2.
Okay.
So like that's a lot. That's a lot of stitches.
So more than 10 stitches is considered to be a large amount.
Oh, okay. All right. So 80 is a lot. So you were saved.
I was saved.
You're really saved.
I was saved.
By your lack of notoriety.
Chopping it up here. That's right, by my lack of notoriety. Chopping it up here on 105 through the... Oh, happy birthday to Sarah. My lovely
Happy birthday, Sarah.
Happy birthday. I'm not going to say her age. I have to get her something, though.
Oh.
It's today.
Are you going to get her some more flowers from your dad's arrangement?
You know what? I think I'd go to a cemetery and find a few flowers.
But she's part of that. She's part of that morning show wife crew that does not want a real gift, an expensive gift.
Yeah, she was like, we just went on a honeymoon. You don't have to get me anything. I'm like, I got to get you something.
Yeah.
I can't walk home.
I don't know how
with
smart it was to admit that you don't have it like right now, over 100,000 watts.
Well, I'd already told her.
Oh, okay.
But, and here's the thing. You said she's part of that morning. I don't know about with Amanda. I assume with everything you say about Sarah, I could see her genuinely not want anything. Kristen is, I don't want anything, but then I really do need to
well,
come up with something.
here's my problem. It's kind of it's like a Curb episode. Getting the before event gift, I find it doesn't have the staying power. You know what I mean? So, like, you know how your parents would tell you, all right, I'm going to get this, but this counts for the birthday.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to get this right now, but this counts for Christmas. Yeah. I do that sometimes.
It never works.
I'm going to get you these concert tickets for November, but this is the Christmas gift. But then this guilt overtakes me, and then you wake up in the morning on Christmas, and she's got, like, an envelope with the old concert receipt, and it just, I don't feel like it lasts for the kids, and it may not last for the significant other. Like, you could be like, I upgraded the flight to Europe in the honeymoon. Is that really going to count for today?
Yeah, and that's kind of the predicament I'm in. We did this with Julian for his birthday with like a baseball bat or something, and we get to the day of the birthday, and he's like, well, I didn't get that, and they open up, and I'm like, well, you opened it up a month ago.
Exactly.
It just doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
It doesn't work like that.
Sucks.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. This is some audio from ESPNU. Saw this and saving this one. We know about hot mics, right? We all love a good hot mic. What are those things called where they put it where the fans can you pick up the crowd noise?
The shotgun mics.
Shotgun mic. Mm-hmm. Well, ESPNU got the shotgun mic a little bit too close to fans for a lacrosse game. Siena versus Sacred Heart. Find those two on a map. And they got a little bit too close.
Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
And now we'll get our penalty. So Sacred Heart to the man up, trailing by 2 at the beginning of this fourth quarter.
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
Okay, we apologize for our crowd mic.
That was someone in the crowd. That sounded like a commentator.
It was someone in the crowd. They knew they were right next to the boom mic or whatever it's called. A lot of people saying Sacred Heart.
What the heck?
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
I love it. Do you do this with your significant other ever, or do they do it to you?
The diarrhea?
No, not the diarrhea.
She still won't go for it.
Relationship experts say the one triggering thing that is the most toxic and costly to a relationship.
Uh-oh.
The simple sentence, why can't you be more like insert another name?
No. You know, I do that in a form here sometimes. Like if I'm like, all right, well, Bobby's wife is really cool with this. Or Mackenzie or Sarah, really cool with that. I'm kind of saying like, you could borrow that trait from
it.
But
You could be better.
I'll never say it directly.
No, you don't say it like that.
Hell no, I'll never say it directly to her behind closed
you gotta
walls.
Inception it. You're just trying to plant an idea in their head
That's
and then
like
have it.
30% of what this radio show is for me, talking to people in my life through this.
Yeah.
Whether it's issuing threats, whether it's giving compliments, whether it's insults. I'm talking to people through this microphone.
100%. That's what. There's no other point.
Yep.
There's no other point to having the microphone. But like they say that is the most toxic thing, or one of the most toxic.
Yeah. When's the last time that you or the significant other has dropped that on you? You should do this like.
I do it to Kristen all the time as a bit. Like I'll just be like, or the bigger one is just you're sounding kind of like your mom.
Yeah.
Like I'll do that as just like to see, but she knows I'm trying to draw her offside. So typically she just goes, yeah, okay.
Pay?
No, it doesn't really happen with Mackenzie and I, but I had an ex that would always compare our relationship to other relationships. Like, why can't we do cute picnic stuff like, X so-and-so? I'd get annoyed by that. I'd say, all right, you want to be with them? Go date them then.
Yep. And then the one area they better never compare it to.
Oh, never.
Why can't you do this like so-and-so?
Why can't you? Fair enough.
Take some yoga.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. I'll get time for one more. Have you contemplated Disney World with the kids?
Nope.
Yes, you have. Didn't you say that?
No. She has. I generally.
You said you agreed.
I will have them go. I'm not.
Oh
gonna
my
go.
God! Shut up.
I will bankroll it.
Them go.
Look, that's what I do. I'm a provider. I'm a hunter gatherer, not a participator.
So this one dad detailed the amount of money it took to take his kids to Disney World. It was a family of four. $1,400 for just. I'm sorry, family of five. $1,400 to Disney World for just one day. And this is a Florida father. This is not somebody from Texas who had to fly to Florida.
Oh my gosh.
$1,400
for five?
For a family of five. And I guess they did the park hopper, and then when you factor in food and all gifts or souvenirs when you're there, it wound up being $1,400 for the day.
I don't know if I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, when we looked it up of like how much would it cost with the hotel, everything else. I mean, you were looking at like for 3-4 people, it was looking like it was going to be between like $6,000 and $8,000.
Although they didn't have to stay at a hotel,
and it wasn't for a single day. It would be for like a 3-day trip. It'd be like $6,000 to $8,000.
God,
yeah, $280 per person for the day. I'm assuming I'm going to be there from like 8 to 8.
Yeah,
10 to 12 hours. All the food, all the rides, all the souvenirs. I don't know. I don't know if it's that bad, but all I do is ask parents about the Disney stories, good and bad. 877-881-1053. Give us the good and bad of the George Pickens trade. It's time to turn the morning show over to the Tolos with your phone calls on whether you love it, like it, hate it, or you don't know. George Pickens is a Dallas Cowboy. Your phone calls are next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owns.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
gets the snap. Lofts, right corner of the end zone, and it is hauled in by Pickens. Touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers.
And now, he's a Dallas Cowboy. The breaking news this morning, Bobby Roberto Belt texted us last night from Post Malone and Billy Bob's at around 11 p.m. that the trade is happening. I woke up this morning extra early. I texted Bobby. Sometimes I got to push Bobby. I'm like, make it your story. Come on. It's contract time for you too. All right? Make it your own. Slap your name on it. Tweet it out. Thank God that you tweeted it when you did, because about 10, 15 minutes later, Adam Schefter, Jordan Schultz, Tom Pelissero, props to Ian Rappaport and Dinah Rossini and Albert Breer, along with, I texted it to Florio while I was at the gas pump this morning. Pro Football Talk gave it to Bobby as well. So props to them for citing correctly. But Bobby Belt all over George Pickens being a Dallas Cowboy. And we're all signing off in the room. I probably have the most issues. Bobby is the biggest supporter. Choppy's porridge is medium. And mine is the coldest, but I'm still in with doing it to give this team more dynamic options and, of course, intrigue.
I'll also say, as somebody who's been a supporter of what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to establish and somebody who's always been a supporter of Dak Prescott's leadership, like, if Dak's the leader, I think he is. If Schottenheimer's culture is going to be what it is, you should be able to help things along with George Pickens.
I'm glad you brought that up. You know, Dak's leadership, maybe it's a little... All right, let me rephrase it before we take calls. All right. I believe that Dak Prescott has tremendous leadership abilities. I question whether his leadership abilities have or are enough.
Yeah, move on.
Tank Lawrence, Micah Parsons, all this crap, Mike McCarthy out. Dak's leadership wasn't strong enough to overcome all that. Dak Prescott's leadership is not enough to corral CeeDee Lamb's tantrums when he ain't getting the football. So all this whole culture thing, I'm not saying Dak Prescott's not a great leader. I believe he is. It hasn't and is not strong enough to cure what has ailed this football team in the locker room.
Do you? I'll just say this. Do you view CeeDee Lamb as George Pickens?
No.
I don't think anybody does. And I think if
CeeDee Lamb has some issues.
Right. He's got some maturity stuff, which he owns up to. He generally is pretty good at reflecting and saying, I should have been better about that. I think that's
he just hasn't fixed it.
I think that's
totally.
But I think that's part of the leadership aspect with Dak and some of the culture stuff, is because I think if CeeDee Lamb was in Pittsburgh, people would view CeeDee Lamb as George Pickens because it wouldn't have been reined in like that. Because it would have been a quarterback issue where there wasn't stability. The quarterback, a lot of times, I think, has smoothed things over or used it as a growth process to say, dude, come on, just talk to me. Don't worry about what the cameras are doing. Don't isolate yourself. And so I think there's a potential he would be viewed as Pickens if he hadn't had the stability here at quarterback.
877-881-1053 to hit us up right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's turn it over to the Tolos. Enrique in Dallas, you're up first. What do you think of the George Pickens trade?
Look, I'm really effing pissed off right now. I'm really pissed. I had a stroke 6 weeks ago. Jerry Jones is going to make me have another stroke over this damn pick. We already have CeeDee Lamb. What do we need another wide receiver for? Besides all of that, it doesn't matter how far George Pickens can go when Dak can't even get a touchdown pass into the end zone. He can't even make that long pass. We might have drafted Shador Sanders to make these throws since CD can't make them. Gonna make me stress out and have another stroke.
Oh man, well, hey,
don't say that, man.
Get better off that stroke from 6 weeks ago.
Get better, Enrique. Get better. Feel better.
Yeah, but you do need multiple wide receivers.
Yeah. Okay. So like the idea of saying we already have a wide receiver, what do we need another one for?
No,
is like saying we already have a left tackle. What do we need a right tackle for? There's no difference. It's a starting position on the football field. You have to have two wide receivers. It's like I already have Micah, why do I need another defensive end? I have a corner. Why do I need another one?
Mac Angle, Fort Worth Star-Telegram is crapping on it. The Cowboys hate signing expensive free agents because it means they blew it in the draft and have to overpay, and they don't get the return on investment. They just gave up a 3 and a 5 because they blew it in the draft on wide receiver 2 and have to give them a new deal. Make this make sense.
By the way, Mac, Mac knows it's not giving up a 5 though either. You're swapping draft positioning with the 5-6.
So, but also, again, you could have, the way the draft played out, it just didn't fall in their favor. Now, they could have.
They also probably knew they had this in a back pocket.
Perhaps.
They wanted McMillan. Once they did get McMillan there, was there a wide receiver to trump their second and third round picks. Once the answer was no, they knew Pickens was a possibility. So you have to factor in my opinion, what is Schefter saying about Mulligeta? Okay, he's just talking about Jerry not knowing the name. You have to factor in. I factor in Pickens as part of the draft plan.
Yeah, like he was one of the fail-safes. And when Jerry said 2 significant trades.
And I'd rather give up the third next year than the third that you just had.
Yes. Yeah, because that's
third is
generally
supposed to be a
bump it by a
fourth.
round. Yeah. So,
which I still don't understand, but
just because you don't
It's
know
time
what it
value
could
of
be.
money. It's time value of money.
Yeah, and it's also you don't know where it's going to land in the third. So a top of the third is a third, but if it's back into the third, it's considered a fourth. So you can't guarantee it's a third essentially.
The dollar today more valuable than the dollar tomorrow.
These are the 2 significant trades. This is one. You said not to close the door on Breece Hall. Those would be 2 significant trades. I mean, this is part of their evaluation process. Todd Archer had this from ESPN Stats and Info, by the way. George Pickens, since entering the NFL, is third in receiving yards on vertical routes behind only Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson. Like, that's an element of the offense you don't have right now.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, could they have moved up? Like, and that's the thing. You got to ask yourself, like, when they drafted these guys in the first, second, and third round, because anything after the third round, I don't really consider that addressing the position necessarily.
Right. Agreed.
You know, I mean, it is, but it's half-assed.
He's better than anyone you draft in the third, by far. Pickens is.
Yes, you know,
Do a draft study on it. Do a bigger draft study on who could have been there in the targets, so we can knock out just some of the calls.
Yeah.
JK and Prosper, you're up next. JK, you're live on the Fan.
I appreciate it, guys. Look, I mean, he from a talent standpoint, it's a great acquisition. We've been on Jerry's tail about this, about improving the roster, taking some chances. I mean, but the problem is at what cost? I mean, I'm hearing that Schottenheimer wants team guys, culture guys, which I'm all for. They wouldn't supposedly go after take a flyer on Isaiah Bond, who would cost you nothing but a little bit of a reputation hit because he's not he's got a problem with, out off the field. So I'm not sure the attitude thing. Now you've also locked yourself into a negotiation, and now he holds all the cards because he knows that his agent knows that you're not going to want to lose a third-round pick for just a one-year guy. So I don't know how they're going to pay for it when they say they can't pay for Micah, can't pay for Dak, can't pay for Lamb, can't pay for anybody. So it doesn't make sense as usual with the Cowboys, but I like the acquisition from a talent on the field standpoint.
Thanks for the call, brother. Now, Albert Breer brought up a good point. Choppy first brought up the comp pick that you could get if he leaves. Albert Breer said, or you could just tag him. And I like those two as backup options because I am scared, like JK, of the re-sign.
Yeah, and I don't, to say he holds all the cards because they're not going to just walk away from somebody they gave up a third-round pick for. I mean, they gave up a fourth for Trey Lance, and they were like, okay, this didn't work. Same sort of thing with Jonathan Mingo. Like, if Jonathan Mingo doesn't work out, I mean, the fact that they're already acquiring somebody for a third-round pick is like, okay, Jonathan Mingo's not going to be a number 2 here. So, like, they've shown if they give up third, fourth-round territory, they can walk away. I'm not saying that's smart, but it's not a guaranteed, I don't think, to Mulligeta's side that, they're going to re-sign him because they gave up a third-round pick. At first, yes.
Avel in Arlington, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, fellas, I appreciate you guys taking this call, man. I like it just because of the fact that he will stretch the field and help out with CD. I called KNC a couple after the draft and said that we do need another receiver, and this is perfect. I mean, yes, he may have some type of an attitude issue or things like that, but I believe with him being on a team that has another receiver to help him get open, that'll just open up everything for him, and maybe the attitude will calm down some. As far as re-signing him, I feel like, hey, Dallas can find ways to make money. They figured out a way when they helped when they redid Dak and CD's deal. They can find the money. I don't think the money is the big issue. I just think that they just wanted to wait until they found the perfect acquisition. And just like when they traded for Amari Cooper a couple of years ago, it helped Dak, it helped the team. I think this is kind of the same ordeal with Pickens. I appreciate it, fellas. You have a good one.
Thanks. Right back at you. Nicholas in Burleson. Nicholas, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I think there's good and bad here with the Pickens deal, but, I mean, when you look at teams like Cincinnati and you got Higgins, you got Chase, you got Mixon in the backfield at one point and Burrow throwing the football, and, and they can't even get it done, win it all in the Super Bowl. It does make you wonder, in the NFL, I think it's really just comes all down to coaching, It's going to matter, what shot are you going to do, what's the play call is going to look like. I mean, ultimately, we got a number 2. right? With Pickens, this is great. He was a number one, really, and we got him as a number two here with CD, so it's going to be interesting to see. But, also, too, man, maybe Pickens is that dog that we need on offense. Who's the dog on offense that we got?
Well, Lamb's a dog. Ferg sometimes is a dog.
I think they're good. But maybe it's Pickens just kind of throwing in that mix there, making it a little more testy for some of the players on defense that he's going up against. But I'm interested to see ultimately, like I said, I think it's about coaching. It's always been about coaching with the Cowboys. We've had talent. We've been there. We've had it. But, let's see what the coaches can do, because that's really what I want to see this year.
Thanks for the call. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Jacob and Terrell. Jacob, you're next up here on The Fan.
Yeah, good morning, fellas. I don't, as far as his NFL career goes, I haven't watched him a ton. I watched him a lot being a Volunteers fan, watched him a lot at Georgia, and he reminded me of a faster Dez Bryant with the way he can go up and get 50-50 balls.
Yeah.
But the only thing that worries me is, him losing his temper late in the game when the game's on the line and it cost us a game.
Like CD. There was a...
That's a wide receiver thing.
Yeah, I'm glad he brought up the Dez thing. And there was a really interesting clip. I don't know if y'all played it when I was out from Malik Neighbors. He's like, yeah, we're divas, and here's why. And I just thought it was like a really good clip. But is Pickens Dez-like in terms of the temperament? Peter Schrager called him demonstrative this morning, not necessarily a diva.
Ooh, Dez was absolutely demonstrative.
Yes. I would say Dez is more demonstrative than diva.
Yeah, I don't think diva.
Pickens is a more negative mindset than Dez had.
Yeah, Dez was like when he got a little sideways, when he got very demonstrative, it was hard to steer him back on the track sometimes in the middle of the game. I think that's just that to me is also a sign of somebody who is so competitive.
Dez was emotional. Dez was never considered cancerous.
Right.
Pickens' emotion is sometimes, I think, considered a little cancerous.
All right.
You hope to iron it out, and maturity comes with it.
All right, we'll continue with a few more phone calls. We got Stars Rangers to get to, and the great Brian Broaddus has just sent his scouting report on the Cowboys' new number 2. I'll read you the scouting report, calls, texts, Rangers, and Stars as the Hump Day edition continues right here on 105.3 The Fan. But, oh, man, we got more electricity in our...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Kids Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
0-1, and here's the pitch. And that's hit in the air to deep left field. Going back is Langford to the wall. He turns, plays it off the wall, plays the carom perfectly, throws into second. The tag out at second base is Toro. What a play by Wyatt Langford, playing that wall like Carl Yastrzemski.
What a play. That was absolutely perfect. And so was the debut. I thought they were going to cancel this thing. It already got rain delayed. I was like, they can't continue. Evaldi was head hunting accidentally because of the grip on the ball. But Nate was nails. And this is about the debut, the presence of Brett Boone, Rangers' new hitting coach, who will join us 1 hour from now at 9:20 this morning after the 6-1 debut win in Boston. 16 hits, 6 players with 2 hits or more.
You know, I almost was going to ask if Peyton knew who Carl Yastrzemski was.
Yes.
Former Red Sox. Yes.
Okay. Did you know that because of the clip?
He went to Boston, probably the Fenway.
Well, doesn't his son or grandson play for the Giants?
Yes.
Well, and
Yes, he
also,
does.
what was he famous for about 40 years, Peyton?
If it's that wasn't him. I don't know.
Last guy to win the Triple Crown before Miguel Cabrera. And he won it with a 302 batting average.
Listen, it was great. That was a great play by Wyatt out there in left field. The Rangers, though, the game, obviously the story, and it's going to get completely overshadowed. It's going to even overshadow Nate Eovaldi. How great the offensive performance was.
Yes.
The reality is that this is an offense that needs an injection of life. It seems like it needs a plan.
Yeah.
It seems like they go to the plate, and so there's an old adage. There's 25 guys on the team. At least there used to be. That was like 26, but there used to be 25 guys, 25 cabs to the game. Right? They're 25 different players. They're not a team. The lineup for the Rangers has looked like 9 guys with 9 different approaches, and there's never been team at bats. That's at least how it looked.
Yep.
Throughout the first 35 games of the season. Yesterday, it looked like they had a plan when they went up there. They executed it. They took team at bats, situational baseball, all that crap. They did something. It's called a manufactured run. Hadn't seen one of those in a while, but they did it in the 4th inning. Simeon gets Jock Peterson over to third. He got the single, but he hit the ball to the right side, right, and a ground ball to the right side. And then Adolis hits a sac fly. Hey, that's a manufactured run. What a novel concept in today's game, because so often in today's game you might get the runner over. You might. But then you've got the next 2 guys up swinging from their heels and striking out. A strikeout with a guy on third, less than 2 outs, is like unacceptable. Like, it's just, you can't do that. And they took what looked like team at bats yesterday.
Cannot wait to talk to Brett Boone about it at 9:20 this morning. What?
How much do we lean into the 2 aspects of we got you your job and you're the reason that they got 16 hits yesterday?
Well, let's lean more into you're the reason. Now we got you the job. I think he's got to, come on here, be buttoned up and professional. What do you think his status is going to be moving forward with us?
Well, he called me yesterday, Sean.
How did you weasel his number? Like, I had just been DMing him. What'd you get out of him? What has he sent you? What type of gloves? What type of bats?
He hasn't sent me any
Derek
bats or gloves.
Holland just got bumped off.
No, Holland's still very much in the picture. He's very much still in the Holland's very much.
How did you approach the number? What did you do?
I just texted him after.
But how'd you text him? Peyton, I thought, just had like the number to call with.
I think I may have stolen it off the. To be honest with you, I don't know. But I just texted him one day, or maybe I can't remember. It was a while ago. It was over a year ago. And then periodically, I'll shoot him a message, here or there.
Yeah.
And then when this whole thing happened, I sent him a congrats, and he was like, "I'm on the plane. Thank you, though." And then yesterday, I sent him the, "Hey, we don't know if you still plan on doing this. We'd obviously love to have you on."
Yeah.
And then he calls me like 45 minutes later, an hour later.
Wow.
And he was just like, "Choppy, let's go." I still want to do this. I'm not going to do the rest of the. He used to do like Seattle and other cities. He goes, "I'm not going to do those anymore, but I'll come on with you guys." So he's like, "We'll try to work something out."
Wow.
So we're trying to work something out moving forward.
Fantastic.
He's been every year when it's come up, we're like, all right, baseball season's coming around. That's always been a priority for us. Was all right. Let's make sure Boone's back because he's just always been a really good guest.
Brent Severn is going to join us to preview Stars Game 1 at 9. Brett Boone at 9:20. But the breaking news this morning: Bobby Belt had it first. George Pickens is a Dallas Cowboy for a 3rd-round pick and some change. Let's hear from the rest of the Tolos. Oh man, here he is. Haven't heard from him for a long time. I think he went into hiding after the Commanders put it on his team's rear end. Lions fan Jeff bringing it here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jeff.
Well, boys. Sean, you need to go get a vasectomy because Beavis and Butthead, left unsecured and uncontrolled. While it's great radio, I'm sure Peyton was working overtime for dumps.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Yes.
Number 2. Why did I first number 2? Way to go, Bobby, with the breaking news. The last Dallas Cowboy insider, Mike Fisher, would be breaking it 2 hours and say that Schefter and everybody stole his Outstanding. Number 3. Why do I picture, whether Bobby will ever admit it or not, why do I picture Bobby getting summoned to the Star last night? And instead of John Hamm laying in the bed from Yellowstone or from Landman, it was the Cowboys' future laying there dying. And Jerry did his speech about you got to surround yourself. So they went and traded a third. 2 questions for you guys, and rhetorical. I'll wait for the answer later. Number 1, how much investment have they made in this number 2 receiver? Who's that little 130-pound fast guy you got? What's his name?
Devontae Turpin.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're losing Jeff.
Oh, no.
Phone is acting up. That's why we put on Lions fan Jeff, because he's freaking hilarious.
He is. He's always on the offensive, just like the Lions, because they don't play defense.
No.
They give up 45 to Cliff Kingsbury.
Isaac Tesla.
That was good. That sounded like he was about to be negative, though. Sounded like he was going to do that. Pepe, reset the phones in case that's on our end, but that needs to be fixed. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We have other calls, or you just reset them all?
Yeah, I just reset them. I don't know. It's every time we go past 15 minutes, we go to a new segment with phones and they act up the next segment.
Well, show me the phone so I can see the names on here.
Well, I can't get to them. I reset them.
Okay, so everyone got hung up on?
No, behind the scenes, the phones can reset without hanging up on people. They're still on hold. They're just resetting.
Okay.
But I can't put them on air.
Okay, can't put them on air.
Yes.
In the meantime, I will read Brian brought us a scouting report. I love how he sends these. George Pickens, Pitt, WR14, 2024 season. Emotional, fiery competitor, will be physical fighting off the line, tends to push off in order to create space in route, catches the ball away from his body, can really snatch it, will line up in slot and motion across on third downs. Routes tend to be a little playground. Runs until he finds space. Is a champ when it comes to tracking the ball. Never loses sight of it. His length helps him high point passes. Outstanding driving defender, off then coming back to the ball. Runs with some violence with the ball in his hand. Had a fumble versus Indy near the goal line attempting to score. He had 3 fumbles in his second year in Pittsburgh. Master of the contested catch. Rare body control for the position. Ability to adjust the ball wherever it is placed. Red zone killer. Feet and hands work well together. Will bounce off defenders with ball in his hands. Get everything he can after the catch. Will use his body to protect the ball from the defender. Incompletion generally result in him getting tangled up with defenders or his balance is poor. Rare that he drops a pass. Plays the game with a lot of fire. Not a ton of routes here. Route running not at the top of his strength, but does get open. The tremendous scouting report from Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, I mean, he is, and that's somebody that Broaddus really liked coming out of Georgia. Broaddus would have taken him in the first round when he was coming out, and he slipped a lot in large part because of what he's just talking about there. The route running is totally clean, and then also some of the off-field stuff. But he is he is absolutely rare for the position in terms of what he can do with contested catches and down the field.
All right, I'm going to try one more phone line here. Otherwise, I'm going to freaking blow a gasket in this building. They'll send me on more paternity leave, even though it is expired. Sean in Fort Worth, you're live on The Fan. What's your reaction to the Pickens deal?
I love it. Love it. I need Jerry to make one more move. Get rid of Diggs, recoup that third rounder, and then we rolling. Don't underestimate Jerry. Jerry gonna come through in the clutch for y'all.
All right, so Jerry Jones should be given praise this morning.
Yep.
According to a lot of the Tolos, this is all in.
This is all in. Look, I mean, this is a move that they made last year. If they made it last year, we would have agreed this was an all in move at the time, right? But things change.
Yeah,
I mean, they needed a receiver. He was the top one available.
Yep.
So I mean, in that sense, it's as big a return as you can get for what they needed.
Big of a return as you can get. Now trading Diggs, I mean, that would be opposite of an all in move.
I'd be cool with it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd be okay with it, but I don't think you could say, hey, we're all in, and then trade a starter.
I mean, you just drafted Ravel, though. And you've got Bland, and you've got
but he's off an injury.
Yeah, but I mean, so's Diggs.
Look, the bottom line is Diggs isn't tradable anyway for what we would want back. Right?
Probably not. No, he's probably going for a day 3 pick, is what I would guess at this point.
Trevor in Arlington, you're up next. Trevor, you're live on the Fan.
Fellas, this morning I wanted to get up and throw up the X as soon as I got out of bed, and I put you guys on YouTube. I mean, seriously, this would be the closest thing to a prime Des Bryant that we get back on this roster. And given the fact that Schottenheimer has been such a culture guy, I feel like this is a good move that will put him in a position to maybe prove it that he is a culture guy. He can bring somebody who's got a bad rap that can play, and bring him into the team and really do something that's solid. Like, again, I say, we got us another Des Bryant, guys.
Thanks for the call. That is the number one counter when it comes to the Cowboys angle of things. How do you preach all this culture? How do you sit here and talk about all this leadership, right type of dudes that you just drafted, and then make a move for this guy who could be the number one pain in the ass in the National Football League? That is one of the most, if not the most common question that's being asked.
Yeah, and I it's a fair question, and again, it's kind of what he was just saying there, though. It is the Cowboys are looking at it from the perspective of, great, you want to establish your culture. Like, we need to see that the culture isn't winning if you're just loading it up with Boy Scouts. You're not overcoming anything. Can you bring people in here and change the dynamic to where we can start taking some risks with guys that wouldn't normally? Charles Haley was a risk that they were able to make a calculated risk and take. And the culture that Jimmy had here functioned for Charles Haley in a way that it didn't in San Francisco. And so it's the same sort of idea. Culture doesn't necessarily mean everybody squeaky clean. It means you make it work, even if they are a pain in the ass sometimes.
RKG doesn't always have to be that. But, different era with Jimmy. Different era, right? The dynamic between coach and player was a little bit different. But, yeah, I think that you can't have a team of Boy Scouts. You do need, and I do want some crazy people on my football team. I want a lot of my defense to have a very blurred line between like a functioning member of society and an unfunctioning member of society.
All right, let's see what everyone else around the country is saying about the news that Bobby Belt broke. George Pickens is your new number 2. We have it covered for you next on the home of the Cowboys in Below the Belt right here on the Fan. But
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
mine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
What if George Pickens is playing for a team other than the Dallas Cowboys in 2026? Is that bad? Is that really bad? What do you have to get out of him this year for it to make sense, even if he leaves in 2026? It's been brought up. First off, the news this morning, the Cowboys have made a trade for Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver George Pickens. It is Pickens and a 5th rounder in 2026, as Todd Archer has clarified, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers in return for or Pickens at a 6th coming to the Cowboys in return for a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick in 2025. And it's something right now that the talk is Albert Breer saying there's no contract in place for George Pickens coming over here. So he's just under contract for this year. He did point out you can franchise tag him. Joel Corey from CBS Sports, who is the contract whiz, the contract expert.
Tag is $28 million.
Tag is going to be $28.5 million. That's what it's projected at.
So I know this. I never say this when these types of deals get done, when you're getting the player on the 1-year deal. I'm happy that there is not an extension announced right now.
Me too.
I need to wait and see. This is Jerry saying I need to see the leaves fall. I need to wait and see. And this is the rare instance where I'm not happy that the long-term sign-up is tagged along with it.
Joel Corey says, better move for the Dallas Cowboys than George Pickens. He said the Cowboys get a legitimate receiving threat, making $3.6 million in 2025 for at least one season. Pickens goes from a team with a $33 million per year receiver to one with a $34 million per year receiver. So just in general, you're talking about pie devotion and things like that.
Yeah, so look at the things that you balance, right? If you're Pickens, you're in Pittsburgh, you're the one with bums at quarterback and hands tied with an offensive coordinator. And you go to an established quarterback, but now you have the one, you should receive less attention. You got more attention as the one. So which one makes you happier? As the 2 with the quarterback and less attention? Or the number 1, all the spotlight, lesser quarterback, more attention?
Does it matter who pays you if you're George Pickens? Or do you just want to get paid?
What do you mean does it matter who?
So if you want Dallas to pay you, that's going to probably impact things. They're going to say you're 2, CD's the 1, you're not going to get paid like that. If you don't care and you're just looking for the most money, you're probably going to maximize your stats next year, and then you can go, okay, if I get tagged, then I'll get tagged, I'll play on it, and then I'll get paid one day, and it just won't be in Dallas. But if you'd like to stay in Dallas, it might frustrate you a little bit.
He could sit there and play it like if he has a big year. Let's say he has like a really, really, really good year as a solid 2. Over 1,000 yards, just 15 yards a catch.
Give him a T. Higgins season.
Sure. Right. Give him a T season. And now all of a sudden he could parlay that into, well, he's not going to be here because you're not going to pay both of them, although the Bengals are showing you can. He'll get $30 million somewhere else.
Higgins just had 73 for 9-11 and 10.
Yeah, this may be a controversial take. I don't know. I've always thought Pickens was better than T. Higgins. I think T. Higgins is one of the most oversold players in the National Football League. And that's a guy who, he's had, in the last couple years, he just got a massive payday, essentially picking up, on average, spread out over a 17-game average, essentially picking up around 900 yards a season is what he's got. And so I'm not a huge fan of his. Some of the numbers on T. Higgins that are out there, Todd Archer points out that George Pickens is the only player in the NFL over the last 3 seasons who is over 2,000 yards receiving. Like, that's the benchmark there. If you got 2,000 yards receiving over the last 3 years, cumulatively, he's the only one to average 16 yards per reception or more. So you're talking about a guy who gets volume and gets down the field and is able to stretch the field. He is 3rd in receiving yards on vertical routes with 1,630 since 2022, which is when he came in the league. He's behind only Tyreek Hill by about 500 yards. Tyreek's way ahead of everybody else. And then he's behind Justin Jefferson by about 30 yards.
Chase Daniel says feels a little bit too rich. Former quarterback RG3 says, whoa, the Cowboys actually made an all-in move. A young, dynamic wideout going into his prime in a contract year. They now have 2 number 1 receivers, and Pickens is incentivized to have the best year of his career for Brian Schottenheimer. Remind me how the comp system works, because if you can tell me that I can get a very nice season from Pickens that isn't some crazy, beyond expectation career year and get back my third if he leaves, then I'm really thrilled with this. I'm happy with it. I'm in. But if I can have that 3rd round comp pick safety net, I'm really, really happy.
It has to do with something like what you lose versus what you bring in, right?
That's the thing. It's a proprietary formula that people don't exactly know.
Okay.
So, like,
because at first I used to think
teams have no idea what they're getting. They have a projection. They think they know.
Really?
And there's only vague things in the CBA that align, like tell you what it is. Because
I used to think it was your production, and then I thought it's what another team signed you for. Is it those two things mixed in?
But it's also what you bring back also in free agency too, right?
So, yeah, what you sign versus what you give up. A lot of the methodology, people have gotten pretty close to figuring out what it is. Like, you can get in the ballpark, but nobody's ever just 100% slam dunk been able to tell you what the projections are. Over the Cap has what they believe. So, basically, they'll tell you it. In the CBA, it says these are the things that factor in, but we're not going to tell you specifically how they're factored in or weighted. But it's average per year on the contract signed. You subtract from the average per year any money that the compensatory formula does not count. You then take like snap counts, work time, like there's all these different factors that go into it. And then, yeah, if you sign certain players, that cancels out what you would have lost. So essentially the comp pick formula is about play time that you lost, contract that was signed with the next team, and then did you lose more than you gained? Whatever the number is in terms of what you lost versus what you gained through signings, then gives you a net result of what the comp picks are. And so the highest they go is a 3rd rounder. And Pickens, I would imagine, with his play time and what kind of contract he would get, he would be a 3rd or 4th is what I would guess.
All right, 1,600 Tolos have voted on the poll question. How do you feel about the deal? The breaking news this morning that Bobby was able to break before the show. 63% say love it, all in move. 27%, I don't know how to feel. 10% mistake, Pickens is a cancer. So I think them Oxnard seats going to be a little bit more filled in. Let's go to Louis Riddick on here. I always like what he has to say.
But see, we constantly have to try and do this dance, just like NFL front offices and coaching staffs have to do this dance, meaning getting excited about what would this look like on the football field versus what does it look like away from our view? What does it look like in the meeting room? What does it look like during training sessions in terms of being in the training room? What does it look like when he's supposed to be in the weight room and doing those kinds of things? What's it going to look like as far as his ability to be on time in meetings, not be disruptive? We don't know how all this is. And look, I hear exactly what RC is saying. Look, 2 years ago, we went down to Baltimore when Pittsburgh was getting ready to play Baltimore in the Week 18 game. And we were talking about George Pickens. And you could hear Mike sitting there trying to balance the fact that this is a supremely talented player that obviously pushes me as far as it can push me as far as being able to corral him and keep him within the guardrails, right? In between the white lines, in between the, as far as going out of bounds and doing things that would just be totally disruptive. There comes a point in time when you just go, hey, look, the talent is not good enough at this point for me to continue to tolerate it. Obviously, Dallas is saying, hey, look, man, we didn't get the guy in the draft that we needed. There wasn't someone there that we thought could make a difference or something of that nature. So we have to make a move here. We all know in free agency, you know more about the players that you have when you're talking about veteran player.
This was my problem with Kiper and Shedeur. Kiper sitting there crying and bitching and having a national meltdown that Shedeur Sanders fell. Well, Mel is really evaluating him on the traits physically that he's watching on tape. Mel don't got to deal with Dion. Mel don't got to deal with Shedeur. Mel doesn't have to deal with the teammates answering for Shedeur. Mel don't got to deal with the fans chanting for Shedeur. Mel doesn't have to deal with the teammates' reaction to the whole Sanders, what comes with the Dion deal and cameras filming a Netflix documentary. Mel doesn't have to deal with all that. So that to me is what I took right there from Louis Riddick. Like, what does he do in the weight room? What is he doing behind the scenes? We need to hear from multiple and go do the homework for tomorrow on what Steelers teammates have said Who can set the record straight? How is he misunderstood? Is he misunderstood whatsoever? And we really need to sit down with him for 20 minutes in Oxnard, and that's why you reach out to David Mulugheta. How's David Mulugheta? Does this mean things are all good between Jerry and him after the Micah ordeal, the Micah disrespect?
Yeah, I don't think he...
Did you text him?
Yes. I don't think he blinks in general. Like when we talked about the Jerry reaction, I think he... My guess is David probably smirked when he saw Jerry's quote. It was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand this game. And similarly, it's very businesslike with David, I think. And so to me, I think he's not going to let his money get mad. He's not going to let his players' money get mad. He's going to be professional about it. And so, again, them getting George Pickens does not guarantee he's even going to be here past his contract. I think he's here and minimum a tag. So probably 2 years minimum, which for a third-round pick.
So basically 2 years for $32 million, so $16 a year. My math right?
Yeah.
We're like 3.5 this year. The tag will be 28.
Yeah, so you're looking at 2 years, $32 million, and
I love that.
You may
hear 2 for 32.
Let's say on the pessimistic end, it's a 4th-round comp pick he gets back. So you end up getting that at like whatever Pickens production you get for that money, and you're essentially just trading spots in the 5th and 3rd round to the 4th and the 6th. That's probably worth 32 games of production in a tight window, as you know, that we're wondering if their opportunity is closing here.
It's a lease. You're leasing them. You know,
unless he comes in and blows you away.
Yeah, and then it's like, hey, I'll pay the balloon payment at the end. It's like, so it works.
Which if you're looking for a lease, you can always use DNM leasing. They're great.
877-881-1053. Hopefully you were part of the 6 a.m. club, following us on social media as Bobby Belt got it all started. Well done, Roberto, as our Cowboys insider. But we do have an actual playoff team. We're hoping the Cowboys and Rangers and Mavericks make it. But we have one starting round 2 tonight. And our buddy, the great, what's Sevy going to do when he hears we did not bump him for Cowboys news? He won't know how to respond. The Show of Wales with the 9 o'clock hour back-to-back. Brent Severin, then Brett Boone. Next on Sean and Art.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like,
Your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Right point. Slavin with a chance. They score! They score! In overtime! Jacob Slavin lets it go from the point, and Carolina has taken game number 1 here in Washington.
Consume that moment, big fella. Hurricanes Radio with the call, and we are getting set for Game 1 tonight. Yesterday at this time, the play-by-play voice of the Winnipeg Jets, and this morning, our go-to, who we didn't even cancel after a big Cowboys trade, Brent Severn. Are you shocked over that?
Fellas, I was shocked. I thought I was going to get put in the penalty box there for a while.
Where were you Saturday night, and what did you do as Miko was putting on an all-time performance?
Oh, there was a Stars game Saturday night? Is that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I was there. Yeah, I was there watching like everybody else, and I'm going to be quite honest. I'm going to come clean to you fellas. When the Avs got that, I was not in the bathroom. No, I was not. I eat healthy, unlike you two. Now listen. No, I was after the Avs got that goal, that late goal, or the goal in the third period. I thought, well, that's it for our Stars. I was talking to there were some Colorado guys, some producers from their pregame show, and I was like, well, looks like you fellas are going on. I thought there was no way that the Stars were going to be able to come back. The way the game was being played out, the amount of time that the Stars were creating offensive opportunities, and thank goodness they proved me wrong. So it was awesome to see that whole thing transpire, how they really dug in. Because as we've talked about before with you guys, the last 15 games for the Stars, third periods were not their forte. They really struggled closing out games. I was really worried about them being able to do that in playoffs. Somewhere along the way, they found a way to dig in. Ottinger was outstanding. The defense for the Stars really started to take care of their own end. They started moving the pucks out. And from there, Mikko Rantanen and the rest of the offense takes over and gets things done. So that looks good for the Stars. The only thing that's worrisome is Winnipeg did it even more in exciting fashion the next night when they took it to 1.6 seconds remaining in their game to tie it up. And they have definitely built some, not momentum, but some confidence from getting past the first round, which they haven't done in 2 seasons now, getting past that first round. So both the Stars and this Jets team are coming into this series feeling pretty good about themselves.
Sevy, if you look around, the sport, obviously you just mentioned the two goal comebacks, and then last night Vegas had a 2-0 lead early on, and then 4 straight for Edmonton. But when you played, you get a 2-goal lead, neutral zone trap time, and the game's over. Yeah. Is it just that's hockey now, where like nothing is safe anymore?
Yeah, and also with the obstruction, when you take out obstruction, they did it several years back, where you're not allowed to hook and hold up when players are coming into your own zone, and they really call that heavily these days. Yeah, it frees up the ability, and with the skill level that every player now has, whether it's the first line or the fourth line, everybody can skate, everybody can move. And when that momentum comes, and, both teams were at home, both teams had their crowd into it, they start to push, and it's the inability of these other teams to be able to hook and hold and slow down, or maybe get in a fight, or try to kind of slow down the pace of play. That's why you're seeing these teams come back, and that's great hockey, right? That's fun hockey, and it's been outstanding to watch. And the Winnipeg series was great. The finish was outstanding, and even maybe is a little bit better than what we saw with the Stars if you're looking over an entertainment value. So this is going to be a fun series, boys. This will be a great, hard-fought, big-body series, and I like that.
Let's go. Brent Severin joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. I know Hellebuck's best goalie on the planet. In the playoffs, though, that might be a little bit different. Is he the best goalie in this series, considering the moment we're in?
Yeah, when you look at it, and obviously his play, and for people who don't know, he's going to be up for the Best Player of the Year award in the National Hockey League, right? Obviously, not up to his standards in the series. Quite a few goals, fluffy goals, as we call it, goals that sneak through. Very susceptible, and we'll watch that during the series, up to the glove hand. A lot of goals scored in that area. But the win, hopefully, from their perspective, kind of brings him around, because he is the best goalie when you look at it. I love Vasilevsky in Tampa Bay. I love what Hellebuyck does. And again, it all comes down to him playing much better in the series. So right now, when you look at it, when you're just looking at what transpired in the first round, the Stars, Jake Ottinger, definitely have the advantage in that area, because it's been a real challenge for Hellebuyck, not only this year, but previous years, where he's had these outstanding regular season play. And then he steps in the playoff and it goes to heck in a handbasket. And Winnipeg just hasn't been able to get past that first round because of it. And you look at it, goaltenders that I played with, Ed Belfour, Stanley Cup winner, strong, confident. When the chips are down, he's there. Patrick Waugh, we know what he's done in playoffs. Just the most confident guy. You can look to him to make that big save when you need to. Those are the kind of goaltenders that you need to get yourself further. And if he plays Hellebuyck like he did in the first round, the Stars are going to pick him apart, and that's going to be good news for the Dallas team.
You mentioned good news for the Dallas team, Sevy. Winnipeg was a team that Dallas really struggled with for a lot of this year. Mm-hmm. What gives you the greatest confidence that this series will be different from what they saw in the regular season with them?
Yeah, and one of the things when you look at this Winnipeg Jets team, and if you watch last series, the biggest thing for them playing against the St. Louis, like their coaching staff, the players in the organization, they all talked about how heavy this scenario was for both teams. The head coach, Scott Arniel, talked about it's the heaviest game that he's ever seen. There was 623 hits by both teams in that series. When you look at the Stars in their very first round with the Avalanche, they only had 492, so it's 131 less hits. So the Stars have to be ready for that. And where I think the Stars are going to have an advantage is they're a lot faster with puck movement and getting pucks up the ice, transition, if you will, than the St. Louis Blues. And sometimes when you have a team like the Jets who are going to try to be aggressive, are going to try to hit, if you move the puck properly out of your own zone and you move it quickly, you can trap guys. Easier said than done. So what the Jets are going to try to do is just pound the living heck out of the Stars' defense. And you go back to the first round, I thought the Stars' defense, without Miro Heiskanen, did an outstanding job of protecting their own zone. They made some changes with their forwards defensively to protect the center of the ice better, and that really worked out. But you got to give tip your hat to the Stars' defensemen for reading that situation and moving the puck up better, because they're going to be under duress from a very heavy Winnipeg Jets forward grouping that's going to come at them hard.
Sevy, if you were to rank the players in this series, I assume Mikko is the top guy, but how many stars would you have before you get to the first Winnipeg player, or is that not the case?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, and Duchesne talked about this a couple days ago, I think the good news is for Dallas is there is a lot more to give. And I think when you look at the Winnipeg Jets in their first series, they did a real good job. Everybody kind of played and elevated their game. Stars have much more to give. Duchesne talked about, he didn't score a lot of goals, but he created something. He wants to give more. Marchment could give a little bit more as well, and hopefully with Jason Robertson coming back into the lineup, we think tonight, that's going to give an offensive boost to the team. So when you compare it, you can't compare one series to the other. The Stars have some room to elevate their offensive threats and have a little bit more in creating offense, whereas I think you look at the Jets, they gave all they could. And that may be an advantage for the Stars because it sounds like when you listen deep into what the players said, how taxing for Winnipeg that first round it was. Even though the Stars went to 7 and Jets went to 7, I think physically the Jets are a little more tired, and I think that may add up for good news for the Stars.
Are there any scenarios that you experience or can think of where you could actually prefer to go on the road to start off a series like this for the first punch in the mouth? We saw it with Indiana and Cleveland last night in the NBA. Or no, 100 out of 100 times you'd rather just start at home?
Well, sorry, I didn't watch the basketball game, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'll assume. I'm just kidding. It's just that you're going to be more dialed in. I think the advantage goes to the home team because of the noise. And if, as we talked about, there's a scenario where Winnipeg starts to come back on the Stars, you can utilize that. But I think overall, just going and playing on the road gets everybody together. It's a little easier to focus with no family there. But I would prefer that the Stars start at home.
Yeah.
But you have to win on the road if you're going to win this series. So why not start here? Why not start game one, which hasn't been good for the Stars? You know what I mean? They have to play a little bit better in this first game. But I think they're going to have the game plan they need. They understand the task at hand. And I think defensively they're going to be stronger. And Ottinger seems to be getting better as this playoffs continues to move along.
Is Hellebuck and Winnipeg that much better at home than on the road?
Yeah, they seem to be. Yeah, well, when you look at it, the series between the Blues and the Avalanche, it was all won at home. Both games, right? All 4 games were won at home by the Jets. So they are good. And if you look at it, they have 30 wins, one of the top teams in the National Hockey League at home. This is a daunting task for the Dallas Stars, but this is playoffs, and this is what you asked for, and this is what we're going to go for. You know, both teams had to really dig deep to get out of the first round. And both teams are going to have to dig deep to get out of the second round. You know, that's why it's exciting, folks. That's why this is exciting.
Sevy, we talk about the big time performance from Mikko in those final 3 games, and RJ was asking you earlier about the Hellebuck factor and how he's performed in the postseason. How much of a genuine factor do you think the postseason, NHL postseason, is in terms of just a separating factor between the men from the boys and guys leveling up their plays or crumbling?
Yeah, it is the biggest thing, and one of the things. Fortunately, I was here with the Stars when they won in 98, 99, and that's what you notice. I've talked to you guys about this before, is the composure of your team when it gets heated, when it gets crazy. And that's the biggest thing for the boys in 98, 99. No matter what was going on, they just kind of concentrated on the next shift. And, we could have been down, we could have been up. They didn't care. They wanted to maintain their strong game, which they'd worked on all year. So yeah, you have to put your big boy panties on. You have to be ready. Put your sweatbands on, and get your knuckles chalked up and get ready to get dirty because it's going to take place. I think they say it's about 85% of the game now takes place along the boards. So that means you're battling, you're working hard, you're trying to take pucks to the middle of the ice and fight your way in from along the boards to the center ice. And whoever can do that and whoever can be consistent with that is going to win the series. And yeah, you got to have a little bit of manpower to do that.
The great Brent Severin, Stars analyst, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan with Game 1 tonight. Were you starting to worry about Mikko before the breakout at the end of the series? And have you been able to think about where that performance kind of ranks in Stars history, or how you just put it into words, what he did in Game 7?
Yeah, first of all, I was not worried what he was doing because he was creating so many opportunities. I know they weren't finishing, they weren't getting the goals in the net. But every time he got the puck, his little saucer passes from the left of the goal there, he's creating so much. He's got that big body where he can defend, keep guys away. They call it a hip wall, where you make sure the defender can't get to the puck. So good at that. And it was coming. You could just feel it coming. But as far as the 3 goals in that period or 4 points, that's unbelievable. Like I said, I had written off the Stars with that 2 minutes into the third period. I was like, oh, this is not good. And then it changed because of what he did. But it was not just him. It's what Ottinger was doing. It was what the penalty kill did, how the defensemen were playing, and they were just doing more. So I felt good. As soon as that goal went in and the crowd started to get into it, that's when my mind changed. I was like, oh, they're starting to pick it up here with 10 minutes remaining in the game. They have an opportunity.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, I've already had stars in 4. I already got stars in 4 here against Winnipeg.
What?
Yeah, stars in 4. Started to scout the games.
You've been doing too much cowboy talk lately. But
I know, right? Who do you like better in the other series as a matchup for the Stars if they were to make it on?
Vegas scares me, man. Just their defense is so strong. Like they're the team. They're kind of like the Jets. You know, Edmonton's got holes. You know, they've got their 2 big guns in McDavid and Draisaitl. But after that, you know, obviously I would like to see the Oilers because of the heaviness of, you don't know with Vegas, man. If they come through and they beat the Oilers, they're playing well, and that doesn't bode well for the Dallas Stars. So Edmonton is the team I'd like to see.
You're the man. Thank you so much for interrupting our Cowboys coverage.
All right. Well, I'm just going to throw a little plug here. If you can watch me tonight, we're going to have a little show on Victory Plus today. They're going to take the DLLS podcast and put it on, and I'm going to be doing a watch along, it's called. So you can put the game on, and then you could put us on the computer and you can watch, kind of like Joe Rogan does with UFC.
Mm-hmm.
So if people want to get more of a Dallas flair, a Dallas look, Ludwig, myself, Owen Newkirk, and Sam Nestler will be talking a little hockey during the game. They call it a watch-along. So if you need a little bit more Brent Severin, you can just tune in to Victory Plus tonight. 8:45 is when that starts, all right?
Thank you, brother. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Sevy, the great Brent Severin here, hockey analyst on 105.3 The Fan. We made it work. It's a hump day. And he's not going anywhere. The Rangers' new hitting coach, 1-0 after what happened in Boston last night. Brett Boone joins us on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that vehicle. Scott Millsap's the GM. He's a TOLO. He's a good dude. Tell him I sent you over there. Tell him what you're looking for, and they are going to get you hooked up on that vehicle. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Employee pricing plus. That's right. I said it. Employee pricing plus. Get that Ram 1500 Laramie 2025 for less than $650 a month for 42 months. You want the Ram 1500? All trim levels. Lone Star, Bighorn.
V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The pitch. Langford rips one to center, a line drive base hit. In comes Hyman at 6-0. Smith stops at second base. I imagine they will stop the fight now and relieve Lucas Giolito of the punishment he is taking.
Eric Nadell with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. Jock Peterson struggling, sprinkle some Boone on it. Evan Carter coming up, sprinkle some Boone. Simeon, Adolis, 16 hits in the debut of the Texas Rangers' new hitting coach, joining us right here on Sean and RJ live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He is Brett Boone live from Boston. What the hell, man? What the hell?
I'll tell you what, did you expect anything less? Did you really expect anything less? No. I'll tell you what, it's been a whirlwind. It's been an unbelievable 48 hours. And to get here and press and meet everybody, and, you know, it's raining, so we're in the cage today. Actually, that was a blessing yesterday, being in the cage. It enabled me to kind of get to sit down and talk with some of these guys. And I didn't want to get, I tend to tell it like it is, but I wanted to kind of just watch more than I talk. It ended up being equal, but it was good to just get to know these guys kind of behind the scenes and get acclimated and, watch them hit and watch them prepare, meet guys. And I still don't know anybody's name, everybody. I figure at this stage, other than Boach, maybe Mike Maddox, I can call everybody kid. I just, I don't know who they kid. I see DeGrom, I say, hey, it's the best pitcher in the world. How you doing? Shake his hand. Evaldi, I call him Beast. I said, Beast, let's go tonight, baby.
And how many know who you actually are?
I think most, maybe that's my ego talking. Okay. I think once they see the coverage, oh yeah, and these kids today, they'll Google me. Oh yeah. So it's a different game, but it's still the game, and the guys are a little bit different now. I felt like all these guys were well mannered and really nice guys. I said, back in my day, we were jerks. They said, you guys are all nice kids. You're nice, well mannered. Part your hair on the side, wear your collared shirt. But no, kidding aside, it's, it kind of just, I've gone through a lot of emotion the last 48 hours. Like, what am I doing? I got this life. I'm at the beach with my dog, and what am I doing? Getting back into the grind. But I took the field yesterday and just was watching it. And as you get older, we get a little more sentimental. And it's like, it's a privilege to wear a big league uniform and get to live the life I've lived, from my childhood growing up under it with dad for so many years, and then getting to play my career. I think you don't have an appreciation for it, not because of anything negative, just because when you're a player, you're in the grind and it's hard and it's every day, and you don't really stop and smell the roses. And now, as I get a little bit older and have been through a lot of different phases in my life, coming back, it was really cool. And just, I appreciate it. Like, wow, this is where I'm supposed to be at this time, and having a big league uniform on again, it felt pretty good. Cause when you're in your heyday and you're in your prime, you think it'll never end. This is just the rest of my life. And then it does end. It ends for all of us. And we move on to your secondary phase of life. But it was really cool being back, being in the dugout with my former skipper, my buddy Bruce, and coaching staff's great. Yeah, it's so far so good. And it was a perfect storm because I said that's what happens when I show up, even though I know I had little to nothing to do with it. The guys went out and got it done last night. It was a fun first day to watch and get a great win.
So, Brett, how do you? So many things we want to ask you. Your philosophy, how CY maybe thinks that that's different from what was there before. How do you start approaching this? You can't walk in and act like you've studied. You've been watching all of baseball, talking all of baseball with the podcast.
Right.
How is this going to work?
I'm going to go about it the way I go about it. I'm more of I walk around and answer questions. I want to talk more how we approach hitting from in 162 games every day, every at bat, how we play the game. We play the game right. That's what I've learned. You play the game right, good things happen. And it doesn't matter the score, anything like that. If there's a runner on second and no outs, our approach is to get this runner over at all. That's what creates team chemistry. That's the great teams I've been on. That's what they do. And it's a wink, it's a look, it's a smile. There's not words exchanged. It's guys constantly interacting with one another. 4-hole hitter talking to the 5-hole hitter, talking to the 6-hole hitter, what he's got, what did you see, what to expect, what I do on my last at bat, who's in the bullpen, who's hitting in front of me, who's hitting behind me. How do you do? The guy hitting behind me, how do you do against this guy? Because that's really good intel for me to know whether they're going to come after me or be a little more careful with me. These are all little things that are so important. And my objective is when you leave the on-deck circle, we've got a plan formulated in our brain. We go up there and we execute the plan. Sometimes we're going to be successful. Sometimes we're not. My job is to give these guys hope. I talked to them yesterday, and I just want to let them know that I've felt every emotion you can possibly feel. I've been at the top of the mountain. And, man, I've been hiding in my hotel room not wanting to go to the ballpark because I can't get a hit. So these guys, when you feel down, but all these guys want, I try to put myself in my player mode as much as I can. What did I want? I just wanted some hope. Somebody give me some hope, a reason that I got a chance to get a hit next at bat. And I know that because I've been there a lot of times. So that's what I want to do. That's my plan. Today I'm going to train like I'm hitting today. I'm going to pretend I'm in the lineup today. I get to the ballpark and I'm going to get that video out. We're going to start watching Houck today, who we're facing for the Red Sox. So now as the day goes on and the hitters are starting to talk and starting to move around, hey, what do we got tonight? Well, this is what I think he's going to try to do to you. If he does this, this is going to happen. So it's just little things that I can interject. I'm not here to tell you how to hit. Everybody's different. I had a certain way I went about it, but that doesn't mean player B can do that same thing. Let's find out what works best for you. And my job is, when you're a little confused or something's going on, to watch you and say, hey, remember when you were talking about this? Why don't you try that? Those are little things that, man, mean a lot to a hitter. I know that because I've lived it. So at the end of the day, you're in the box. The hitters, when they're executing, they're doing it. It has nothing to do with Coach Brett on the side. But my job is to be a background player now, and hopefully I can be a little part of helping these guys along. And there's too much talent here. I look at this team. These guys won a World Series 2 years ago, and the roster's not too much different. If I were to argue, it's a little more talented than the World Series team. So I think it's the end of April. Lots been made. Hey, we're 27th in this, 20. It's nonsense. It's the end of April. Now, if you're at the bottom and it's the end of June, you might want to start worrying about it. But so far, so good. And my main thing is watch the game. Watch the game. We're here to play baseball. We're here to have a good time. You got to enjoy what you do. But watch the game. That's what I found as I went on in my career and got more experience, is watch the game. Watch what happens. Watch the pitch. Watch what he did to him. And when he did this, what did they counteract with as a pitcher? These are things that are all going through my mind as a hitter constantly, because it's an art, and the approach that I had, and I talk about it all the time. My mentor was Edgar Martinez, second half of my career, man. He really taught me how to prepare to give myself the best chance to succeed over a long season. And I'm thankful for that. I wish I would have had that information as a kid, but I got it the second half of my career and I implemented it. And I truly believe in that.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, join us here, 105 through the fan. You bring up Edgar. He's back with Seattle. They're one of the harder teams to strike out now. We see that there's a tug of war in the sport between kind of a newer style and an old school style. And since you left the game, since you retired, 2-strike swings are different. It seems like each player has a different approach to the play as opposed to a team approach. Every swing is a home run swing. Like, are those some of the things that, the Rangers are trying to drill into the players with this move and some of these changes?
I'll tell you, there's a lot of things. I think big picture, yes, the game has changed. It's a lot of data, it's a lot of metrics, it's a lot of spin rate and exit velocities, which exit velocity doesn't matter. I know when I hit a ball good. I don't need to know what the number is. That being said, there is some value to technology and moving forward. And I think you'd be naive to just neglect it as an old school player. Oh, I hear it a lot. Oh, these guys today, no, I think that's a naive approach. I think it's ignorant. I think you need to embrace the new technology, but there's a happy medium. There's a magic spot in there. And I told the guys yesterday, I said, I've been in this game a long time. It's been my life, and I've got a lot of experience, but I also know I can learn from the new generation, the current players today. And I think, once again, from a naive standpoint, if I weren't to tap into that, I think that wouldn't be smart as me to do my job. So I can learn a lot from these guys, and they can learn a lot from me. And somewhere in the middle, you get that magic mix. I think that's the key, is listen to the guys that have been there, done that, but also guys that you've been there and done that, you think you know it all. Listen to these young players today. They might have something that might go, wow, wish I had that when I played. That's a smart way to go about it. I think you need to open your mind and be receptive to learning from the new guys, because they got some good things to say. I've got a son-in-law that plays for the Atlanta Braves, and I talked to him quite a bit about his approach and what's going on, and he talks in a little bit of a different language, but he's basically going through the same emotions and the same feelings we went about it. We just verbalized it in a different way, if that makes sense. There's something in there that's magical. You're not going to reinvent the wheel. This game's been going for a long time. You play the game right. You talk about 2-strike approach. I haven't gotten into that, but I have my druthers about that, and I have my beliefs on what you do. But playing the game right, getting that merry-go-round going, everybody pulling on the same end of the string, that's what I like to do. And then as the hitting coach, stay in the background. That's why I am. I'm a background player. I'm here to facilitate. I'm here for anything for these guys. And I just feel it's best for me. Now it's day 2. I got all the kind of the nonsense out of the way yesterday. I can kind of really get in there, get to work, and prepare like I'm going to play tonight. Even though when I see the velocity now and I'm sitting on this, I'm fine not grabbing a bat, but I'm going to prepare like a hitter. So it's like my teammates coming up to me, Booney, what do you think we're going to do tonight? What do you think we're going to see? Well, I'm going to prepare like I'm going to play tonight, even though I'm not. So I'm looking forward to it. I think this is going to be a fun time. It's going to be a challenge, but at the end of the day, having a big league union, being back in the game, and it came out of nowhere. This is something. I had no agenda. The last thing on my mind on Saturday was getting a call from Bruce Bochy and asking me to come back into uniform, and life's crazy and it's funny. And when I thought about it, I just said, Bruce is one of my favorite men in the game. Not just because he was my skipper for 1 year, but the relationship we've had over the last 25 years. And I thought about it for about a minute and a half, and I thought, I can't say no to Bruce Bochy. and I called.
But your
Bruce
wife
back
can.
Yeah, but I might overrule her. And I just called Bruce and I said, Boach, how can I say no to you? Of course I'll be there. When do you need me there? Let me tie up some loose ends. I got on a plane and here we are. And you know what? It's a blessing. It's where I'm supposed to be right now.
Well, the most important question, philosophy, Rangers offense, production, whatever. What is our future together? What is the Brett Boone Broadcasting Odyssey podcast, Sean and RJ future on the morning show?
Well, I think as far as our relationship, you can have your people contact my people so we can work something out. No, I'm kidding. That had to be addressed. And I talked to Chris Young, and he was very adamant about. He said, "Booney, I think I love that podcast. I love your podcast. I love what you do. Obviously, I can't do. I do your show on Wednesdays, and I do some other cities throughout the weeks. Obviously, I can't go on the other shows anymore. It's not my job anymore to talk about the Padres.
Right.
So, I think for now, and we'll talk about it. But I think if whatever you guys want to facilitate going forward, I'm happy to come on Wednesday mornings with you guys and talk Texas Rangers. So I think for right now, without the powers that be, our bosses telling us what, I think we have this relationship. And I know we were doing every other Wednesday. If you guys want to do every Wednesday, we can do that.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
As far as the podcast goes, now I know people on the edge of their seats. All right, I'm trying to figure out how to keep that going. I think obviously it's going to be from a different perspective. I was thinking about having, popping on once in a while, especially during the season. My focus is going to be obviously on this Ranger team and these hitters. But I was thinking about maybe having like something cool. Remember when the Late Show, when David Letterman would be out, they'd have a guest host. That would be cool to have a guest host.
Yeah.
Guest hosting on the Boone podcast, Reese Davis. Hey, Reese, thanks for stepping in for Brett today. I think that'd be cool.
Oh,
add a little
RJ Chop.
There we go. We can do it.
I'll tell you what. You guys could be an option. Guest host for the Brett Boone. You got to represent me well, though. You got to represent me well.
We got this.
Hey, well, look, man.
I think that's something. It'll work itself out.
You made us rock stars the other day. The phones blew up. It's surreal. We're so freaking happy for you. We've loved having you on, and you just made the season that much more awesome and interesting for us. So congratulations. Thank you for the time this morning. We're thrilled to continue to keep having you, man. This is awesome. Good luck, brother.
You got it. Appreciate it, guys.
The
Be
man.
a lot of fun. Let's do it. Let's go Rangers.
More runs tonight.
That's right,
More
baby.
runs tonight.
Another
The new
spot.
hitting coach of the Texas Rangers, Brett Boone, on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What does the KNC Masterpiece think of the George Pickens trade? They join us next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
doesn't sound right.
What's it Saffron's called?
More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Wilson gets the snap. Lofts, right corner of the end zone, and it is hauled in by Pickens. Touchdown, Pittsburgh Steelers.
That is a George Pickens cut, I assume, from Steelers Radio, as we have reached crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece.
We did it, Chuck. We got a wide receiver number 2.
Oh, we got a wide receiver number 1.
Yes.
Wow.
We did.
To play along as the number 2 to CeeDee Lamb.
He's a number 1, Chuck.
See, this side of the table, he's number 2.
Yeah.
And that side,
He's the
they
one.
want to create a tug of war or battle royale between who's the true number 1. That's what they're trying to do.
Okay, well, just don't tell him that when the season's over and he needs a contract.
Yeah, because the number 1 wide receivers want
You're
$35
messing
million.
up our budget,
Oh,
Bobby.
yes, believe me,
It's like
the
your
Cowboys. The Cowboys will point out every dent on that vehicle when it comes
they will.
contract time.
Yes, they will.
They'll find hail damage that isn't even there.
I know what the blue book says, but look at that.
Has this been in a wreck?
Yeah. Sean discovered he had 15 minutes of paternity leave still, so he's next out for the final segment here. What is coming up on the show today, guys?
Yeah, we got actually a pretty significantly large show today. John Machota will join us at 11, so we'll get that rolling. Paige Beckers from the Dallas Wings will join us at noon.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy at 12:30 today, and then FC Dallas Vice President of Media and Communications Gina Miller will join us at 1:30 today.
Really?
And she can talk pretty much any sport because she's awesome at it, but we'll also talk some FC Dallas with her.
I have a theory that normally we have a player on, and I know they have a cup game and stuff, but the fact that they lost 5-0, they're like, hey, don't put a player on this week.
They're like, let's spruce it up here.
Yeah.
So
okay.
And then we got to get into some Rangers, obviously at 10:20.
Yes.
And George Pickens right out of the gate.
That was clearly.
I just heard what Brett Boone said.
That's awesome.
He said, screw all those other stations.
That's right.
Dude, I love that. I love that CY said that with G-Bag yesterday too. He was just like, as long as it's the fan. I love that, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's cool, man. He was like, he called me yesterday.
Oh,
and he said, we're still doing it. We're still doing it. But yeah, he had gone on with my buddy Softy, he's been on with us. He's in Seattle. He texted me when the news broke. He goes, y'all just stole my Thursday segment. I'm like, yeah, sorry.
Damn right.
Too bad, so sad.
Damn right. What's the name of his show, by the way?
Softy and Dick.
No way.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No, yeah, he does a show with Dick Fane.
All right.
Softy and Dick.
Dick Fane?
Fane, yeah.
Oh, okay.
F-A-I-N, Dick Fane. Wow.
I'd be like,
you're like my child. You're
Yeah.
like my child.
Hey.
That's something that he would have.
that is the greatest name for a radio show
I've said that, yeah.
outside of the never realized radio program that we should have had here on The Fan.
Which we can't say.
No, that's a different one.
No,
that was, I guess that was corporate that had an issue with that. So we had Frank Provenzano and Pete Stein. How we never ran even one show called Frankenstein, I will never know. I don't care if they had no chemistry or nothing.
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
We dropped the ball on that.
It is, but yeah, you gotta.
Hey, so you guys, since we're talking about clever names, you guys can weigh in on this, especially because Sean's not here right now to defend his reasoning for this. So you know the famous clip of Peyton from his UNT days where he says, "Gather the foreigners."
Yes.
So now that we've given Peyton a second segment on Tuesdays, we're talking about the name of.
Don't call it Gather the
Foreigners. He comes with 4 stories, and we call it Gather the Foreigners, and we all liked it. And then Sean said no. Sean said he hated it.
I like it, but I think Sean likes it too. Just not.
He said he didn't like it. He said I don't like it.
It's not for air.
PP in the morning is the best.
I like PP.
He literally said it on air. We play it on air all the time.
We do, but we don't. But none of us are saying it. None of us are saying it on air.
Yeah,
old Peyton is.
See that doesn't count. That's
I don't hate it, but I agree. Maybe that's not for air. There are lots of clever things that we say off air that you're like, just hey.
You remember
that to yourself.
You remember the terrible song that we brought to the world yesterday?
Yes.
You know what the show is? That's a show.
Oh God!
It's the Ace Burpee Show.
Wait, did you guys play the Winnipeg song?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's so bad.
By the Ace Burpee Show.
Connor Hellebuck, buck, your song effing sucks.
They say buck. It was one for each time he's going to get pulled in the series.
Oh, I like it.
I love
Mr.
it.
Sweep over here.
Yeah, stars at 4, baby. Stars at 4.
Let's go. I'm in on that.
Will your
dude.
lead segment tomorrow be that you're stupid if they lose tonight?
Yeah, it's because they don't win game 1.
It'd be stars at 5.
They don't win game 1.
Yeah.
So I'm picking against them tonight.
But
just
frequently
because.
they are at home.
That is
in
true.
These game
that
ones,
is true.
so
That's the difference.
Yeah, it's if they lose tonight, it'll be simple. It'll
Stars
just be
at 5.
Stars at 5.
Okay.
Stars at 5. Hey, I saw the story. I got a question for you guys. Do y'all, when you wake up in the middle of the night,
I gotta pee.
Right, we all do, right? 1:50 in the morning, every day, every morning.
Always at the same time?
It's always at 1 something.
Fascinating.
I know. But do you look at your phone when you wake up at all and just check the time or whatever?
So
yes.
I actually have. I still have an alarm clock, and so I just look at that and try to go right back.
So
to sleep.
I found this little hack that I've been trying to figure out because I always get up and look at my phone, and what happens is the light,
the blue light,
it wakes you up.
Yep.
And they say there's a red light filter that you can find. Have you figured out how to do this?
I set it to automatically do it at night.
And you can do a red light?
It just switches.
Whoa.
Yeah, it just switches to a dimmer version, which is it gets rid of the blue light. So it's not a red light, but it gets rid of the blue for you.
Okay, so not.
It's more red.
The phone's
intensive.
not red,
right? It's more intensive, and you barely notice it, honestly. But yeah, that way you don't. It doesn't. I don't know what it is about the blue light. It was Mickey James that told me that about the blue light a long time ago. And she was
in
wonderful.
The studio with us a long time ago.
She was awesome.
Tiny.
She's a little bit.
Is she?
Yeah.
But I was like, what is this about the blue? What does she mean? And so I read up on it, and yeah, I have a red light to read books with at night, so that it helps me fall asleep. So yeah, it's useful.
All right,
I'll try and see if I can help you figure out how to set it though.
Did I tell you I knew somebody named Roxanne once?
Roxanne.
Yeah, and I told her that she did not have to put on that red light or walk the streets for money.
Is it possible? You can't name your kid Roxanne, can you?
There's probably people named Roxanne.
There
I
are,
don't
but not
think
anymore.
everybody assumes that person might turn out to be a prostitute.
No, but in that era, you probably couldn't.
No.
Today, you probably can, but
Yeah.
right around there. So, what is
my name was fine until that little punk shot his eye out.
What would you...
Ralphie.
Yeah, no, I would rather shoot my eye out than watch that terrible movie again.
Oh,
That
gosh.
movie
He takes so many shots at this. He did during their Christmas
would you
movie
name
bracket.
Roxanne? Yeah, Christmas Story is
Your Christmas movie bracket, by the way, I got to say, y'all effed that up.
No,
The fact that Love Actually didn't even get out of the first round of votes.
We
was
took
awful.
votes from every single on-air person at
Love
the
Actually is
station.
at the top of my
How
list.
people vote, I can't control.
Do you take everybody's movie opinion to be the same, Hagee?
Oh, so what you're saying?
I'm saying there needs to
I
be
should
an elite
take my
bracket.
discernment and weight their ballots.
Yep.
Oh, I'm intrigued by this.
Peyton, who admitted he doesn't watch anything, his vote needs to be weighted half of the votes of others of it.
Ooh, I'm
because
fascinated by this idea.
He doesn't have enough. So I think you need to scale some people's votes and then see how the ballots turn out.
That's a great idea, Bobby. In.
All right, I'm in. Sounds like a plan to me.
Mainly because we all watch movies, so our votes would be weighted more heavily than somebody like Peyton's.
See, but Broadus was really upfront. He goes, I might have seen 3 Christmas movies.
There's no how.
He's not a big movie
For some reason, he
aficionado.
said, I don't know if it was because he was in between jobs or whatever else. Brian has said, for some reason, he didn't watch any movies, but 1994, whatever movies were big in 94, he saw all of them for some reason.
Really?
It was something about the way his work schedule had changed, so he saw everything that year.
But he was a child at one point. He was a child. He didn't just.
He was focused on football.
He came out of the womb with that male pattern baldness.
He's like Arn Anderson. He's always been that age. He's been scouting since
Other
6.
kids were watching football. He was playing electric football.
Yeah.
He was the one. He was building teams. He was building rosters on the electric football field.
It was his erector set of football teams.
Man,
Can
you imagine what those people who came up with that would think when they know what that word is used for now?
I know.
What?
What? They said what? They call it what? KNC Masterpiece is next.
Let's keep it real. Starting your...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. We've got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Busy day today, man. This is a very busy day. I'm really looking forward to it. We already got one interview in the bag with Paige Beckers. I hope everybody is ready to tune in for that one because she's awesome and she loves us. So I'm really excited about the conversation that we had with her. We got Bochy today after the Brett Boone news about him sticking around to be on this station because he loves the fans so much. I just feel like the energy around here, the sun's back out. The energy around here.
Oh, funds are back out.
Arrow pointing north right now.
Yeah, and plus we created our own
Winnipeg.
fan fiction about how the Stars game is going to go tonight. And Mikko Rantanen is going to score 6 goals, and he's going to talk about everything that powered him in that game, was how mad he was at that stupid Connor Hellebuck song. And he's like, yeah, that's why I had to score every time I got the puck. And he scores 6 goals, and the Stars slaughter the Jets because of that idiotic song.
That would be, and you know what? As you said, the Cowboys could trade for Justin Jefferson, and that would be the only thing I would want to talk about.
Exactly. All I would want to talk about was how vengeful rage from that dumb song led to the Stars winning game 1. But I suppose we probably should talk about the big move that the Cowboys made this morning that we predicted 3 weeks ago. Cut number 15. Let's talk about George Pickens.
Here's one aired out. Pickens! What a grab and out of bounds inside the 10 at the 3.
Now, this is something that we talked about before the draft quite a bit. We talked about it after the draft. We go back to the Stephen Jones interview, and he was like, hey, I don't think our moves are dissuaded by the fact that the draft is over.
Yeah.
And then what do you see? After the draft is over, they go right back to the move that the rumblings were they were trying to get it done before the draft. And one of the interesting things is supposedly the holdup was that the Cowboys were looking to deal a 4th-round pick, and they ended up dealing a 3rd-round pick. I know they flopped a 5th and a 6th the year after. But that makes sense to me that the price on draft picks would go up because the draft pick 3 weeks ago is far more valuable than it is today. I'm not saying that draft pick doesn't matter.
So you're saying it could have cost them a 5th back then?
Well,
and
I think a 4th. Because I've heard the point of contention that they were stuck at a 4th. I wonder because the Cowboys didn't have a 4th.
Right.
And so I wonder if the Cowboys were like, we'll give you a 4th in 2026. And that doesn't work for me. So let's say you didn't make the Jonathan Mingo deal. I think you could have dealt off that 4 and then given them your 5 and taken back a 6th the year later and gotten the deal done. But you didn't have that to offer. And now that the draft is over, a 4th-round pick next year is not as appealing because you're like, okay, great. So we'll use that asset in 11 months. Where that's why I think they had to go up to the next level. And they're like, all right. We'll do a 3 and then swap out the 5th and the 6th.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense when you do the math that way and talk about how the market essentially is driving itself in that way. Now, the player and the future and all these things, this is where we have that conversation. This dude, I don't want anybody to get misconstrued on the positivity and the negativity that I'm going to throw out here.
Okay.
The dude is a vertical threat that this team does not have. So whenever we kept hearing after the draft, the Cowboys went with fit. We kept hearing that word over and over. Yeah. Fit. Turpin is in my opinion, a speedster that you get him the ball in space and he can blow a game open. If you get him in space and get him open. Pickens is a guy that you send it on a 50-50 ball downfield. He can make a spectacular catch, and he's one of those guys that can make catches on bad throws. I mean, we've seen him do it. He did it with Russell Wilson, and I'll be honest, sometimes our quarterback has some bad throws. So he has amazing catches on his ledger. The team did lack toughness, and the dude seems to be a tough-minded individual. And also, Kevin, what are my 3 greatest motivating factors for athletes?
Fun babies,
that's
revenge,
one. Yep.
And contract year.
He is in a contract season. If he doesn't do it this year, he has to in a chance to prove it to the rest of the NFL. Then the rest of the NFL sees, oh, he's not a number 1. He's not this. He's not that. He can't keep his mouth shut. So those are the things that I think that it fits there for the Cowboys because he needs to have a honeymoon phase that looks really good to the NFL if he wants the big contract. And Clarence Hill said,
okay, that's what I was going to double check.
Clarence Hill says there's a source out there that said he doesn't want an extension. He wants to prove that he's a top guy.
Okay.
So that is going to be a motivator for him to keep his mouth shut. All that being said, he might just punch Dak in the face if he misses him on a deep ball. And that could happen, and either way, we win.
Oh, as media people, not Cowboys fans. Now,
but I think we'll get the better version of him.
I think if Clarence Hill is right and his source is right, and usually Clarence Hill's pretty darn plugged in, especially when it comes to the Cowboys. If that is correct, then I like this trade better. Because I do have to admit, I know there are other little pieces to it, but when you hear a third-round pick for George Pickens, who has had its ups and downs, has had some disciplinary issues, and is going to need a contract, I was like, that's fascinating. But if the idea is he's told the Cowboys or whatever that he's like, no, I mean, I want to get paid, but I want to get paid after the season is over because I'm going to show everybody exactly what I'm worth. Then
I'm not worried about any of this
stuff. Like that deal a lot more.
And maybe that's another Kevin. Maybe that's part of the conversation. Maybe they talked to his agent, who is also Micah's agent. And in the conversations, they're like, hey, what's the plan with him? Like, what is his goal? And how can we help him in that? Like, if he comes here and highlights, we don't necessarily have to bring him back, but he can make himself a big-time contract somewhere else. That's a positive thing. And again, that keeps somebody on track for a year. Like that keeps somebody in the honeymoon phase for 1 year. And that's all that you really want for Brian Schottenheimer's first season is to get that 1 year that looks really good, and then you have opportunities to add to the team as well. I like that they made a bold move here.
Sure.
This does line up with what they do on, hey, we liked this guy in the second round. Maybe we liked this guy in the first round. We ended up thinking Tyler Smith was more important at the time. And then he wasn't there, so we took Sam Williams. But we liked him then. We're willing to trade a pick for him now. Those picks aren't, Stephen Jones said, they're not necessarily draft specific, so we can use these at any time. So I think it's a smart move. There is definitely some risks to it, though.
Yes.
And I said this, Kevin, when you're shopping out of the designer bin at the Goodwill, sometimes there's going to be warts on a possibly good product.
And that is very fair. But I wanted to bring up something that you said about the vertical threat. All right, safe to assume that most people think Tyreek Hill is the accepted best vertical threat in the NFL.
That is safe to assume,
okay.
Yes.
All right. So there's a big gap between 1 and 2, but ESPN Stats and Info, most receiving yards on vertical routes since 2022. It's Tyreek Hill by like 500 yards. But in second is Justin Jefferson. And then third is George Pickens.
That's impressive.
It is because you've got the like pretty much accepted best vertical threat. And then second is probably, I feel like most people would agree, is the best wide receiver in football. And then third is the person that you just traded for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know what's funny is I was thinking about this. I was like, man, I know some people have some complaints with his attitude. So I was trying to look up like different George Pickens incidents. And this is how you know that there's like plenty of issues in the past. I found a sporting news story from January that already had it all cataloged for me.
So you got the $200,000 in fines that he's gotten in his career?
And this was before the trade. Like, I get if the story comes out now, after the trade, but they're like, nah, we think he might be on the move. And so it goes back to the Georgia Tech fight and suspension. If you're like, hey.
Oh, wow, it goes back to college.
Yeah, look, hey, we all did a lot of regrettable things in college. I'd be willing to wager, whether it was a fight, whether it was somebody you dated or whatever, every single human on the face of planet Earth that went to college made a regrettable decision in college. Fair, Alec?
That's very fair.
Okay.
Kevin made a baby in college. Obviously regrets it. Is what he just said.
Huh.
Not the baby.
The
person with
that kid,
whom
that kid
we
you
had
made
the
is
baby.
amazing. He's a
Fair.
great kid.
And so you talked about it. The $200,000 in fines, I believe it goes back to 2023, unsportsmanlike conduct. Then he got in trouble for the eye black against the Cowboys. Yep. Do you remember that? Yep. And then there was the fight. Do you remember what that eye black said?
I do not.
Open effing always.
All right.
Except it, of course, was not censored. And
doesn't mean he's going to catch it always, but he's open.
That's a fair
I'll
point.
explain that in a minute.
Face mask issues, fights in the middle of a Hail Mary that prevented the pass from maybe being complete. Maybe you don't think it was ever going to be complete. So look, it's not just a DK Metcalf thing. The Steelers were looking to move away from George Pickens anyway. But Corey, you brought up a great point, as you usually do. When you get a player like this, it's not because there's nothing wrong with him and a team was like, I don't want this good player anymore. That's the deal about picking up a lot of these players. Hey, look, we talked about this with the Rangers. That's the whole reason you got Jacob deGrom, because people are like, yeah, he could be badass or he could be hurt. And that's the thing. George Pickens could be badass and he could revolutionize this offense with Schottenheimer because you have a deep threat, or he could get in some fights and have an issue behind the scenes because he thinks he's just as much of a one as CeeDee Lamb. Or it could be a weird mix of the two.
I wanted to tap into these numbers real quick because I need to find out his catch percentage on those deep balls, and we got to figure out how much yardage on that. And Mickey will tell you, every time we discuss this, well, hold on. He'll say, hold on, that number's a little weird to me. But I think there's a reality here. Justin Jefferson right now in his career is a 67.8% on catch percentage. All right?
Okay.
That's a big number. His highest number is 70. Last year was 67. Tyreek Hill in his catch percentage is 68. So again, Justin Jefferson, 67.8, 68. Tyreek Hill, 68. CeeDee Lamb is at 68, actually 69. Nice. George Pickens, career 59. So in his catch percentage last year was 57.
Yeah.
The best receivers in the league are over 65% catch percentage. That's a reality that exists.
He's not one of the best receivers in the league.
And CeeDee Lamb caught,
at least not yet,
2 years ago, 74% of his passes.
Wow.
So, and George Pickens' best right now is 61.9%. He's not Chris Chambers, where he only catches 50% or less. That's not a Chris Chambers thing. But there are times when you're like, why didn't you catch that ball? Go back and watch that Cincinnati game, and he just was non-existent in that game. In a game that they kind of needed him. They really needed him in that game, and he just did not exist. So there's a lot of skill, a lot of all the measurables that you could possibly want in a wide receiver. So I think your friend Kyle Brandt, who I guess Jerry listened to him like I told him not to, but Kyle Brandt was like, they're the same guy. They look like all the numbers do say the same on their physical builds, him and CeeDee Lamb. But there is a difference between being an elite receiver and being another guy that can potentially do something good.
And I heard one of the things, obviously, I heard Bobby say this morning was that George Pickens has put up a lot of these numbers in a more conservative Pittsburgh offense.
With bad quarterbacks.
Well, here's the list. How dare you, sir?
I think all of them are bad.
You get ready. I'm about to blow your mind with all these amazing
all
quarterbacks.
All of them are bad.
Kenny
Dak
Pickett,
is better than all of them.
Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Mitchell Trubisky, Mason Rudolph. So not only lots of quarterbacks, but lots of quarterbacks that, none of the league is particularly sold on any of those being real deal starters outside of New York. New York loves what they're doing. They're like, oh, yeah, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson. You guys had the jackpot of quarterbacks. But everywhere else in the NFL, nobody was convinced that any of those people were real starters. Although I guess Cleveland's going to give it a go. We'll see how that goes. But you're right. I think most people would say, those quarterbacks aren't particularly good. Dak is certainly better.
As I was laying out all of the numbers on that, everybody's texting, well, what about his quarterback? Yes, we were going to get to that eventually. But y'all, hey, I'm proud of y'all. Y'all are doing your research too out there.
You know what I hope? I hope that means that people are stoked about the deal. I hope they're like, hold on.
There are some people that are just like, this is the Cowboys. I mean, this is a Cowboys trade. This is a very Cowboys trade. They will do this. They feel very comfortable working in this gray zone with personalities, even though Schottenheimer said all offseason culture was a big deal.
Yeah.
But Kevin, whenever you feel like you have the culture in the right place, you can add a piece like this. A lot of times when you feel like you have the infrastructure, you say, we're willing to take a risk on this. You don't want a whole team of it.
Yeah.
But you also don't want a whole team of milk drinkers. So, every once in a while you do this. He has great potential on this team, but it also has potential to be something that could be very volatile.
So the Cowboys, if you missed the beginning or middle of the segment, the Cowboys get George Pickens and a 2027 6th-round pick. They give up a 3rd-round pick in next year's draft and a 5th-round pick in the 2027 draft. So essentially, next year, 3rd-round pick, and then in 2027, you give a 5th, you get a 6th. That gets the deal done. With the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Plenty more to talk about on that front. On the Stars front, I saw somebody text in and go, oh my gosh, I thought the game was tomorrow. Awesome, let's go. And so we'll get back into the Stars as well. Coming up next, though, Rangers, Red Sox, Leote, Evan Carter return and recovery. A lot to break down. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It sharply out into center, a base knock. That'll move Adolis up to second base. Carter with a base hit against a lefty this year. At AAA Round Rock, he had been just 1 for 16 against left-handed pitching.
So I'm going to be all over the place to start this segment. First of all, did it sound like just a little that Matt Hicks said base nog? And could that be a new drink in ballparks? Secondly, Corey, I know it's only Wednesday. Would you consider a shout out if this person said 2 other great things already happened to them today, and reading this text would make it 3 for 3?
All right.
The 817.
I think I will say yes to that then.
Okay. What's up?
Consider it for a minute.
What, you're thinking about base nog?
But I think we're going to go with an okay on this one.
All right.
Base nog does sound wonderful, though, Kevin.
What's up, Kevin and Corey? Today's going to be an awesome day. I won $100 this morning. Today
on what?
Is decision day.
For what?
Maybe it was a bet.
It's D-Day?
What?
You said D-Day? Decision day?
Decision. I don't think you're supposed to call it D-Day.
Okay.
Decision day for their daughter. Congratulations. Cadence is Texas A&M bound. Woo!
Nice.
And then can you guys make it 3 for 3 and read my text on air?
Done. Look, we just did it.
Boom.
And I'm thinking about base nog the whole time.
I mean,
Kevin, thanks a
Alec,
lot.
I don't know if you went back and listened to that. I just, for just a tiny bit, did it sound like base nog. And then I was probably unfocused this morning and thought that could be a new holiday drink.
Base nog.
See? All right. Now, we're going to talk about the Rangers. It's just one game, but this feels like an incredibly encouraging sign.
Not for Josh Young.
Okay.
Okay, that's the one down spot on the whole game.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
But if you have him hitting 9-hole, I'm feeling pretty good about your lineup.
So I'm going to go ahead and give you a preview a couple hours from now. Coming up at 12:30, Bruce Bochy is going to come on. We're going to give the first question to Corey, and he's going to go, hey, Josh Young, what's his deal?
Why'd he go for 4 last night?
Yeah, what is his deal?
He doesn't like hitting 9-hole or what?
So I also think this is a great day for Brett Boone to announce that he was going to continue to be on Sean and RJ, because if last night they would have lost 6-1 and had like 3 hits again, I could see how he'd be like, you know what, guys, I'm really going to be busy from here on out. But the Rangers win 6-1, and probably more importantly than anything else, and Evan Carter getting it turned up, is I loved how quickly they got to the pitcher. Like, how many games have we watched where maybe they've scored 1 run, but it's been late in the game? It felt like anything can happen in baseball or any other sport, or probably in life. It felt like they put the game away in the 4th inning.
Oh, for sure.
Once they ran,
those 5 runs. That game,
yeah, you ran Giolito from the game.
Fenway Park felt it. You could tell in the stands that Park felt like, oh, this game is over, and they had plenty. There's 3 innings left. There's plenty, or I'm sorry, 7 innings left. I don't know. There's a lot of innings left. Plenty of time left to win, but they felt defeated at that point.
Yeah.
Again, Kevin, going through the roster, Josh Smith has 3 hits. Wyatt has 1. Seager has 1. Peterson had 2.
Is this the first game all year he has multiple hits?
No, because he had a double and a triple in a game in San Francisco, I think. But I think that's the only 2. Simeon 2. Garcia 3 for 3 last night. Evan Carter 2 hits. Should have been 4 for 5, at least.
You're right. This is the second time.
Jonah Heim, 2 for 4 last night. Josh Young, no hits.
Okay, that's fine.
But, again, everybody in the lineup except for Josh Young got a hit. I'm not trying to crap on Josh Young right now.
Alec, does it kind of feel a little bit like he's trying to crap on Josh Young?
Yeah, it kind of does. We're beating a dead horse here now, Corey.
Okay, all right. 8 of the batters got hits last night, and that's a positive thing, because, Kevin, how many times would we look at it where we would see 15 strikeouts and 1 hit? 2 hits, and you're just like, what? And none of them were consecutive. None of them were with runners in scoring position. None of them were with runners even on base. So that was the big positive last night. And what I'm thinking is maybe the hitters are going up to the plate with a little less. DeBoer said that he likes to give players 2 or 3 things to think about going into a game, not trying to clutter their minds with stuff. And I'm not saying Brett Boone walked in and his message just absolutely. In one day, it's not going to happen like that. But they looked like they were having more competitive at bats last night. They looked like they really were looking for better pitches, and looked like they were more capable of being clear while they were standing in the box. What are you laughing about?
Corey, this is your own fault for getting this question from the 817. Corey, do you think Josh Young is in it to win it? And follow up from the 214, Corey, are you trying to DFA the Jungle Cat?
I'm not trying to DFA Josh Young. I don't want him traded either. No, you can't suggest.
That's from the 425.
I love Josh Young, even though he did sign a sweet spot that time that Bruce Bochy kind of stared at the ball and was like, "What happened here, Josh?" But
I hope Josh Young gets like 4 hits.
I hope
tonight.
he does too, and I hope they're all 4-run home runs, all grand slams, 4 grand slams tonight.
Surely that'd be a record.
All to right field, none of them over the green monster. I just want all right field shots.
Okay, all right.
But no, last night was a positive for the Rangers, moving in the right direction of getting back on track for what they actually are, and that is a slugging baseball team.
Yeah.
And then obviously, Kevin, as Mike said last night on air, Nate Eovaldi with another masterpiece because Mike Bassick misses us so much.
So you believe that was a shout out to us?
Well, he later on shouted out the rest of the station.
He did.
He threw out there something along the lines of, "Hey, I know it's late right now, but when those early games start, I know my guys over at 105.3 The Fan really like that."
And he had to start explaining the upside down hat, which, look, that in of itself. I just want to say this again, as Alec rocks that hat. I want to make this very clear. I have no issue with those hats whatsoever. If you have only listened to our show like in the last 2 months, Mike hates those hats. Remember when dude got picked up by Denver and he's like, "Oh, okay, what's he going to make, a Denver scramble hat?" And like he
drew it up.
What he did was he laid out of multiple segments so he could draw mock-ups of the Denver scramble hat. And he's like, "Give me $1 million." He hates those hats so much. So I want you to remember
to Alec
that
for like months because of those
hats. He goes,
hats.
"Yeah, Alec, you own like 80 of these stupid hats." Just every time you hear him talk about those hats, just know that he is dying on the inside because he hates them.
From the 858, what, Corey? You don't think Josh Young can hit a homer over the monster? Wow. Corey, why do you hate Josh Young? What did he do to you? Corey, no, I'm not. Listen, I'm not. I'm hopeful that tonight, I don't clearly hate him. I'm hopeful that tonight.
And it sounds like if he doesn't show up tonight, you're ready to look at your options.
I mean, hey, Sebastian Walcott could be a third baseman later down the road. I don't know exactly how that works. We don't have a shortstop in the system, I'm told. All right. The other thing, though, Kevin, yesterday we did a very strong segment. I loved the segment on Josh Smith potentially being your everyday center fielder.
Yep.
Last night, Evan Carter with his at the bats, and you pointed out also he got a hit off a lefty. That's nice to see.
That is. I can't overstate how huge I think that is.
It might come down to being it's good. That's a good one. It might come down to Pilar and Evan Carter in center field rotating back and forth.
Yeah, definitely.
But you want to get Josh Smith on the field. You want to keep him in the lineup
every day.
Right now, you don't have a first baseman. And Josh Smith, I don't know if you saw that play late in the game last night. He tracked that ball. It was a second baseman's play from first base, where he tracked the ball over his shoulder and made a beautiful catch. Josh Smith is playing a very good first base. The other problem, though, is that he can give Corey Seager and Josh Young days off, too. But right now, if you want to have Josh Smith being every day, I think first base is a really good option for him. I'm just not sure Krim is the guy for first base.
I mean,
so your best team
fair thus far.
Your best team right now, Kevin, is probably the group you threw out on paper last night, and that is even with Eovaldi on the mound. That's probably your best team whenever it comes down. You still got to make it through the season.
Yeah.
But whenever you're going into playoffs, unless Jake Berger is absolutely crushing in the minor leagues, you're probably looking at it going, that's my best team right now.
From the 214, when is CY going to sign Langford and Josh Smith to long-term deals? You know, we were going to talk about that today. The Cowboys are making moves. We'll probably pick some of that conversation up tomorrow. And Corey from the 425, if Josh Young doesn't get a hit tonight, do you think the Rangers should consider dealing him for a 31-year-old injury-prone player?
From the 806, no, it is not a pivotal game for Josh Young.
Pivotal!
I don't know how this happened. Man. Yeah, stop. I don't know how you guys turned this on me. This is the first time it's ever happened. Kevin, you must feel really good right now. With the turntables have been turned.
I get why y'all do this. This is super fun when you're on the other side of it.
And you know what? Tolo's fan texters out there, I thought we were tighter than this. You know, I really thought that we had a better relationship, but it just goes to show that you'll turn on anybody at any point for a good joke.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Which I appreciate.
Now, we have other, relevant Rangers news to discuss, and I found this out from, I think it was Carter who told us while we were going to set up to do some ad stuff and everything that the Mariners picked up Leody Taveras off of waivers. I was stunned by this decision. Stunned.
You got to think that his agent was working hard. Definitely working hard. Going, I want to get you in the right spot, right place. Let me go find a team for you.
Good for him for getting him a spot on what has been a really good team this season, and he doesn't have to go back to the minor leagues at least straight away if he wants to keep his money. So Leody Taveras is picked up on waivers from the Seattle Mariners. Look, if he turns out great in Seattle, rock on. Good luck for him. Obviously, I'm never going to root for the Mariners, but that doesn't bother me as much as it does other people. You know, like when Cole Reagans went on and did really well, Chris Davis went on and did really well. They got their shot. Nobody can say Leody Taveras did not get his shot here. And it wasn't working.
He won a World Series here.
That's true. And so he's moving on down the line. Maybe of importance for Rangers fans. That means that Seattle picks up the remainder of his salary. So I think it's about $3.3 million. We talked about this yesterday or the day before. You take that into account with the $5.5 million that the Rangers already kind of had to stay below the apron. That gives you $8.8 million theoretically. And if you prorate that money, which is essentially just means you get a percentage based on how much of the season is still remaining, that puts the Rangers in contention for a huge group of players if you want to make a trade. I'm not ready to tell you who that will be. I imagine you're obviously going to wait another month or two, but it gives you more money if you want to make that move.
Okay, I appreciate here's what I think I appreciate the most. Chris Young knows when to hold them and knows when to fold them. I know that's a cliche line to use.
Kenny Rogers.
But he knows he chose the right time. Last year, we probably all would have waited on that team all the way up through the deadline.
Sure.
We all pretty would have given them that time. This year, he said, I'm not waiting that long. And you have to appreciate that you have a dude who's running this team whose patience can run out pretty quickly and say, you know what, I gotta do what's best for the team at the right time. Damn some of the decisions I've made or whatever's gone on in the past, I got to make the decision for right now. And that's what they did. So I like it.
Can I throw out one more thing about Evan Carter? I found this really fascinating. Evan Carter, who is usually really open talking about things, he kind of gave a breakdown of the routine that he has changed up for his back. He said his overhauled routine includes hyperbaric chambers, cryotherapy, IVs, and needling to relieve pain in his back.
Oh, really? So he's sewing?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's what he means by that. But you know what? To be fair, I did not double check that. It is possible. But I like the idea that hopefully he's found a routine that helps balance it out, because he was really open with the fact that, we didn't fix it. Mm-hmm. We just found a plan that we think will work for it.
Ultimately, that is kind of what we do with our bodies anyway.
Sure, that's fair.
A lot of times we're just either maybe you did get rid of something, but it could always come back, and you're always doing the things to make sure that it doesn't come back as strong. For whatever reason.
He said, look, you name it, I've been doing it. I didn't want to leave anything off the table to try to feel better.
469. Corey, my wife's favorite player is Josh Young. Since you clearly hate him, does that mean you also hate my wife? I don't know her, so I can't say.
Oh my gosh. Feels like the easy answer to that would be no.
Oh,
hold on. No. Wait a second. I know we got to go. But if you don't know somebody, your default is you can't say, not, I don't hate that person. I don't know them. You sound like me.
I'm indifferent. I have no opinion either way.
Okay, so that means you don't hate them. If you're indifferent,
okay,
you don't hate them.
Glad you said it.
You know how women are.
I know
you,
what?
PJ Washington.
That doesn't work, PJ Washington. Also, do you think tonight is a must-win game for Josh Young and the Rangers?
Yes.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC masterpiece.
They go out and put 0 runs up on the board again, then what are we even doing here, you know?
No comprende.
Okay, Mike. Thanks for that. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, how MLB subtly changed the strike zone. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation short.
a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Pitch to Jock is hit deep to right field. Way back goes Abreu, and it is beyond his reach, and that bounces up into the stands. And Jock Peterson picks up the run batted in, only his second of the year, and the Rangers lead 2-0 on a pair of automatic doubles.
Let's talk a little bit more baseball, but we're going to expand our view right here because Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement brings you baseball nuggets. I did want to go back to the Rangers for just a second. Victorious last night, 6-1 over the Red Sox. Did you see Evan Carter's quote before the game about, getting back to the major leagues and where he was?
No, I didn't care about anything he said before the game. I only cared about what happened in the game.
Okay. Let's say he said it after, then. Would you care?
Yes, to go.
Okay. He was talking about being back in the big leagues, and you make your return, and you make it to Fenway. He's still only 22, and he said...
That per diem's important, huh?
Okay. Probably. But also, he said, this is awesome. When you think of the big leagues, you think of stuff like this. And don't you just love to hear players, whether they're young or not, are still like, man, this is awesome. I'm back in the majors and I'm in Fenway.
So, yes, this is another thing I want you to consider on him. Just the Brett Boone era is going to change our minds about a lot of things.
Ooh.
But when you go up to the plate, whenever you have a very analytical head coach or hitting coach or whatever up there, you have
hitting coach.
You have lots of things in your mind. With Brett Boone, maybe you have less things. And when Evan Carter got to the bigs during the World Series run, did a single one of those coaches want to mess with him, or were they like, no, just do what you do?
Yes,
man?
That's what I think for sure.
And then last year during spring training, they're like, all right, let's work on this swing so we can, and let's do these, and let's do this, and then he was in his head and he was injured, and now he comes back, and the idea is let him go out there and just do what he was doing in the minor leagues. We don't need to pack his head full of all these numbers. Let him go hit. And he's a natural good hitter. So I'm excited to hear that he still has that youthful joy and excitement. That's the thing that Josh Young has. Josh Young is that guy that loves baseball so much. He can't wait to get to the field. And that's why we love Josh Young so much. Even me. And Evan Carter. And Wyatt Langford. And Nate Eovaldi's like that, right? That's a dude that just can't wait to get to the field. He wants to watch all his teammates' bullpens.
Now, I get it if you didn't. Very understandable. Did you see any of the White Sox Kansas City Royals game yesterday?
You told me never to pay attention to them again because they were so terrible.
Fair. Unless we do trade for Luis Robert, which I don't think we will. All right.
I think we're going to be okay.
But, man. So, it looks like the Royals might lose this game. And the White Sox have heard the rumblings about how terrible Colorado is. And they're like, the hell you will. So, the Royals are losing by 1 run in the bottom of the 9th. They hit a fly out, and the second baseman for the White Sox, he misjudges the ball. He misses it. Then it ricochets off his glove, then hits him in the head, and then it rolls into right field, where you're like, well, surely that is the end of these shenanigans. No. Then the right fielder overthrows second base.
Oh my God.
So the Royals can get their runners on at first and second. Let's move forward just a little bit, and I give you cut number 9. Bobby Witt Jr. comes up. He does not need such shenanigans. He'll just hit the ball.
In the air, center field. And it will drop, so it'll be a long walk-off RBI single for Bobby Witt Jr.
And if you watch the play, I think it was Luis Robert was kind of half-assing it in center field, but
it's unacceptable.
I will tell you this. The bases were loaded, and there was only one out, and he would have had to make like a over-the-shoulder Willie Mays almost on the warning track catch and then have picked off and gotten the runner before home. So, like, even if he caught it, I know he wasn't quite on the warning track, but almost. But even if he caught it, like, it would have taken the most Herculean throw you've ever seen to prevent the Royals from winning. But I just wanted you to know that Bobby Witt got the game-winning hit only after a second baseman misjudged a fly out that went off his glove and then hit him in the head and went out to right field.
That is something that happens in baseball. It does. When you're not that good.
I will tell you this. At the time, when the ball bounced off of Jose Canseco's head and over the wall, I thought that was the pinnacle of anything I would ever see in the history of sports. I could not conceive of any play ever being better than that.
And then Tony Romo was like, hey, watch this, guys. I'm going to fumble this snap, and you're going to miss the field goal.
Okay, well, that wasn't good. I was going to say the second Miko goal.
Oh, yeah, that was
the
amazing.
other night, but look at you.
The first one was really good.
Man, what are you, me today?
I did wake up in a bad mood.
All right, let's talk about Major League Baseball umpires. Now, I do kind of want to tell you the story about LASIK, but we might get into that a little bit later. But the thought has always been that umpires were working with a buffer zone of about 2 inches leeway on all sides of the plate, inside and outside on the strike zone. So they were graded on how accurately they called balls and strikes. Now, that's been the case for, I don't know, like 20 years.
With that 2-inch buffer
zone? Yes, correct. However, kind of just under the radar, and especially, I'm sure this has something to do with the automatic balls and strike system. They're like, hold on, let's tighten this up just a little bit. They have changed the buffer zone to about 3/4 of an inch on all sides of the plate. And now I get it. You might be like, well, I don't really care about the grades that the umpires get, but the umpires definitely care.
Absolutely. They do.
You think about it, even if it's just 1.25 inches, how much that can change some of the pitch calls, some of the umpire calls. And I thought it was fascinating that this is just kind of a thing that Major League Baseball has implemented. And I'm sure they told their umpires all about it. I'm sure they told, the rest of people in baseball all about it. But I'm surprised this hasn't been a bigger deal.
When you go up to the plate, scouting the umpire is just as important as scouting the pitcher, because if you know that this umpire gives the 2 inches outside, but he never gives the 2 inches inside, then you know that you need to cover that outside of the part of the plate. And so that is an area, Kevin, that I think it helped hitters for a long time. This now squeezes that strike zone even tighter. And again, a guy like Angel Hernandez was like, look, if I got 2 inches outside, 4 inches outside's fine too.
Yeah.
What about 6?
That's a good point. Man, that is a good point. So one league official told The Athletic that they informed the GMs and field managers that they were trying to do this in the offseason, and then told them again after the umpire collective bargaining agreement was ratified. And of course, you can probably guess the rest of the quote. Overall, ball strike accuracy in 2025 is the highest it's ever been at this point. So, look, they're telling their story and giving the info, but they also want you to know, like, hey, we're doing the best job at balls and strikes that has ever happened. So, in your face, robots.
I know this is baseball nuggets.
Oh, no. Did something happen?
No.
Robo out?
Oh, I don't have any information on that yet. Are you excited about the Stars game tonight?
Hell yeah.
Are you like, I kind of want to just fast forward through the day and get to this Stars game.
Oh, man.
I can't wait for the Stars game tonight.
First question. We asked John Machota, Stars question.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea.
All right,
yeah, that's a great idea.
No!
Oh, no! Play the Star song instead.
Oh, I hate that song so much. Partially because I could not get it out of my head yesterday. Like 100% could not.
Started singing it to Lucy.
By the way, another injury concern for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They put Teoscar Hernandez on the 10-day injured list because of a grade 1 groin strain, but they were quick to say that it's probably going to be a while. So Dave Roberts specifically said, obviously he's going to be inactive for a while. I don't really know what timetable. So clearly this is going to transcend. Like, remember when Seager went on the IL? We're like, oh, I really hope he can be back as soon as the 10 days is up. That is not going to be the case for the Dodgers and Teoscar Hernandez. And they have run into quite a few injury problems early in this season.
Yeah, and that's a team that really lacks depth.
No, they have all the depth in the freaking world.
But not in their pitching.
No, in everything.
Do they? But they probably don't have one of the best players in baseball.
Yeah, no, they have the best player in baseball, and then
one of the best World Series hitters in baseball.
yes, they have that.
Well,
you know what? They probably have. I don't know. They probably have a backup manager ready to go.
They probably do.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Roberts.
Yeah, and they're like, hey, guess what? Joe Torre's ready to rock just in case something happens. Like, I don't know how that's going, but yeah, look, don't cry for the Dodgers. I just wanted to let you know. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk to Dallas Cowboys reporter for The Athletic, John Machota, and also ask him Stars questions. Next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. It's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you a man of many talents. He loves cards. He also is all over the Dallas Cowboys beat for The Athletic. It is John Machota. Good morning, sir.
I didn't see you guys out of the show this weekend. Did you make it out there?
Yes, I was. Did you go?
So I ended up going on Sunday, which I normally don't do, but because of rookie minicamp, I was like, all right, I got to get out there. It's an addiction, you know. So Sunday's a little bit more picked over than I'm used to.
Yeah, and that some people will call it deal day. I was there Friday and Saturday. Sorry we missed you.
You haven't had a great haul, though.
Yes, absolutely. So in addition to talking cards, what we really want to do is start this important Cowboys interview by asking you, what is your feel for the Stars Winnipeg Jets series? Like, how do you feel that's going to go?
I seriously couldn't name one Winnipeg Jets player, maybe ever, other than Timo Solani. So I don't think I'm the person to look to on that.
All right. Now, with that in mind, I just want you to know what's about to happen is your own fault. What if I told you I could play you a song that would make sure that you never, ever forget Winnipeg's goaltender's name again?
I don't know if I want to hear this.
Well, too late, John. Play the song.
No. That's Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck, Buck, Buck. Yeah, Connor Hella Buck.
We want him to give up as many goals as possible, though. John.
They made this as like a hype video, and they just sing Connor Hellebuck, Buck, Buck, for like 20 uninterrupted seconds. It is very confusing.
Yeah, that was a tough listen, but
yeah.
I think they got the point across. It's catchy. I get that. I've heard his name before, but I never could have told you what team he played for. So now I learned something new here.
There we go.
All shenanigans aside, in terms of the deal this morning, can you walk us through the timeline? Because we've heard a lot that perhaps this deal was percolating before the draft, maybe during the draft. Is that also what you find to be the case, and how did it finally come together?
Yeah, that's the way I understand it. And it's interesting because I just go back to that Tuesday pre-draft press conference where when it ended, you know, there was a group of us around Jerry, and he kind of threw in there that, you know, there was two substantive moves that they could potentially make. It could be before the draft. It could be after the draft. I will say, when he said that, George Pickens is one of the first people I thought of. But I thought of it to myself in that, yeah, but they won't do that. It'll be something more on the lines of like what they've done for Mingo or maybe even Brandon Cooks or like Joe Mixon, those type of deals that, you know, I get why they do them to a certain extent, but it's not like it really moves the needle like a Pickens type move would move the needle. And so I was like, yeah, I think Jerry might just be saying that to just kind of stir things up because, let's be honest, the last 2 years there really haven't been any notable moves like that. So as time went on, and then obviously you get to that first round of the draft, and I know that they love Ted McMillan. And then when he goes 8, you know, that's the thing that people talk about the Cowboys needing a wide receiver. Well, they didn't really need a wide receiver. They needed specifically a wide receiver 2.
Yeah.
And so when they didn't get that early in the draft, I was like, it didn't make any sense to use like a mid or late round pick on a wide receiver. They have plenty of those guys already on the roster. And so now I'm thinking, okay, well, they'll do something, but I could see it being one of those things where, you know, following the Cowboys, the way that they've been doing business, that it'll be like a training camp, you know, or you know, a team's like, hey, we're willing to part with this receiver. We don't know if he's going to make our roster. And it would be like fine, but again, it'd be somebody more similar to Mingo or Tolbert as opposed to a George Pickens move. And so they had been working on it, and then obviously it came together. It sounded like it was starting to come together last night. And then early this morning, it got finalized. And I'm honestly very surprised.
Now, I know you said number 2 receiver, talent-wise. Do you think he fits number 2, or is he like he could be a number 1 for other teams, and on this team he's going to be a number 2?
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting part is because I'm willing to bet, not knowing him, not having talked to him, just what I know of him is the relationships I have with other people that cover the Steelers. He might be coming in thinking he is a 1A, 1B with CD, and that's fine. You know, that'd be great if for everybody involved if he produces like that. But I just think that with CD's production and everything he's shown throughout his career, he's your number 1. There maybe I can't even think of maybe more than 4 or 5 other receivers in the league that you would say would be the 1 over CD, if there is even 4 or 5. And so he would have to prove that he can put up like that. But I also think that George Pickens is going to want to get number one type wide receiver targets, which is going to be interesting because, if he's not getting the ball thrown his way, maybe that causes an issue. But even with all of that being said, I would have done the deal all day. I totally think this makes sense for where the Cowboys are at, what they needed, the spark that they needed. So knowing that there are those risks involved, knowing that he's in the final year of his contract and you don't have an extension with him yet, with all that said, I still think that this is a very good move for the Cowboys. And if we're being honest, I think right now the gold standard in the NFL are the Eagles and particularly Howie Roseman. And so this is the type of deal that the Eagles do and everybody praises them for, including myself. So if I'm being honest, why wouldn't I praise the Cowboys for doing something similar?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And I think most of the vibes we've gotten this morning are positive. I was hoping you could go a little bit more in depth just on the field about the player and why you like the move, because it feels like he also brings something different to the offense. Not only like is he a wide receiver too, but he maybe has a skill set that is not littered across the rest of the wide receiver room. Yeah, no doubt about that. And that's, it fits with why they would be interested in Ted McMillan. It's the bigger, longer receiver who, maybe, with Ted, wasn't the greatest separation, but he's the big body guy that you can throw it up to. And this team's been missing it. They really haven't had that guy you can throw it up to in the red zone since Dez. And time flies, man. That seems like a while ago. And so I think that's where he helps you immediately, is that he is that big body guy who, for me personally, watching Dak's entire career, I feel like those are the receivers that he is best with. I think that he will throw it to him, even though somebody might be on him, knowing that Pickens has that ability to just go up and kind of moss a smaller corner. I think that's where he helps a lot. And then, frankly, just because, they didn't go out and get the big name running back. And so there's still going to be questions about the run game with what they're doing on the offensive line and how well that'll work. So you're setting yourself up for, if you don't make a move like this, where every team is just going to come into your building and go, well, we're taking away 88. And then you guys can try and beat us with something else. But the good teams are going to be like, we don't think you can do that. And they might be right. And so you make a move like this for Pickens, and it's like, all right, well, if you want to sit there and double and maybe even shade over and triple team, sometimes CD in certain situations, well, then you're leaving some great coverage for George Pickens to eat. And I think that's the thing that is the most interesting to me. And then secondly is just anybody that wants to question the character and stuff like that. Like, well, the Cowboys have set themselves up with all this talk of, culture and right kind of guys that, well, that puts you in a position where you can bring in a guy that might be of character concern. And let's be honest, your $60 million quarterback, that is his greatest strength, is being a leader. And I think that he's in a good position to, if there are any type of those character concerns in Dallas, that Dak Prescott be the right person to be the leader and the person to deal with that. And then also the fact of him being in the final year of his deal. If he's not motivated for this, when is he going to be motivated?
Yeah, that's a dead on point that I think we're all feeling right here for sure.
And Corey, you brought this up earlier, and John, I would just love to confirm with you. Then you guys get the sense that he's just going to play. He's not going to be like, now I want to get paid before my deal's up. He's just going to play with the hopes of this will be a great season and then he'll get paid. Is that correct?
I believe so. Obviously there's always possibilities, especially when I feel like you can even go outside the NFL. And if you just included all of sports, I still think wide receiver is at the top of the diva position in all of sports. Yes. So you can never rule anything out with wide receiver, And so I can't 100% say that, but I doubt that. I'm certainly not going to compare him. So don't take this the wrong way. I'm not comparing him to Luka, but there has to be a little bit of that. Man, I'm a really good player, and this team's going to trade me. Like, I would feel a little disrespected if I was him. I would be wanting to get on the field and show what I can do. And frankly, he probably feels like he's going to have some better quarterback play. And so I think all of that. And then also the Cowboys brand, I just always think is very attractive to players. And so I would be very surprised if he was sitting out.
Okay, and that part of, the X's and O fit is something that Cowboys talked about a lot during this offseason and after that draft was, hey, fit really mattered a lot. The cultural fit part of the conversation, can you kind of, what you've heard, what you know about him and his attitude and that perception of him, it's not off the field issues, right? It's more stuff that goes on during game.
Yeah, it's more of the let me think of a good example. It would be more along the lines of and this is not new for wide receivers, but the whole everything's rolling. You're beating the Eagles by 3 touchdowns, but he's not getting touches, so he's not really that excited. You know, when you're really like, everybody should be floored right now. Like, this is a huge win. We're playing great. Yeah, you only have 3 targets, but CD's got $150 and 3 touchdowns, and whoever our running back is has $120, and Dak's thrown for 5 touchdown passes, and it's like the best offensive game. And he's kind of sulking, and I don't know. Let's think of something that the Super Bowl champions had. He's reading a book on the sideline. You know, that's the type of thing more so than anything else that I know of.
All right. Go ahead, Kevin.
Do you get a chance to inspect his eye black before the game to make sure there's no profanities there? Because that could be problematic.
You know what's funny about that is that when I think of that story, the thing that stood out to me more was when Mike Tomlin was asked about it after and acted like he had no idea. Like, I'm just like, there's no way that you did not know that. Like, I don't know. Maybe he's being truthful. I have tons of respect for Mike Tomlin. I think he's been one of the best coaches for a long time, but I just kind of like that. That was kind of a head scratcher to me, but yeah, that's a possibility. You know, if he's not getting the ball, but hey, if I'm being completely honest with you guys, these last couple of years have gotten kind of boring covering this team.
Yes, I'm with you.
And they've been due to spice it up, and so I'm going to be the last one complaining if that happens.
Is there still another move that they are thinking about, another addition they're looking at? I know running backs kind of felt like it maybe got solved a little bit, but it also felt like it didn't get solved this during the draft.
Yeah, that would certainly be in the mix. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But I could. That to me seems like it wouldn't be right now. I mean, I guess I could be proven wrong on that, but I think that for me, corner is the one that I look at a little bit more. And just because you have 4 backs, I feel like that you can probably give the ball to, and it'll be a committee. And hey, maybe it doesn't work out great, but you at least have 4 guys. I feel like that can be your 4 running backs on the roster that can touch football, and you're in good shape because they're all going to be at training camp, and they're all healthy. Corner. The Diggs injury, you don't know exactly when he's coming back. Savon Ravel, I mean, everything that we saw at rookie minicamp over the weekend, like I was like, man, he's doing more than I was expecting coming off of his knee injury. And he's pointed towards where he could be ready full go for week 1, but that still is no guarantee either.
Yeah.
And so that's the spot where it would not surprise me if maybe they bring in a veteran. And that's why I haven't closed the door on that whole Stephon Gilmore thing.
Oh, man, that is fascinating. All right. Well, appreciate the time very much, good sir. You are always a fountain of information. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
There you go, John Machota from The Athletic. Now, we did start off.
I can't, man.
He wanted to talk about the Stars. It felt like he really needed to
he was like, look,
I
got a lot of Cowboys information to get you guys. We got to get to that real fast.
Now, a couple people asked if I legitimately like that Winnipeg song. I think it's horrible.
It's just stuck in your head. It's a funny joke.
And one thing I do, I enjoy the potential for maybe trolling people.
Yes.
And so when I know how much people hate it and I'm largely indifferent to it, then I feel like that's a win and I enjoy it. But Corey, you said it. It can't get here fast enough, although the NHL continues to schedule it late enough that it won't get here fast enough. What is your excitement level right now on 1 to 10 for this team right here?
Kevin, I don't know if you've seen this, but I just saw it pop up. Greg Wyshynski for ESPN has Mikko Rantanen as the current MVP, the current Conn Smythe winner. He's the front runner who he has, I think, based on the revenge tour. He calls it the revenge tour against Colorado.
Yeah.
And, that one game definitely puts him there. So the fact that Mikko left us with that before we go to the next round, that's the thing that's got me going, I need more. And I don't know that he's going to walk into this series going, hey, let me do another hat trick for you guys in one period. But I'm just looking forward to, now they look like they found something as a team.
And look, you mentioned it, the top 4 are dominated by Stars and Oilers.
Yeah.
Because I believe it's McDavid and Draisaitl. Depending on where you look, some places have McDavid as 1 or 2. And then Draisaitl is at 4. And then you have Mikko and Ottinger wedged in between there at 2 and 3. And like, you might think, who cares? Because it's just going in the second round. The reason why I think it's relevant and fun is because that means the bettors have absolutely zeroed in on Edmonton and the Stars as the 2 teams to beat going to the Stanley Cup. Because they're not just picking because they're like, oh, I really like that player and Connor McDavid's really good. They're like, I think that team's going to go far, or I think the Dallas Stars are going to go far. So maybe you get Stars Edmonton, maybe you don't, but as long as the Stars can win the series, I don't really give a damn who wins the other series.
From the 469, it is a must-win game tonight. They say whoever wins game 1 is up by a game. And that right there, that's what I'm talking about, man.
Well,
that's what they do say.
Just keep in mind, the Stars have lost 8 straight game 1s.
I know. That's the thing that I'm picking against them just because of that, and I hope I'm proven wrong.
Alec, is it weird that I view that as a bizarre positive? Because on the one hand, if you win, I'm like, oh my God, we're so far ahead of the game. And if you lose, I'm like, yeah, just like the last round, just like all the rounds before that, we've done just fine.
I'm just going to say that everything is equal. Everything is okay in the world. Nature is healing if we do lose. That's a weird thing to say. It's almost like I'm wanting a team to tank or something. But no, in this case, I'm like, we're going to be okay. It's whatever.
That's what I'm talking about, boys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 318. Thanks a lot, Kevin. Now I'm driving around delivering packages, singing hella buck, buck, buck. Coming up next.
Which is going nuts about the Stars right now. It's awesome.
It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus the wildest way to get disqualified from a track meet next on The Fan.
North Texas
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we got a huge noon o'clock hour coming up. Paige Beckers at noon, Bruce Bochy at 12:30, and we'll also do our Nelly ticket giveaway in there and talk more about the Stars. So big hour coming at you, but big segment coming at you right now because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, and I am going to give you the question of the day here in just a moment. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, this is the most unique way that I've seen somebody get DQ'd in the middle of a track meet. And it had nothing to do with any kind of competitive advantage or anything.
I'm gonna assume your question of the day is about the conclave.
No, not exactly. It's gonna be about the National Day calendar per usual.
Are they really taking bets on who the next pope's gonna be?
Yeah, they are, and it's kind of amazing.
Okay.
You can literally place a bet on pretty much anything now, and I think that's awesome because if you know anybody that's placing bets on some of these things, you know that they are too far gone. You know that no amount of speaking to them and come to Jesus conversations happen. It's not going to matter. They cannot be saved.
That's a good point. I feel like Jesus wouldn't be super pumped about this.
Yeah, not at all.
Particular bet for sure.
You are way too far gone. So we're going to get to the question of the day. Today is National Tourism Day. Or if you're super Southern like my dad, you say tourism. Yeah,
I think I do say it like that.
Yeah, people who say tour instead of tour.
Tourism. I think I do say. Yeah, I do say it like that.
Tour.
I don't get it. I hear it too much. Like my whole family says it, and I don't understand it. But that's gonna mean today's question of the day is: what is one place you have to visit before you leave this earth? 877-881-1053. Oh, you want to go down under?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, even after all this time, that's admirable.
I like their accents.
Is that the main reason?
That's the first thing. They have. I've seen.
They have Australian people who live in America.
Yeah, but they have the accents there. There's more accents there.
That's true.
I also like they have awesome beaches from all the shows I've seen. Especially that Sydney Sweeney movie where they were in Australia and she was in a bikini the whole time. And then you had to look at Glenn Powell and his shirtless body the whole time. Australia's that one, koala bears.
Okay.
Eucalyptus trees, kangaroos. Do the kangaroos have the clap? Is that what it is? Is that what was it? The kangaroos?
No, I think it's the koala bears that had the chlamydia. Is what Frank Mir. I swear to God, that's a real thing.
I know.
Frank Mir years ago talked all about that when he was fighting in Australia, and we didn't want to stop him.
We just let him keep going, dude. We were
Frank Mir got knocked out and suspended for 2 years for using PEDs.
Because of the koala bears, probably.
I think we are now the show of marsupials now as well. Yeah.
For me, it's London. I have wanted to go to London my entire life, maybe in part because of that giant Ferris wheel, maybe in part because of the Christmas scenes from Love Actually. I think those are all valid.
Like you're from London.
Yeah, I would love to go to London and just go sightseeing. Maybe it was season 4 of Friends that convinced me of that. Many, many reasons I would like to go to London before I die.
Would you go into the map?
Hell no, but I will tell you this. All right, look. If you've never seen Friends, fair enough. In season 4 of Friends, they go to London for Ross to get married, and it's this whole thing. So Joey and Chandler are arguing because Joey wants to figure out the way around England by, he was like, getting into his map, and that's what he does. So Jess, we were watching that, and she goes, yeah, I get it. Like, you have to get in your map to know where you're going. And I was like, we're so different people.
I've totally been like, have you ever... your phone, your Google Maps got recentered and it's off now, and you're like, which way am I going?
Yep.
And then sometimes you have to get into the map. You just have to figure out which direction you're actually, where am I exactly? And I love the you are here parts of signs at the mall and stuff, man. There's nothing better than going, oh, that's where I am. Thank you.
I still think those signs missed a huge opportunity like 30 years ago. Can you imagine if it said on there, you are here, Corey. There's a private number calling me.
That's
I'm like,
weird.
Could it be somebody from London? But I just think like most people would be like, that's weird. But every time a Corey walked up there and it was like, you are here, Corey, you'd be like, oh my God.
How
did they do that?
This is amazing.
That's a great point. And that's a great point about the mall thing too, because I find myself I have no situational awareness. In those situations, I get flustered. I'm like, I forgot which direction I'm going.
Go out to Grandscape, and you're like, okay, I'm at the Puttery, and now how do I get over to is it Yoka? I don't know. I went to a restaurant there. Awesome.
Oh,
Joka, I think it was. It was really good.
You're gonna hate this, Alec. I'm gonna present it as if I'm saying it, so you'll hate it even more. But it comes from the 214. You know, Alec, I really want to visit the moon before I leave this earth, but I can't.
Even in my own segment, huh?
Because you'd have to leave the earth.
I get it, Kevin.
Even in my own segment.
I got it. Sorry.
You know, I'm just regretting life decisions.
That was the 214.
You didn't have to read it then.
I was excited about
I
a
don't
big show.
think you know me at all.
There are plenty of texts that we don't read. So you're saying every joke people text in, you have to read.
I don't want to set that precedent, but if they're at that level, then yes, I will.
You don't have to.
You don't have
You
to.
get to decide. You have free will.
Oh, man.
Within FCC compliance, you have free will.
Let me ask you guys something. The private number that called left me a voicemail that is 50 seconds long.
Oh.
Is it wrong that I really want to hear this voicemail?
Like over air?
No. I don't know
it's
what
not
it's going to
wrong
be.
that you want. Yeah, that's like they left a legit message, so I'd be curious too. I had one that I never confirmed was a scam or if it was real, but it was during this show, maybe like a month ago. Somebody called and they said, "Hey, I'm a representative with Fanatics, and we're doing an event before WrestleMania. We want to invite you."
Oh.
And I was like, I don't trust this. So if you are that Fanatics rep and you were actually real, I'm sorry for ghosting you. You know where to find me because apparently you called my cell, so you have my number. Reach out again if you actually meant that, and I apologize greatly because I'm kind of mad I missed out on that if that was real. From the 817, I need to visit Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
And Kevin, I think there's a line that you always say about it. that I end up marking.
Smells like urine. Is that?
No, it's like a dump until you sit down and then look at it all, and you're like, wow, this is amazing. It's the outside atmosphere, and once you get to your seat, to get to your seat, I'm not kidding. I know they've redesigned some stuff. There are places where you have to walk up to walk back down to get your seat, and you're like, who the hell designed this place?
From the 806. Very strong thing. Yeah. You know. Green eggs and ham was a banger. Yeah. From the 806, a couple years ago after my breakup, it was Amsterdam, enough said. Now I want to go to Japan.
Oh, yeah. My brother-in-law went to Japan. And Adrian's cousin lived in Japan, taught in Japan.
Oh, cool.
And we have our friend David, who's in Japan.
Still listens.
I've heard it's a wonderful place. I've heard very good things about it.
Would you, Alec, just knowing your love of pro wrestling, would you try to, you might not be able to do it, but would you try to, kind of build a vacation around a big, New Japan card or something like that, or Stardom or whatever?
I'd absolutely do that. I think the Tokyo Dome is one of those places I would love to check off the list. I know there's a lot of people that have been there and they're like, it's not that impressive. I don't care. It's just the nostalgia of it and hearing the millions of stories of great events and great matches that have happened there. I just want to go there for the love of the game. And on that topic, Kevin, the 469 says when WrestleMania finally heads to the UK, I want to go there. I want to go to Wembley so bad.
Yeah.
Wembley just seems like an amazing place. The energy is just insane for no matter what event. It can be a soccer game. It can be an American football game. It can be a concert. The energy just seems unreal at that venue. I can't explain it.
Now, did you know, I know we were talking about the conclave earlier. Did you know what you call a sleeping, walking nun?
All right.
A Roman Catholic. That is courtesy of the 903, and they addressed it specifically to you.
This clock cannot go faster.
That's how I felt with the Take a Load Off segment.
Oh, I was just referring to the stars,
You still
we just want to watch
9
hockey.
hours.
Yeah, we just want to watch hockey.
What are you doing to me right now? This is like when Mike would be like, we'd get here and he'd go 14 hours left for Peace-a-thon, guys.
Yeah, and he would say it before and after the first segment. And you're just like, shut up, Mike.
Oh, man, that's going to be me this year. I'm going to bring that back. So I was doing some reading. I like to try to keep up with the high school track scene to see who's going to be the next names. We need to keep an eye out for the Olympic trials and whatnot. And Tommy Latham is a name you need to know out of the state of Georgia. He's one of the biggest stars in the country in track and field. I believe he just recently became the first Georgia runner to go sub 4 minutes in the mile.
Wow.
Clocking in at 3:59 on the dot. Texas Mile Split put up a bunch of stuff about him too that I was reading up on. This kid's incredible. And he ended up winning the 1600 meter, which is the mile, at the Georgia High School state championships. And he's already won 3 state titles before that. This guy is incredible.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty damn good.
According to the Score Atlanta, Tommy Latham is preemptively disqualified from the upcoming state championship. This comes after he performed, quote, an obscene gesture during the regional round of the state competition last month. Mid-race, he reportedly, there's no film of this, so we can't really confirm it, but I guess the UIL out there, that governing body in Georgia, has enough evidence to claim this happened. He lapped another competitor in the 800-meter relay.
Wow.
Lapped another team. And as he ran by, he gave them the bird.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh.
Doing the peace sign, see you later, that's fine. But not giving them the bird.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that somebody made the regional round being that
already,
slow.
Yeah.
And they're getting lapped. I know Latham is incredible and everything, but you're getting lapped in the regional round.
Yeah.
That's where some really stiff competition comes into play, and a lot of people overperform at those meets. You're getting lapped. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, the fact that he was already getting lapped, but you might have deserved a little bit of taunting if you made it to the regional meet and you're getting lapped. I'm sorry. I'm not for flipping people off for no reason, but, you might have, like Corey said, a peace sign or something. Go Tyreek Hill on him. Sure. But God, you're getting lapped in the regional meet? I think this is kind of baller. I'm not advocating for it at all, but I think this is kind of awesome. He's already committed to UNC for track, so he's already got his future kind of figured out. He's probably going to be an Olympian one day.
Did he hate the guy that he gave the finger to,
That's
or
what
was he just like, this kid sucks? He doesn't even belong in track. I need to let him know.
I want to find out if there was like a beef. Maybe it was rival schools or something. There's got to be a story. He doesn't just flip a guy off because he sucks. There's got to be a story here. So, hey, if you're ever going to run a track meet or a 5K or something soon, don't flip anybody off. You'll get a disqualification.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more George Pickens, but also, do you believe this year 2 player is primed for a big jump? Next on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Prescott's in the gun. Back to throw. Looking right. Scrambles left. Still got it. Scrambles back right. Throws it in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown in the back of the end zone by C.D. Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We had talked about potentially bringing this up later in the show, but we got a jam-packed show in the noon hour. Nelly ticket giveaway. Paige Beckers is going to be on the show at noon. Bruce Bochy is going to be on the show at 12:30. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, I'm going to combine these things here, Corey, because there was an article we were going to discuss about reasons for optimism for every single one of the NFL teams.
All right.
Now, let's take the answer that CBS gave and combine it with the happenings of this morning.
Okay.
Do you think there's reason for optimism with the Cowboys because A, Dak Prescott is returning to full health, and B, they just traded for George Pickens?
Okay. I think the Pickens thing absolutely is a reason for optimism because everybody out there that was upset that they didn't have a number 2 wide receiver can now say,
Yeah.
oh, well, they can fold their hands and wait patiently.
Okay.
I liked what John Machota said earlier about George Pickens coming in and
big body receiver.
The fact that Dak Prescott is like that's his number 1 trait is being a leader, that he should help bring Pickens along. Because what great leaders don't just say get in line and follow.
Yeah.
The greatest ones, and we're seeing it with Bochy. You see it with Jimmy Johnson. The best ones figure out what each one of the followers are for and how to best manage and work with them. And so hopefully Dak can do that. If he's really that good, he can do it. I'm a little concerned about him just in general. They have built a team that is for him again. So it is positive to have a quarterback coming back. That is definitely a reason for optimism. And Kevin, I would say there aren't a lot of reasons for optimism with this team going into it at the moment. Kyle Brandt was right. They've been boring this offseason, which we liked. There are a lot of things that we liked about it. They added Booker, who I think is a boring pick, but also an absolute blast.
Yes.
So
did you get a kick out of Machota's now I'm here for some players who aren't just down the line.
I want something spicy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is something that the Cowboys do like to do, but we like to win too, and that's the first thing we really want. So hopefully Dak can get over that hump. I think that's a lot of people would like to see Dak get over that hump so they could go, see, that's why we've been rooting for this guy all along.
Now, I want to see what you guys think about this, because I could see how some people will be like, I don't like it. I think it's amazing. Did you see for Isaiah Pacheco what he wore to his college graduation ceremony?
I did not.
He wore not one, but both of his Super Bowl rings. You're graduating from college, and that's super neat, but that guy is graduating from college, and also he's wearing his 2 Super Bowl rings, and that is I think that's super cool.
Nobody that's graduating with him is upset about it, right?
Yeah.
Dude, come on, what are you doing? Why are you wearing your Super Bowl rings to graduation? Because they're all jealous is why.
Oh, for sure.
They all want to have those Super Bowl rings too.
Agreed.
And, it is your graduation day. It's probably one of the best days of your life when you graduate from college. It ranks up there in the top 10 with things that you look forward to. So, yeah, man. Wear your good stuff. Put on your Sunday best.
Okay.
Feeling good like you should.
I like it.
You know what I'm talking about.
Now, we mentioned, again, going back to Machota, Dak Prescott has had success with big body wide receivers. This morning, Jason Garrett was on with Mike Florio and Chris Sims. And one of the things that he said is Dak Prescott will be the key to George Pickens' success in Dallas. Now, you can take that strictly from a standpoint of, well, yeah, no kidding. He's throwing him the football. But I take it from the perspective that we had discussed of the number one trait everybody lists. I mean, we just talked about it last week or the week before. He went to a high school and was talking to kids about how their lives matter. The character stuff is off the charts. And that's what you want to have in place for somebody who maybe has had some issues.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what I was just saying is Dak is the one that finds the way to manage the group and keep them all working together in a good way. And so I think that's going to be the first step is Dak getting close to him, figuring him out. CD, I'm interested to know him and CD's relationship because we have pictures of them smiling and hugging on the field. CD Lamb last night tweets out the picture of Ralph Wiggum doing the hey everybody because he knew something was up. And so maybe CD's like, hey, maybe even CD's like, I got this. Dak, don't worry about it, man. He and I, we're going to be fine together. And maybe that's the other thing is you work with those two guys. But you've also seen Dak and CD been working hard together this offseason. And so that relationship is even growing stronger. So I'm really looking forward to that, man.
Now let's go from that to Trayshawn Holden. That is a wide receiver that the Cowboys picked up, and he got a team low $3,000 signing bonus. He said, I've always been the kind to just work hard in general, but I feel disrespected. And so now it's time to make it happen. I definitely hope he can make it happen, but at the same time, when you look at the receiver room that's now CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jalen Tolbert, Jonathan Mingo, and Kevontae Turpin that you know are all locked in one way or another. Unfortunately, injuries could potentially come up. There's a lot of people high on Josh Kelly. They got Paris Campbell as well. This feels like it will be tough to take a receiver spot.
Oh, yeah, dude. Like this camp is going to be a blast, isn't it? For the days that we're out there checking it out. It's going to be it should be one highlight reel after another to try and see these dudes that are fighting to get into one of those spots.
Keep an eye out on this. Dallas Goedert and the Eagles are close to an agreement that will keep him in Philadelphia. We talked a lot before the draft about how the answer was he plays on the team right now, and then we'll see how it goes from there. So looks like that is going to stay.
He is a tight end in our room.
Yes. One wide receiver that is not going to stay, Gabriel Davis. If you recall about 2 years ago, sorry, Mike said that this was the next big thing in football from a wide receiver perspective.
He was told by, I believe, an agent. I think that there was somebody that was involved, that he was I'm investing all my money in Gabe Davis cards.
Yeah. And it didn't really work out.
Oh, no.
And it didn't work out for the Jags either. They signed him 14 months ago. They're going to end up taking a salary cap hit of $20 million. Now, I know they're going to post June 1st cut him, which will absorb some of the money now, and then you can push off the rest until later, which will actually save the Jags a little bit of money in the short term. But man, 14 months after you sign a 3-year contract and you're like, nah, we're done, and you still have to take a cap hit out of it. That definitely hurts.
Yeah, that's a significant chunk of money.
Do you believe Justin Herbert is going to go to the Hall of Fame? Because, and you know what? I actually like this. Jim Harbaugh said his goal with the Chargers, I got to get Justin Herbert to the Hall of Fame. Now, I'm assuming that doesn't mean to visit. I'm assuming that doesn't mean to play in the Hall of Fame game. I'm assuming he means to be enshrined into the Hall of Fame. What do you think about those prospects?
The prospect of him actually getting there?
Yes.
Man, it's going to take a significant turn for him from what he's done. All of the physical traits are there. This is the thing we say. All the physical traits are there for him. When he throws the ball, you're like, holy cow. The quarterback position is more than just throwing a football. Just like pitching is more than throwing a baseball. There's so much more that goes into it. And he absolutely, Herbert has to grow into that. Harbaugh has a good mentality on that approach. I do like that he's setting that standard high for him, because that's what you want from your coach. You want your coach to be like, hey, I think you can do this. Now let's do the little things to get you to that point.
And it looks like the numbers are starting to trickle out. Goddard will take an approximately $4 million pay cut, down from 14 to $10 million, so that he can stay with the Eagles. And I did want to read this text from the 469. I don't think getting Pickens is going to matter because Dak still isn't that good. If you think
that's fair.
If you think that, there's nothing that's going to happen until the playoffs that would conceivably change your mind. We've talked about it before.
I don't even think getting to the NFC Championship will change.
This is good enough.
He needs to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, look, you might be right, but the Cowboys don't feel that way, or at least that is not what they tell people out in the public.
Right.
And so they will continue to make moves with that in mind.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, number 1 overall draft pick for the Dallas Wings and newest WNBA phenom. It is Paige Beckers right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're here with number 1 overall draft pick for the Dallas Wings. It is Paige Beckers. Paige, thanks for jumping on with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, before the draft, I know you and a whole lot of the other soon-to-be pro players were walking the orange carpet, and there was little boys, little girls, and they were just in awe. How cool is that to be on that side of it after I'm sure you grew up being in awe of a lot of WNBA and NBA players?
Yeah, it's super surreal. It honestly felt like yesterday that I was that little kid who had idols and dreams and aspirations to be the players that I wanted to be growing up. The Minnesota Lynx were the dynasty that I admired the most. I got to see growing up firsthand, going to games and watching them win championships, and then dreaming of going to UConn and looking up to all those players who ever played there. So to be in this position, very grateful, very blessed, and it's just something you never want to take for granted.
Now, later in the night, for somebody who's on the cutting edge of fashion, and I saw that you mentioned this to Time Magazine, how frustrating is it when your look doesn't completely stay together?
It was fine. I was more just nervous and worried. I sweat a lot because I was anxious and I was excited and nervous and all the emotions. But it was fine. I was just more being overprotective and cautious, but that really wasn't what I was worried about the entire night. But yeah.
The sweating part, when it comes to that, is it one of those where you immediately as you're going to something, or is it like, oh no, something big just happened and I start sweating? And for me, it's always the pits. That's the area.
I'm honestly not really a sweater, specifically in basketball. I sweat here and there, but I'm not dripping in sweat. But nah, I guess here and there, I guess I get a little sweaty. I don't know.
Hey, that hit you took from Jackie Young, is that the kind of thing just part of being a rookie and a way to test your guts? And how do you manage that physical part of the game?
I think that just comes with guarding Jackie Young. She's extremely strong, grown woman strength. You can tell by her work ethic and how much effort she puts in taking care of her body, and stuff in the weight room is very important to her. And again, that's something you don't see as much in college, as a fully developed grown woman with grown women's strength. But yeah, that was definitely a welcome moment for sure. Slid to stay in front and then took a straight shoulder to the chest. So I'm glad Dejanay was there to get that jump ball because I needed a second.
There you go. So the last few years have been kind of a lightning bolt for intrigue for women's college hoops. Who's the next big name that we need to know about in college basketball?
Sarah's strong. I think she's the best player in the country. I think 2 best players in the country will be on UConn next year, in Azzi and Sarah. But obviously the entire team has great pieces, and the entire team is extremely talented. I'm biased, of course.
Yeah.
But Sarah Strong has every single piece you can ask for in a basketball player. She competes at a high level. She just wants to win, and she has all the intangibles, the skills, the stuff you can't teach. And she's a freshman, so I'm excited to see her growth.
I think a lot of times there's stereotypes about Texas people. Are you surprised that we don't all have accents and like have horses and everything?
Yeah, there hasn't been much of accents. There's been a few, of course. You're not going to not have any, but I've listened to less country music than I thought. But the food has been great. That's lived up to the hype for sure. Yeah. But no, I've got a little bit more exploring to do, so excited to do that.
Yeah, our friend Brandon Hurtado, we heard you got a chance to get a little bit of his barbecue. What are your thoughts there?
That was amazing. I've never had food like that in my life. I love where I'm from, and I love where I went to school, but that food is a little different.
Oh, my God. I so agree with you on that. Now, given how quickly everything in life can move, I'm curious, have you had the opportunity to, like, take a minute to enjoy any of this? And if so, like, I've heard that maybe you're kind of cataloging it along the way or photographing it. Like, have you had a chance to enjoy all of this?
Yeah, a huge focus of mine this past year was being present and just enjoying every single moment. It's easy to get caught up in life and what's next and what is there left to accomplish or what's the next step in my journey. But I think just stopping and looking around to smell the roses sometimes is really rewarding. And you got to do it. Like I said, there's so much things that you can get caught up in life, worldly fulfillments, thinking about worldly possessions and stuff like that, which goes along with my faith, and just being grateful for waking up in the morning and being grateful to be here in Dallas on a WNBA team with great people around me, a great organization. And then obviously how the chapter ended at UConn, wouldn't trade it for the world, my entire journey there. So you do a lot of reflecting. I'm a huge person that you want to learn from the past, not sulk on it, and just continue to get better and grow every day.
Talk with Paige Beckers right here on 105.3 The Fan. You just mentioned your faith. At the end of July, I'm going on my first ever mission trip, and we're going to Germany. I know you have traveled all over the world. Do you have any international tips for me, travel or otherwise?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Maybe have a translator always nearby. Find yourself embracing the culture. Don't look for America in other places, but just enjoy every single part of the new culture. Ask questions, learn, go see all the places you want to see, and don't just. You'll be tired, but don't just sit around and not explore what you went to explore.
I like that.
My co-host didn't tell you, though. He likes very plain food, and he's very particular about that. Should he try to experience the food in other countries, too, though?
See, I'm pretty picky, too, so I understand that for sure. But I think you ought to try it, and, then if you don't, overseas and foreign McDonald's, I will say, is better than America. No offense.
Oh, why is that?
I don't know. You got to see for yourself.
Okay.
They just make it with more love, I think.
Okay, so I'll make you a deal, and I think we're going to be on the same page on this. I'll try some new food if you can agree with me that people who call us picky, they just don't get it. We're just very particular. That's not bad.
No, picky isn't. It's not a diss to me. It's a compliment. I like what I like, and I know what I like, and I'm a very decisive person.
Now, I was reading up that Asia Wilson said the best advice she has for you is for you to ask questions, be a sponge, and just continue. Never stop asking questions to the people in the league. Do you have any questions for us?
You said, do I have any questions for you?
Yeah, do you have any questions for us? If she's saying ask questions, we can answer. We're from DFW. We can answer lots of questions.
Well, yeah. What's the best top 3 food spots in the Dallas-Arlington area?
Okay, Dallas-Arlington area. You got Hurtado. That's the number one spot for us for sure. If you haven't had Whataburger yet, you got to find yourself a Whataburger. That's the way to go there. Kevin, do you have an option here?
I'm trying to think. I depended on you to be my foodie. I just go everywhere and order the exact same thing because that's what I like. So I'm not the perfect person to ask about that.
Then you got Joe T.
Okay, well, I have another question.
Okay.
Best golf courses.
Oh, best golf courses around here. See, I'm one of those. I like Keaton, but that's like one I grew up on. It's very small. There's a tower in the middle of the 13th hole that you got to hit around. So that's the one that I really like. But you have golf courses. I would say the Four Seasons, if you can get into that one. Our friend Derek Holland, he's over in that area. I bet you can get
into it.
Yeah, I think you should try that one out for sure. That's definitely an option. And then you got the PGA out here in the Frisco area. So that's a good option for you as well.
And then also,
I need some beginner level.
Okay.
Courses. I would say.
Yeah. We're gonna look over and we're gonna look at the Highlands. We're gonna look at Tennyson Park in Dallas. That's where you want to go. You want to go to Tennyson is the first one you want to check out. All right.
Okay, sounds great.
And then the other restaurant to go to is Nick and Sam's.
Yeah,
that place.
Nick and Sam's.
Yeah, that place is freaking incredible.
You'll love it.
Okay. Yeah, I've been to the other two, so I'll try that one.
The other part, though, that question was who do you turn to? Who have you reached out to in the WNBA for advice?
Definitely a lot of the UConn alums through that network and through the relationships I've already built through that college experience. Jewel Lloyd was another one. Natasha Cloud's another one. I mean, there's been a lot of people that I can reach out to. Sue, Diana, talking with Maya. Stewie, I mean, there's just so many resources, especially through the UConn pipeline, that relationship and connection always stays open.
You talked a lot about how you grew up loving the Minnesota Lynx dynasty. How cool is it that when y'all open the regular season a week from Friday, it is going to be hosting the Minnesota Lynx?
Yeah, that's super crazy. When I was young, maybe 6th or 7th grade, I was at a Lifetime in St. Louis Park, right outside the city of Minneapolis, and Cheryl Reeve was lifting weights, and she actually ended up coming to the gym and sort of putting me through some stuff and working me out, and to be a young kid and have that experience of one of the best WNBA coaches ever to take some time and coach you at such a young age, something I'll never forget. And now we're in a league where I'll be playing against her with the Dallas Wings. So it's just really a full circle moment and crazy to think about.
A lot of people said, Paige wants to do this, Paige wants to do that. I'm sure you really love media speaking for you. Did you ever have any hesitation about coming to Dallas or coming to Arlington?
No, I'm glad you asked because, like you said, everybody had their own narratives and stuff they thought to be true, but I don't think anybody actually heard it from my mouth. But I was excited for Dallas. It's just an opportunity to do something new, new GM, new coaches, a lot of new in the organization. So to be able to start in new and build this new foundation this year with an amazing team, amazing coaching staff, and amazing people throughout the entire organization, embrace a new city that's shown a lot of love and welcomed me and the other rookies with open arms, and even the new free agent and trade pieces. So I'm extremely excited for it. I was extremely excited for it. I also wasn't really focused on it at the time in the moment, but now that it's true and it's coming into fruition, there was never a doubt.
You talked about all the new with Dallas. How cool is it that they're also renovating and going to have a new arena in a couple of seasons for y'all?
Yeah, the new practice facilities next year. The new arena is after that. So like I said before, just a whole lot of new, and we know how important recovery, having the right equipment, the right resources, the right people, and running that practice facility in the new arena, how important that is to draw free agents in, to build success, to build just a longevity of continued success and people wanting to be here and be in the city and play here. So it's extremely important. And like the growth in women's sports, to be able to have our own practice facilities, our own arenas, our own love and support, it's been really cool to see.
Well, Paige, you did great in this interview. My next question is, how have we done? What would you grade this? Is this your favorite interview so far?
Good. I would say I'll give you guys an A.
Nice.
I would say, like, as I've gone through media like heavily these past 3 weeks, it's cool to hear some new questions. It was cool for you to let me ask questions. Yes. So I'm sure you could hear a lot of answers from Safari or the internet that you can ask me questions and probably be the same answer. So to get new ones and switch it up, I think you guys did a good job.
Okay, good. And I wanted to let you know, and hopefully you'll come on the show with us again. We were so professional today. We usually like to goof around even more.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for engaging in our nonsense.
Yeah, go ahead. Next time I'm on, you can goof off a lot.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hell yeah. Okay, one more quick question then. We were about to joke that since it was a pre-record, we could do whatever we wanted. Would you have stayed on the line if I was like, first question?
Oh, no.
I would have.
Hell yeah.
I would have appreciated the energy.
All right, let's go.
Next time.
Next time. Thank you very
All
much,
right, next
Paige.
time.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
That was a legitimate laugh right there. That was a legitimate laugh, and I do appreciate very much Franklin Frankel, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. All the people sending in restaurant and golf course recommendations.
Yeah.
Because of their practice schedule, we had to record that yesterday.
We'll send them over to her.
Yeah,
and got a friend there now.
And so it was not live, but she said next time I come on the show. And then from the 469, hey guys, could you let Paige know I DM'd her on Instagram? I want to customize her some shoes. And if you can do that, I will customize a pair for you guys for Peace-a-thon as well.
Oh, wow. Well, they just also responded and said, dang it was a free record.
But that doesn't mean that we don't have a connection now that we can try to make that happen. And look, this time I knew.
What did we tell you about that?
I know this. If you've seen the video when I tried to spring out of my chair because I was like, "What the hell did you just do?" This time, at least I knew, and we were just having some fun. And I loved it when she goes, "Yeah, I love the intensity right there.
I love that energy."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is a jam-packed Expressway Nelly ticket giveaway. We will talk with Bruce Bochy and also breaking down Stars, Jets, and your official predictions for the season. Next, right here on The Fan.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And off the clock here in the third period. Rantanen again. Rantanen scores! Off the skate of Gerard, the former Colorado Avalanche star has scored twice to tie it for Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, and yes, for everyone who enjoyed the interview, thank you very much. We love talking with Paige Beckers. We hope we get to have her on again soon. I wanted to remind you, you want to go see the Dallas Wings. They have a preseason home game Saturday at 7 o'clock, and then they open the regular season a week from Friday, 6:30 against the Minnesota Lynx. We referenced that in the interview at the College Park Center in Arlington. All right. So if you want to make your way, and then also there's a handful of tickets left for Wings Fever at the American Airlines Center, which will be the first meeting between Paige and Caitlin Clark in the WNBA. So you have plenty of opportunities to go see the Wings in person if you want to make that happen. But Corey, you said the thing that you have been focused on all day, George Pickens aside, is Stars and the Winnipeg Jets. How are we feeling about this series? And do you guys have predictions? Feel free to send in predictions. Twitch, YouTube, 877-881-1053 on the Fan text.
I'm actually feeling very confident. I think just the last game we watched against the Jets was not too, like, that didn't feel good.
Or the one before that, yeah.
And, I mean, quite honestly, this season against them wasn't easy at all.
Yeah.
3-1.
Yeah.
For them, they were 3-1. So, but this Stars team did something that watching them play against Colorado really made me think, oh man, they're a different level. And so that's why I have this much faith in them. I'm picking against them tonight. I want to see this game
once,
but I'm and you know what? I hope it backfires.
Yeah.
But I am picking. They don't win game one.
8 straight losses.
But Pete DeBoer does a fantastic job of playing the chess match within a series. He does so well at picking his spots, throwing things out there, trying to figure out what he's supposed to do throughout an entire series. And seeing that they've been fiddling with the lines a little bit. I haven't seen any updated information on Robertson. Have you?
I have not.
So I'm still.
But it does sound like maybe he's trending towards playing.
Yeah, GTD was what we had. Robertson was on the ice for this morning for the optional skate, but he's still a game time decision. So that's where Heiskanen is out for tonight, but he is skating today.
Okay.
So,
it is crazy that Robo might be back before Heiskanen.
Yeah, and that just kind of shows you the severity. And Kevin, you know the minutes that Heiskanen wants to put on his body.
Yes.
He's like, I got to be out there. And they feel like they want to have him out there, but that's where we are with that right now. So I'm picking them to lose tonight, but Kevin, within the next 5 games after that, the series will be over. So I'm picking Stars in 6.
Ooh, okay. And I like the boldness of Choppy. He called a Stars sweep and then said if they lose tonight, he'll change it to Stars in 5. So that won't fundamentally change what he thinks about the series. He's like, just tax on it.
I do have a question for you, though. Is there any sport where the bounce of the ball or puck or whatever changes a game as much as hockey? I mean, golf, I think a little bit, but
it's tough to say as much, but I was going to say basketball. But the difference is, like, you'll see a plethora of baskets, whereas...
How often do you see a basket bounce off of somebody's shoe, though? You know, like, that's...
But you do see, like, an accidental tap in or tap out where you miss a rebound, but not as much just because that one... It's not like that basket is worth 30 points.
Right.
Whereas that's essentially the equivalent in hockey, where if it went off your boot, then you're like, well, crap.
Yeah. No,
we just gave up a 30-point shot.
And that's that feeling of, like, when you're going into a series, a game could be changed by a lucky bounce.
Yes.
And, you know, even with Mikko's goal there, that was lucky that skate was there to go in. But if you're the better team over a 7-game series, those bounces fall your way.
Maybe he said this, maybe he didn't. I didn't hear it. If he did, I would love for Mikko to come out and be like, luck had nothing to do with it.
I knew where he'd be.
I saw where he was, and I was like, I'll just ricochet off his skate. Now, you brought it up.
I see the ice better than anybody. I know more about hockey than any of these guys.
Okay, now that's Hellebuck. So the Stars have lost 8 straight games, and they have not won a game 1 under Pete DeBoer.
Okay.
Now, one of the hypotheses that was thrown out was that several of those games were at home, and maybe a change of scenery and being on the road for game 1, where frequently you have been at home for game 1, could help change things up. Because if the Stars win game 1 of this series, like, obviously you'll be excited that they won, but I will be unreasonably excited that they won because of how much they struggle in this game.
Yeah, and that would be interesting too, considering how the line change is set up too, in favor of Winnipeg at home. So what would DeBoer be doing differently that would set him up that way?
All right, so you're going Dallas in 6. I think that's where I am as well, Dallas in 6.
A lot of people saying soccer with deflections.
Soccer makes sense too.
Yeah,
and because that's another thing where, like,
limited amount of points.
Exactly. Whereas in basketball, all right, you're going to score 100 points. Did you get a bad rebound? Did you get a bad bounce? Maybe it cost you 6 points. But, like, it didn't cost you 30 points. And so I could see that. Soccer makes sense.
We all do agree, though, that football's weird. Charging every touchdown for 6 and stuff like that.
But
one run, one home run, one run.
All right. I like it. Right now, brought to you by National Car Rental. Whether you're on the ground, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, it's time for our talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, I guess, or afternoon.
Afternoon.
Here.
Yeah.
How's it going?
You know, it's afternoon here, and I just dropped the ball on that. So sorry for getting our interview off to a rough start.
Good.
Now, I realize there's a lot to talk about with last night's game, with the shaking up of the staff, but I was curious, as a manager, I know moves have been made, but do you ever feel compelled to just, like, walk in the locker room with so many great hitters and just have to tell the team, like, hey, remember who the F you are? Like, is that part of a manager's job, is like, hey, I'll motivate you right now?
Yeah, there's times when you do that. Yeah, we've met. Trust me. Yeah, we've had meetings. They've had their meetings. I was part of their meeting. Then we had one in my office, bringing the group in. Yeah, you try everything. That's what you do. Part of it is, we're more than what we are right now, or what we've become, and don't forget who you are. Yeah, all those things. You want to remind them because this is when they need you. They need you to be behind them. That means it's easy to get down on your players when they're playing at their best, but that's when they really need help. And whether you got to read the room, you got to get the pulse, the tempo of the club, and whether it's screaming or trying to motivate, whatever. And they're men, and I like to treat people the way I would want to be treated. If I'm not playing right, tell me. But I don't need to be yelled at if I'm giving my best effort. And I feel that way with this club. They're grinding. Trust me. I mean, you'd be shocked how much they are hitting and working on things. And sometimes less is more. And I got to figure out when to back off. And yesterday, for example, I thought was good that we couldn't get on the field because of the rain, but hey, guys didn't wear themselves out, and man, they played. I just love the energy last night that we played with.
Yeah, it was absolutely fun to watch last night for sure, Boach. Players from Brett Boone's era, they were real big on that two-strike approach, and it was just kind of a little bit different rather than just swing as hard as you can, get this great swing off. How different do you think your two-strike approach is going to be heading forward with Boone?
Yeah, it is an area we can get better at. I think we have been better last couple of days. We're putting the ball in play. We're not trying to get too big with the swing. Trying to take what they give us. I know with Boone, a big thing with him, who hit a lot of home runs and did a lot of slugging. He would choke up a little bit. He'd choke up, open up a little bit, try to shorten things up. I think that's going to be talked about. Everybody's different, though. One hitter, he's not going to be comfortable doing that. So these are things that we have been trying, but when a guy like Boone that's had a really, really big career and talks about his struggles and things he did, it's gonna relate to these guys.
Now you had Piazza in San Diego, and what I learned about him was he was stubborn on I'm not swinging at certain pitches at all. I'm just not going to do it. He forced pitchers to make perfect pitches, and that was how he earned his home runs. How important is it to earn a home run? He really put pressure on pitchers.
Well, fear creates more pitches, and what I mean, it creates walks. I got Beasley stealing some potato chips out of my office right now. These guys wait till I get busy. I can't stop them.
Hey, at least you're not busy on a fishing boat, though, right?
Right. Yeah. But getting serious again, yeah.
All right, gotcha.
By the way, I know I did get your message about that fishing trip. Yeah, sometimes you get concerned that if you do go fishing, some people are going, well, wait a minute, you're working. But, we do sometimes for a couple hours get out early in the morning just to get away. And but getting back to your question, and now you have to
putting pressure, putting fear in the pitchers.
Yeah. You earn those counts, and how you earn them is great fear, and that's by doing some damage. And they're attacking us. That's one thing. They're not. It's hard to get walks when they're coming right at us. But if we get back to who we are, and our identity is, team fears or pitchers fears, and that's why I love some of the swings we took yesterday.
Especially now that Leote has been picked up by the Mariners. I was curious if you can give us any insight into why did that just not end up working out here?
Well, and I love Leo. Leo's a great teammate, and Leo, he was a streaky player, very talented. There's nothing the guy couldn't do. He run, play defense, switch hitter. Stronger from the left side, obviously, but to run in some balls. But we gotten a little crowded here, and Evan Carter's ready, and so to have a guy like Leo sitting on the bench, he's pretty well. I mean, he's getting his salary's getting up there. That's something you don't want guys like that sitting there, and so anyway, with Carter coming up, he's going to get the lion's share playing center field. Now, they don't complement each other so well because they're similar. Their strong suit is from the left side. And we need more of a right-handed bat, and so that's how this all came down. And I'm happy for Leo. I talked to him yesterday. He's going to big leagues with our competitor, unfortunately, but he is going to the big leagues.
Now, you mentioned Evan Carter. We were all excited to see him have some pretty immediate success in the game yesterday. I'm curious, since he has kind of a back issue that has to be managed, how do you balance managing the pain versus, hey, sometimes you're going to have to play through a little bit of pain?
Well, first of all, he's not in pain right now. That's what's good to see is how healthy he is. I mean, that's always a fine line between playing with pain and doing more damage. Some guys' pain tolerance are different, obviously. Like when you're talking about the area where it was bothering them, it's hard to play through that, and then you're just going to compound the damage by running and swinging the bat. Swinging the bat is, especially trying to hit major league pitch, you're doing some serious rotating, and so you got to be smart about it. As far as him, his workload, I'm going to rely on my medical staff. He's going to play these 3, and then if all goes well, then he'll be off the first day in Detroit. Looks like we're going to see Scooble. So anyway, I'll pick and choose certain days that he'll be off, so we don't run him in the ground here.
Is Adolis okay? And can you walk me through what you were thinking during that 7th inning when you were kind of yelling out at him while he was on second base, and then the conversation when you went out there and had with him after the inning was over?
Yeah, well, happened at first base when he legged out the ball, and so he kind of reached down there, but it was a cramp. It wasn't a hamstring pull, and he was confident that that's all it was. And Ragsdale was letting us know he's okay. Well, he got to second. He's still kind of grabbing it, and I'm trying to get something from Goldie to let me know, because last thing we wanted was a base hit, and he's trying to score, and then now we lose him for 6-7 weeks. So anyway, lucky our trainer and I went out there and checked on him. He said, "No, I'm telling you, I'm good. It's just a cramp." And so anyway, that's all that was.
Okay. Ooh, all right. That was good. That makes me feel a lot better right now.
Now, we have Chris Young on our airwaves every single week, and one of the things that he talked about earlier this week was Alejandro Rosario, and still talking about the work in progress he is, and maybe he'll move up to AAA. I know you're busy with the big club, but from the reports you get and everything, what else do you want to see from him in the minors, since he made such a big impression in spring training?
Well, I mean, right now he needs just more time there. It's not something you want to see. It's a consistent, just the consistent play from those guys. Like Krim, we brought up. What do we want to see from him? Well, we want to see him slug down there. He's a first baseman. That's what was going to get him up to the big leagues. Now, granted, he hasn't got a hit yet, but he did what he's supposed to do. And but with Rosario, it's just a matter of time. And of course, you never know during the season when you're forced to maybe bring guys up. And going back to Carter, when we brought him up in 23, I mean, we brought him up at an early age, including Langford, these guys. And when they start doing things that and they make enough noise that earn the right to go up or even go up another step, whether it's to AA or AAA, that's all you're looking for is consistent play.
Now, I know a lot of discussion about the offense this week, and I guess for several weeks, but I don't want it to be lost that you're in the midst of, I know there was a day off in between, but you got back-to-back really top-notch starts from DeGrom and Eovaldi. How much easier does that make life from managing the bullpen to not needing to score as many runs?
Yeah, well, I'm a firm believer. Pitching is going to get you there. Pitching is going to win it for you. And I couldn't be prouder of this staff, what they're doing right now, surpassing even what we thought. We thought we had a pretty good staff, but they've been incredible on the starting side and in the bullpen. And so, no, it does make life a lot easier, but it doesn't make it easier when you give up 2 and you get beat 2-1.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what was frustrating us, So, yeah, and we thought this offense would be, an offense that would consistently score between 4 and 5 runs a game on the average. And we have not done that. That's why our record's not better. It's not because of the pitching. With our pitching, if our offense had done anything close to what we thought, we'd be right where we wanted to be.
Boach, you ever played or managed a game with fire alarms going off before?
Yeah, well, I've had some things. I've had the lights go out, fire alarms. Yeah. I don't know, sprinklers. The old Major League scene. What was it? Major League where the sprinklers went off? Or Bull Durham?
I think it was Bull
Durham. That was Bull Durham, yeah.
Yeah, Bull Durham. Yeah. I'm getting old, so you got to help me out on some of this stuff. But no, seriously, it's funny. You'll see things on the field that you think you've seen, and man, I don't even know the rule. When some one thing may come up, I got to, go through it again. But it's the same thing at the ballpark. During the year, you're always going to see something you haven't seen before.
And the other thing too, I want to go back to the hitting approach and everything. Is there is it fair to say maybe that the hitters are going up with a little freer mindset? Maybe with sometimes you get all the analytics in there and it just kind of clutters things up. Is it a little bit of a freer approach for these guys?
Well, that's what we're trying to make it.
Okay.
We're trying to declutter what's happened with some guys. Whether it's I'm not just talking analytics, but I'm talking with their struggles on the mental side. Try to keep it simple here and be on the attack. Hey, I'm a big believer. You go down swinging, and that's what we want these guys to do. And just get your A swings off. And I thought last night they did a great job. They were on time and with the fastball, but they weren't chasing, and so we've had 2 good games in a row, and so hopefully this is something they build on, and it will, as you mentioned, not clutter or declutter what's been going through their head once they have some success. Now I can tell you a guy like Peterson, no, he's trying, and now that pressure just mounting on him because he wants to make a good presence. It was just so good to see him go out there and let it go like he did last night.
And by the way, multiple people pointed out, thank you for answering my Alejandro Osuna question, even though I'm pretty sure I said Rosario. Thank you very much for still answering that question nonetheless. Back to Evan Carter. One of the things that he talked about, he's like, how cool is it to be back in the big leagues and be at Fenway Park? And I'm sure in this profession or any profession, it's easy to get jaded. So how cool is it to see those players who are still in awe of the game or being in the show or being at Fenway?
You broke up on me there.
Okay, so Evan Carter was talking about how cool it was to be back in the bigs, back in Major League Baseball, back at Fenway. I know you can get jaded, or just people in general can get jaded. So how cool is it to see players who are still so enthusiastic to get to play this game and get to be at Fenway?
Yeah. When you walk in this place, of course, you're seeing a lot of history here. I mean, the Green Monster. A lot of guys are going up it today at 1:00 or 1:30. I think they're up there now. But yeah, to see these guys come in and to see how excited they are to be here playing in a ballpark that Babe Ruth played in, or Ted Williams, Yastrzemski, all those guys. But even even some of the coaches. Brett Boone played in the big leagues, 14, 15 years, and not longer. And, here he's back on the field in the big leagues. And just to see how excited he was and his enthusiasm, it's pretty cool to see.
Well, thank you very much for the time. As always, good sir. Best luck in the game tonight and keep those wins rolling.
All right, guys. Yeah, I was trying to think who you're talking about. Osuna.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We have Rosario, but
he's hurt. Yeah. Multiple people texted in, and I messed that up. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no, but Osuna, he's a guy that has so much ability, but you love the way he plays the game, the energy he plays with, and it's just a matter of time with this kid. And now that Carter's up there, I'm not sure what we're going to do with him, but very, very exciting player that we're looking forward to, seeing his progress because he will be here at some point.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, we'll talk to you.
I saw
Rangers.
Yeah, I saw multiple people texted in, and I was like, son of a gun. How did I mess that up? And I looked at my notes. I messed it up because in my notes I wrote Rosario.
Oh.
And I was like, okay, so you messed it up from the jump.
I missed an opportunity to tell Boach that it's okay to tell you to be better.
That's
it's okay
fair.
to tell Kevin to be
That's
better,
fair.
Boach.
And I clearly heard the CY interview, knew the quote, knew the player, but then somehow got it mixed up with a pitcher who obviously has had some arm problems. He's out for another year. But yeah, when I saw that, I was like, what?
Mm-hmm. It happens sometimes.
And it's in my notes. I wrote Rosario, so I really dropped the ball.
I love that he let us know that Beasley was in there taking some of his chips. That's the kind of stuff that I hope that Boach has some fun with from here on out, man. That's fun.
And from the 972, Bochy wanted to keep talking.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'd talk to the man all day. I absolutely would.
Absolutely. And look, you brought it up. You can always stand to get better, which is why we're going to transition to the NBA playoffs and talking about this player and how another coach, I feel like, specifically said you need to get better. Go ahead and give me the positive highlight. Cut number 12, Anthony Edwards.
Edwards slicing up and down. Count it, foul. That kid is something else.
Now, it didn't end up mattering yesterday as Minnesota, they lost game 1 to the Warriors 99-88. The intriguing thing that comes out of that is Steph Curry with the injury. He will be out for at least game 2. We'll see what happens after that, but they've already announced grade 1 hamstring strain. He's going to be out for game 2, and then we'll pick up how it goes from there. But I know what has caught your attention, and I'm really intrigued by some of the legends that Anthony Edwards has already knocked out in the playoffs. Now, obviously, he wasn't good enough to knock out Luka, but, we took care of that ourselves, I guess. If he takes down KD, LeBron, now Steph, and Luka, I know he beat him with the Lakers. Does he become the face of the sport? I know he said, I don't really care about that, but, usually it feels like media sometimes decides.
No, yeah, they
that.
decide for it.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Jordan, he forced it, obviously, because of his play and his competitiveness. But the media liked his look. They liked the way he played. They liked all these things about him, and they were like, this is somebody we can market. And the marketing part of it, too, the marketing arm of it. With Anthony Edwards, I think people love the tenacity he plays with. And it does remind them of Jordan in that respect. Everybody, we're looking for the next Michael Jordan. We are. LeBron James wanted to be the next Michael Jordan.
Sure.
Wanted to thrust himself in that conversation. I think that's why people wanted to fight against it so much, of you're not him.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to claim it. Whereas Kobe was just I want to be like him. And so people admire Kobe for that part of it. Anthony Edwards is just I just want to beat the best. So that's that version where you're just oh, he's not asking for it at all. He's just, it's kind of being put on him. I think he can, but when, taking down, if he could take down Steph at full health, that would be a difference maker for him for sure.
And LeBron, after that series wrapped up, he said to Anthony Edwards, take the next step.
Yeah, he has to. He definitely has to. And I saw somebody, I don't want to give him credit. I can't remember who it was. They said, the Minnesota Timberwolves are either amazing to watch or you don't want to see it at all. Like
That
that's
kinda
the,
felt
that,
like last
that kind
night.
of team is the way
A
that
little
is.
bit. And that's funny because that leads us back around to the audio I know you're intrigued by. Give me cut number 16. This is Anthony Edwards and the Steve Kerr discussion about like, hey, what does Steve Kerr think about you?
It was crazy because like before he came, I thought I was like working hard. And like when he came, I was going through the drills and he kept stopping them like, that's all you got, that's all you got. And I'm like, bro, I'm going hard as you want me to go. Like, what you want me to do? I'm sweating crazy. He like, man, you got to see Steph and KD and Clay work out. And we went to dinner that night, and they still was continuously telling me like, you didn't work hard enough. Like if we had the number 1 pick, we wouldn't take you. And I was just like, damn, that's crazy. So me and my trainer ran home after dinner, and we just talking like, bro, we got to pick it up. I don't know how. I don't know what we got to do. Like, but we got to pick it up. And I think after that, man, it's just, I became a madman in the gym. And like, I try to work till I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
See, I love hearing that. But then somebody texted this in the middle of the quote, and I don't really agree with this, but that's okay. I also said, good morning to Boach. You know what I liked about that? He said, well, I guess it's good afternoon here. And then I was like, hey, good job, Nimrod. It's afternoon here. Way to start it out. But
you know what? He's been on the West Coast a few times, Kevin, so I get it.
He gets it.
Yeah.
He plays for Minnesota. That market is garbage. He's not going to be the face of the league ever. I will just tell you, I think people forget what a no man's land Golden State was for a long time before that
before
thing.
Klay Thompson.
Yeah. But, but I think people sometimes underestimate how the players can jumpstart a league. Like Oklahoma City is a nothing market, but if in the grand scheme of things. But if you look back with KD, Westbrook, and Harden, it looked like they were on the cusp of being like the hub of the NBA, strictly from a competitive standpoint. Now, they are still pretty big favorites, even after losing game 1, to make a run at the NBA championship. And if those start to stack up, you will see Oklahoma City turn into like, it won't change the market size, but all of a sudden you'll be like, ooh, Oklahoma City, big game tonight. Because that's what happened with Golden State. They were just a place like that people didn't really care about.
Yeah, for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like it's about...
Let's give something away, Boach!
877-881-1053.
Now.
Will win a pair of tickets if you're caller number 10 to go see Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 5th. You can, of course, go buy tickets, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10. We'll do this giveaway tomorrow and Friday as well. And next is the C Block.
Marcus Ware has a thought on Micah Parsons next on The Fan.
Coming up in the...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Those are babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I did want to mention something real quick that Bochy said that I was not responsible for messing up.
Dude, give yourself a break.
Evan Carter, he anticipates Evan Carter playing in all three of the Boston games. So obviously you played yesterday, play today, and play tomorrow, and then have the first game off against Detroit, where they're planning, or at least as of now, it's penciled in that Tarek Skubal will get that start. And so just something to keep an eye on. Evan tonight, Evan tomorrow, and then not play on Friday.
Dude, Evan could have been 4 for 5. I think he had a strikeout last night, but the ones that he made contact on, that one he ripped down first baseline was amazing.
Yeah.
It just happened to be an awesome play.
Yeah.
And then the one he hit to center field, I thought it was going to fall, but a Gold Glove center fielder goes in there and sprints in and makes a great play. So Evan Carter getting in there and making good contact right out of the gate, that's promising right there.
The man whose voice you hear right there, he will roll the C block today.
Oh,
Well, I guess every day.
Yeah, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Kevin, for that introduction. I'm going to need your help on this conversation for sure. Like to always, we always like to help each other out. There are notable Cowboys. This is Todd Archer. Notable Cowboys with expiring contracts after 25.
Okay.
Micah Parsons.
Man, just real quick, does that feel like the only contract because of how much time it gets talked about and everything like that?
And we're gonna have a discussion about it a little more here in a second. But Micah Parsons 1.
Okay.
Deron Bland 2.
Okay.
Jake Ferguson 3.
Okay.
George Pickens 4. Which now he's the addition here. By the way, isn't it weird that Schottenheimer news gets bumped up on like a Friday night at 11 p.m. and then, of course, the first thing you see on a Wednesday morning is this Pickens news?
Stop the presses. You need to know about this. Schottenheimer.
All right, so Parsons, Bland, Ferguson, Pickens, Sam Williams, and Brandon Aubrey. It says
we better pay him.
RFA is
restricted free agent. Yeah.
Aubrey's a restricted free agent. All the rest of them are unrestricted.
Yeah, because
okay.
I didn't realize that either.
For the unrestricted free agents, as Archer says, there's only one tag to go around.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys' contract decisions are always interesting, and this now, adding George Pickens, makes it even more so.
Just right now, I guess my thought would be I would be stunned if you tagged Sam Williams, just because we're all hyped about the promise that is still there.
When you see it.
Yeah, but you just haven't seen it, and maybe that's why the Cowboys are that's exactly why I would use the franchise tag to see if we see it and then give them a long-term deal. That's just going to be a lot of money for somebody who then hopefully will have had the one super productive season. Micah, I don't think that's going to happen. Ferguson, I don't know what to think about that, man, because I was super high on Jake Ferguson going into last year. Then he had a really rough season for a variety of reasons. And at this point, I just don't know if he would be worth a franchise tag either. So I focus in on Bland and Pickens.
Interesting.
As potential, because with Bland, I know there are some people who are get the deal done now. And I hear that. That just doesn't usually seem to be the Cowboys' MO.
Nope.
And if they're going to wait and they're going to move off of Trayvon Diggs after the season's over, I'm not saying that will happen, but if it did, maybe they're going to be a little gun shy to pull the trigger on another long-term big money cornerback deal. And then for Pickens, it makes a lot of sense just because he wants to use this year to prove who he is. And maybe the Cowboys will be like, hey, you were phenomenal this year in the system. We already pay CeeDee Lamb a lot of money, so give me one more phenomenal year and we'll make it worth your while. You know, so I would circle in on Bland and Pickens as potentials.
Okay, I'm very interested to know how the Cowboys feel about Bland and his future staying around. Do they want to keep him around, or is that one of those, hey, we got Ravel, we're good?
Does it feel trickier with the Cowboys because usually you're like, hey, if we're pumped on you for the future, we'll go ahead and get that extension done a year before it really comes into public focus, especially for the draft picks. And that does not seem to be the Cowboys' MO whatsoever.
Now, for the crew that is screaming at the top of their lungs, we'll get back into Pickens here in just a second, too. For the crew that's screaming at the top of their lungs to trade Micah, because that conversation is always there. The conversation is, Do you love picks? Do you love the king's ransom you could possibly get in return?
Before you play the audio, and I'm really curious because I have not heard this audio yet, and I know you were doing some extra work to pick this up. There's nothing about any of the moves the Cowboys have made this offseason that leads me to believe they would trade him. Like, you could have seen a variety of moves. You're like, I don't know. But there's nothing, including this morning for sure, that has led me to believe that's going to happen.
And the discussion has obviously been a media discussion and a fan discussion more than anything else. I've never heard... I haven't heard Steven say or allude to it, have we?
And Jerry has literally told us in multiple interviews.
Not going to happen.
No one in this building has ever talked about that.
All right.
Which, maybe.
Our friend Kay Adams had our other friend DeMarcus Ware on, and they were discussing the possibility of trading Micah.
DeMarcus, I'm worried he's going to get traded.
No, he's not.
No? Good.
No.
How do you know that?
I don't, you know what? I don't think he's going to, no, you're right. He better not. I don't think he's going to get traded. From when I was there at Tyron Smith retirement and seeing how Jerry Jones looked at him, and to be honest with you, when he saw a different part of Micah that I saw, I think it was a little bit of change of heart.
Huh.
And it was like, hold on. I know that's our guy on the football field, but that's also our guy outside of the whole thing of sports that can be that catalyst for my team. And what happened if I got rid of him? Because I saw him like pouring into and talking to the other players. I'm like, that's the guy that I want on my team. I think Jerry Jones saw the same thing at that retirement of Tyron, and not saying he had a change of heart, but it sort of let him know that he is the guy. If he wants that outside linebacker pass rusher that's going to be wreaking havoc, I want him on my team instead of another team.
That's that's DeMarcus Ware right there.
Did you just play DeMarcus Ware off?
You're
like, we got it.
Sorry,
You're done.
DeMarcus. Yeah, no, but that's him observing at Tyron Smith's retirement ceremony what was going on in the room, and kind of keeping an eye and seeing Jerry kind of recognize maybe Micah's taking that next step and being more than just the guy that you think on the field, but maybe he's also taking that step off the field. Hey, you mentioned it the other day. Put that dude right next to Dak Prescott. Put in the locker room. Make sure that there's some that you can learn from these guys. That's something to grow on and learn from. So, for anybody that's been craving that, DeMarcus Ware does not think it's going to happen.
Yeah,
and we don't either. But I think it's always worth the conversation for this simple fact. And Micah can hate it. That's fine. You want to know what the value is. And when you discuss that, you're really just discussing hold on, what are we getting in return? And is that better for the team than it is for the player? And the Cowboys have decided that it is not.
And look, I go back to, there was absolutely a time a year ago where I think it would have made all the sense in the world to trade Micah Parsons. And that was before you did the Dak extension.
Mm-hmm.
Like, once you did the Dak extension, you're not rebuilding anything. So it makes no sense. But like, if you told me, hey, we're not going to re-sign Dak, and so that's going to change the structure of your salary cap. Also, you're going to trade Micah, pick up a bunch of extra picks. And I'm like, okay, so we're going straight up rebuild. I at least understand the logic of doing that. But once they re-sign Dak, it makes absolutely no sense to move on from Micah.
From the 972, you don't tag Williams because you don't pay top 3 money for prospects. I agree. With
I'm
that
with
completely.
You on that.
From the 214, George Pickens is overrated talent combined with low effort and attitude questions. His fan base is going to flip on him in less than 3 games.
Can I just say that's why you were able to trade for him?
Yes, exactly.
Right?
And a 3rd round pick was probably a little more than they wanted to initially do, but that's the cost of doing business here. And again, my philosophy, as you pointed out, if he wants a contract instead of an extension, then what he's trying to do is he's trying to prove to not just the Cowboys, but to the rest of the league. And this was, Bill Parcells used to say this all the time. Broadus knows. Bill Parcells would always say, you're not just here at training camp for us. You're here at training camp for everybody in the NFL. Everybody's watching you. You might get cut. And then what? If you put out your best effort and there's good tape out there, people are going to see it. And so that's what I think Pickens and his agent, who also is Micah's agent, probably had that conversation of, look, man, if I can go do this will give me a new setting. I have to be on my best behavior. I have to do all the best things I can and be an elite receiver at the same time so I can go get the contract I think I deserve.
From the 682, this is interesting. You don't learn leadership. You have it or you don't, and Micah doesn't have it. So I'm going to stop right there. They went on to say something else that, like, your best player doesn't have to be your leader. I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that first part. I think in many instances
there are traits that people recognize without knowing that they just I think Dawson threw it out there: deep voice, stature. There are things, physical traits that definitely stand out. But decision making sometimes is learned.
Yeah,
like the behaviors of a leader. There's books that you can take things from and say, "Hey, man, that's a great use of that." One of the greatest lines is, "You don't have to have the right direction. You just have to have a direction."
Yeah,
and once you go that direction, if you have the conviction behind it, people are going to follow. Now, they may follow you into the wrong place.
Sure.
But they're following because you're leading and they trust your leadership.
And then I can't say this for sure, but some of the stuff that we have heard since in the off season is that maybe he was biding his time and he was like, I fundamentally do not agree with the direction that DeMarcus Lawrence has like mapped out for this defense or this room or whatever. And I'm not saying that's the case. I don't know, but just some of the back and forth you've heard, it sounds like maybe he was biding his time. So I have not seen the innate leadership from Micah Parsons, but I don't necessarily don't think that means you'll never get it.
And then somebody said the tag for Pickens next year would be $28 million, not interested.
And that's fair. Having not seen him play whatsoever with the Cowboys, if all of a sudden him and Dak connect and you're like, holy crap, we do have a vertical passing game and Dak can get him the ball, I just wonder if you take a step and be like, oh, maybe.
And the other thing about that, too, is just go look at the way that this draft went. They wanted Tet. They didn't get Tet. And then they decided that none of the other receivers in the draft were what they wanted to go to pair up with CD. So they could use a pick next year to have it for this year. And so maybe next year they don't feel like they have to have the receiver again. They can go get him in the draft if he's available. So there's plenty of options still around there for you.
And this is going to be for another day.
And you said, did we agree that $16 million a year if we wanted to do a contract?
Yeah, just if you wanted to offer it right now. I'm not saying he would take that, but if you went 16 to 18 per year, do you think you could make something happen? And then somebody said Micah is the most beloved Cowboys player right now. I am intrigued to pick that conversation up because I haven't really thought about it, but I'm curious who the other candidates in the mix would be.
And then the last thing, Kevin, Alec, have you seen Run It Straight?
I don't think so.
I don't know what that is.
Run It Straight competitions. All right. We've seen sports pop up and be very like, oh my gosh, pickleball is taking over the world right now.
The one I still don't totally get or really enjoy is like the weird volleyball off the trampoline when you're working in 2-person teams. And it's not a volleyball. It's like this little ball that you hit off a trampoline. I don't know if I love that.
All right, Kevin, I'm running this one back. Do I have to hit play here for you?
You have to push the circle.
All right. This is Run It Straight, where 1 versus 1, 2 guys or gals,
holy crap,
line up on either side of a field, if you will.
That person is unconscious.
One has the ball, one does not, and they run as fast as they can directly at each other. No pads.
It's jousting. And
full speed.
There's no horses and no lances. It's just you.
Mano-y-mano.
That is terrifying.
And this is like doing the Oklahoma drills back in the day, but you just get the football and you go. This is wild, dude. And I'm wondering if this is the next new sport to take over the world, or if people are going to go, hey, man, we don't need to do that again. Like, that
feels
like
so dangerous. Like, that one clip you showed me, it looked like that person got knocked unconscious.
Yeah, well, and the other one, I need to show the other one, too, because, like, it's a different angle from another field.
Okay.
And when these guys, I'm telling you, full speed, as fast as you can, at somebody, you level them. Here you go. Watch this one real quick, because it's the same way. And go check them out. Go check the videos out if you get a chance. Run It Straight is what it's called right now.
Louise,
I wonder,
man,
because of the physicality of it.
Holy crap.
Is it we've seen slap battles. We've seen all sorts of things.
That does not feel like a sustainable sport.
It seems like after the first one, you're just like, you know what? I'm done with that altogether. But then you see rugby players Rugby players are out there.
Yeah, they probably think this is soft.
Yeah, they're like, hey, that's what we do for practice every day. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Go check out Run It Straight. Let us know if we need to do it for our next fan event.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or they keep thinking that the landline for Ramona Shelburne is going to work in those video shots? And we will talk with Gina Miller from FC Dallas next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it saffron sword?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Blackman with the ball, head of the key, pressured by Jordan. Blackman fakes on Jordan, right of the lane, fadeaway shot, good from 18 feet. Rolando Blackman has 6.
In your face, Michael Jordan.
Dunked on.
Wanted to mention that because Rolando Blackman will be the Mavericks representative on Monday for the NBA draft lottery. Hopefully he can bring luck to a franchise that has literally never moved up in the NBA lottery. Ever.
So this is the time.
Yes.
Why don't they let me do it?
I don't know.
Well, you act like I wouldn't be a good luck charm. Look at this show.
I've
been on it this whole time, and here we are.
Get nothing.
Well,
Rolando Blackman was a great player, and he also led to maybe my favorite strip club story of all time.
From Mike.
When Mike said this lady was trying to give a dance, and she's like, "I'm from Panama," and he goes, "Oh, you know who else is from Panama? Rolando Blackman." And that, I think that pretty much ended the potential transaction. Like, it was never going to happen, but I think at that point, the dancer knew that it wasn't going to happen.
This door is closing very quickly. All I'm saying is I've been a fan for a long time, all right? And if it's never happened and I've never been there, then I think that we give it a shot.
Okay.
But has Rolando Blackman ever done this before? Is this his first time?
I'm not sure. I'm going to check on that.
Right, thank you.
Let me ask you this. You're going to get picked, and we're going to send you, but you have to pay all your own expenses.
Okay.
But you're going to get us the number 1 pick.
Who
keeps turning the speakers on this computer? I remember
there was a time
when I was the only person who used this computer really, and I knew not to turn the speakers on, but somebody now is turning the speakers on. It's like, I need to hear that truck commercial.
All right, revisit your question, Kevin. I get to get picked. I'm going up there. I got to pay my expenses.
Yeah, you're going to go to Chicago. You got to pay all your own expenses, but the Mavericks are going to get a top 4 pick.
I'm down. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Dude, and you know what I'm doing? I'm wearing a KNC Masterpiece shirt during the pick.
Oh,
because
nice.
Everybody's going to see us. They're going to be like, that's me. Yeah, that's us right there. Mavs fans for life, baby.
All right. I like it.
And then I'm going to be like, fire Nico.
Now,
I don't think they're going to let me go
probably won't let you on the stage if you have a Fire Nico shirt on. In about 5 minutes, we'll talk with FC Dallas Vice President of Media and Communications, Gina Miller. But in the meantime, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, wherever I go, he goes.
My buddy.
Now, I have to ask, do you think, go ahead and give me cut number 5. Are the Cleveland Cavaliers idiots? They were up 119 to 112 with 50 seconds to left.
Okay.
They went on to surrender an 8-0 run in the final 50 seconds that included 3 offensive rebounds for the Pacers and 2 turnovers for Cleveland, and it all culminated with this.
4 seconds to go. Halliburton for 3! 3 ball! Up top! Indiana by 1! 1 and 1/10 seconds to go. Inbound. Merrill didn't get it off. And this rivals the Milwaukee finish.
You have got to be kidding me.
Now the Cleveland Cavaliers.
So they lost, I take it?
Yes, they did.
Oh,
who had the best record in the East and second best record in all of basketball. They lost the first 2 games at home. And
Rick Carlisle's a hell of a coach.
Now they go to, man, if he gets to the Eastern Conference Finals, I believe in back-to-back years, that would be something.
Well, I mean, think about, didn't he do it with Detroit? Didn't he? I mean,
No, he's a heck of a coach.
He's done some pretty special things all along. He just knew that he couldn't coach Luka anymore. He was like, there's no way I can defeat that guy.
Are the Cavaliers idiots, or do you want to wait and see how the series plays out?
Well, that's a bad fumble at the end there for sure. I'll say I'll wait though. Let's see how this goes, because I don't want to be on My Buddy's an Idiot for saying they're idiots and they come back and win the series.
Okay, I got you. Now, are OKC fans or opposing fans in general idiots for trying to taunt Nikola Jokic. So they were taunting him with a very specific chant, and he said he didn't hear it, but they called him a free throw merchant. And he said, to be honest, I didn't hear them, but that is pretty funny. So are you off the hook because he thinks it's funny? Or is it the fact that when you said that, he went for 44, 22, and 6, and they won the game, that you're like, maybe we shouldn't? Like, I always thought people who chanted openly against Luka, I was like, that's a mistake. You're going to piss him off,
making him more
and he's
mad.
going to go on a rampage.
Yeah, and remember the year that they were chanting while Giannis was on the free throw line, and they kept counting down the seconds?
Oh, they still do that, absolutely.
Because he took so long. I don't know. You said Jokic, did he, from the free throw line, how was he doing? Did he go to the free throw line a lot?
But he said he didn't hear it.
Okay.
But then after the fact, he said it was funny.
But that's what I'm like. Was he at the free throw line 40 times?
No.
Okay. All right.
And it's kind of funny because some people have accused Shea of being a free throw
he
merchant.
definitely is, for
okay,
sure,
I was
yeah.
going to say I don't think that's fair either, but you know.
I've seen that before.
Okay. All right. Now, this is probably unfair.
940, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks Josh Smith stinks and should quit baseball. I don't feel that way.
Corey thinks Josh Young stinks.
No, I didn't say that he stinks. I just said he was 0 for 4 last night, which isn't a good line.
Quit baseball. I am obviously...
Did you see the strikeout when he thought he walked twice?
Okay, but that's just one at bat.
You need to stop that. Man. Wait until the umpire says go to first base. I've seen Josh Young do that too many times.
All right, I'm also an idiot for saying Alejandro Rosario instead of Osuna. You knew I knew who the person was we're talking about, but I said the name wrong. This might feel rude. Is the Akron football team idiots because they have been banned from a postseason bowl game due to academic reasons?
Huh?
That is barring an appeal. This is the first team this has happened to since 2017. So it's been 8 years since somebody dropped below. They use this metric called APR that I know actually some people think is problematic for a few different reasons, but they use this thing called APR, and you have to be at least 930, and I think Akron dropped a 914, and so they fell below the minimum level, and so it looks like, barring an appeal, for the first time in 8 years, they are going to get in trouble. Any team's going to get in trouble because of that academic metric.
Yeah, idiots. That's a bad look on you, man. Can't fall below that number. Everybody knows that.
I know you're supposed to be a good teammate and stuff, and I get that, but like if you have a 4.0 or something, are you lighting people up in the locker room? You're like, hey, get it together,
I'm
man.
doing my crap.
Yeah.
Why can't you do your work?
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm over here getting the trainer girl to help me get my grades up by taking my tests for me. Get her to take your test for you too.
And this one's a little complicated because am I the idiot or is Sovereignty the horse or his trainers the idiot? He won the Kentucky Derby and is not going to run in the Preakness. Look, I get in the horse racing world, it's super important, but for a lot of people, hey, we're here to see a Triple Crown or nothing. If you don't think you can run in the next races, don't run in the Kentucky Derby.
I feel like, dude, the world, like, that's us casuals.
Oh, yeah. Hey, if you're in the horse
world,
racing world, you're like, I won millions of dollars in the most prestigious race in the world, so why don't you shut up?
Yeah, in their world, it's very, very different. And they have different information than we do for sure.
Okay, could we, in years when this happens, could we change the Triple Crown to it'll be back on when Sovereignty can race again? And so, like, look, you have to have a good field, but, like, whatever race...
No.
Maybe it's no,
because we wouldn't say, "Hey, let's move the Super Bowl until Patrick Mahomes' offensive line gets healthy."
Okay,
you know, like
so we can't
wouldn't
pick it up at the Belmont now and be like, "Now let's see, maybe if you can do it."
No, but it is interesting that they say these are the 3 races that create the Triple Crown.
Yeah,
why can't we have a quadruple crown now? Like, why is there another track that we love?
I don't know. So I'll admit I might be the idiot because I'm disappointed in the horse that it will not run now in the Preakness, which means I will not watch or care about the Preakness.
I wasn't planning on it anyway, so.
Do you watch a third one if the same horses won the first 2?
Did I watch the first 2?
Irrelevant.
No.
Oh, man.
If I didn't watch the first two, then
so
I'm like...
chance to see a Triple Crown, you're like,
You know what? Next year, Kevin, give me the schedule. All right?
Okay.
I need the schedule for the horses, and I will sit there and I will watch the first one, and if they're like, hey, this is horse one, I'll be like, all right, do you think he's going to win again? And if people are like, no, I'll still watch the second one.
Okay.
If he doesn't win, then I'm not watching the third one.
I feel like usually the races are like 2 or 3 weeks apart from one another, so it's not like the longest time commitment in the world.
I still need the schedule because I don't have a clue.
Okay.
Basically, the only reason I know that the Derby's going on is because Kay Adams is like, hey, I'm at the Derby this week. And I'm like, oh, okay, thanks, Kay.
Okay. And then, so like, if it's anything Kay Adams, you never lose sight of what's happening.
That's
right?
not necessarily the thing. I just know that when she's at the Derby, that's when I know the Derby's about to start.
Now, this one is complicated.
I appreciate you trying to throw me a softball.
Yes.
There,
The Pittsburgh Pirates have suspended an employee over just a bananas.
This is wild, man.
Fist fight. And it's complicated because on the one hand, I want to say, like, you can't take your belt off and hit people with it.
That's true.
Especially in a public setting.
That's a fact.
But also,
especially if it's not somebody you know,
yes,
too.
Yes. Well, I mean, okay.
Well, that's another.
I would have just argued, but I hear you.
I think my parents would have had a different theory there.
Fair.
All right.
But also, you don't spit on somebody and not expect it to go sideways. And so, like, it's really tough because this Pirates employee got suspended. Dude, he punches this dude and then eventually takes off his belt and whips him in the leg with it. But also, it's tough to tell in the video. It looks like, or the reports are, that this dude spit on him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, you can't spit on another human being and not expect huge consequences.
I tried to watch the entire video. There's like an 8-9 minute video.
Yes.
On this. I tried to watch the whole thing and I kind of got bored. But
was there too much standing around and talking?
Yeah. I don't know exactly what led to this. Why did the usher decide I got to square up on this guy right now? You know, what was he doing? Did he do something that he shouldn't have been doing and the guy kept telling him not to? And then all of a sudden he said something he shouldn't have said.
It definitely felt like that guy was baiting him because he was like sticking his chin out. And
it didn't look like, I didn't see that he spit on the guy first and then the guy punched him. It looked like he had said something and he was like, all right, I'm jawing you. I also didn't see I saw him start to take his belt off, and at that point, he already had blood all over his shirt. And so that's when I was like, okay, maybe when he jawed him, he started bleeding out of his mouth, and then he spit on him, and that's how this is all going down. It's, again, I tell my children, do not spit on somebody. That is the grossest thing in the world that I think you can do. Like, that's just disgusting. And if you do, you should expect to be punched in the face.
If you watch the video, you're right. It's a long video. There's this one fella who comes along. I don't know if he's his friend or not. He's trying to break it up. But the guy, once he gets punched, he decides it's fight night.
And he goes and takes his clothes off.
He takes his hat off. And then it's like episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, when Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin are about to fight. He takes his jacket off. He spits on the ground. He squares up. And the security guard's like, that's fine. I'm not going anywhere. You want to do this right now? We'll do this right now. But it's a really weird situation. And I know people are calling for the security guard to get fired, but it feels like perhaps it's more complex than just like I started to fight somebody for no reason.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you go to a place like that, you don't expect to get your hands put on you by an usher.
For sure. I agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second and 10. Jets bring 4. Wilson end zone shot. Pickens! Got it! Touchdown, Pittsburgh!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you again to Paige Beckers and Bruce Bochy and John Machota for jumping on with us. Been a busy day. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing great because in addition to all that, we traded for George Pickens and you get Stars Jets tonight.
Yeah. My goodness.
So
and the Ranger runs last night.
That's right.
It's a trifecta of goodness.
And the game before that, they scored a lot of runs as well.
It's also true.
All right. I want to start with George Pickens. I know people have questions about the future of his contract after this year and being told that he's got to grow up. But also, this is somebody who has shown that they've gotten better at getting open the last couple of years.
Terrible route runner.
Yeah.
Terrible route runner, but he knows how to play with physicality.
Yeah.
He knows how to threaten when he's able to go up on a corner and they're scared of him. His vertical route is incredible because they know if the ball is within 4 yards of him, he's going to catch it. He's going to make some unbelievable play. And so the hitches, the goes, those are the kinds of routes, the outs. It's kind of a very, very kind of a basic type of offense. And it might have to be with quarterback play. It might be that they don't have quarterbacks that are capable of doing things and allowing him to flourish. You could put him in bunch formations. You can bring him across the formation. He can catch the outs. He can get first downs. This guy is so competitive. Now, if you think he's going to run Amari Cooper-like routes, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
That ain't happening. But he will bully cornerbacks the way he plays.
That is, I guess, the question. Doesn't Dak struggle with receivers that don't run good routes, or am I wrong about that?
I'm just give me the guy that somehow gets open, and if the ball is not, if it's not perfect, which this quarterback
He'll
sometimes.
figure a way out.
Yeah, this guy makes more plays on poorly thrown balls than anybody I've ever seen in football. But with Dak, I mean, the route running stuff like that. I mean, to me, it's just about with Pickens. You see separation. He might not be. I mean, it's going to okay, we're going to run the slant. Fine. Okay, we're going to run a corner route. Okay, it's supposed to be plant your foot at 12, take it to 16, and then it's not going to be. It might be at 10, and then it's going to be at 14, and then. But wait, the ball's there. 41-yard gain.
Yeah,
I saw that a bunch watching his tape.
How do you guys feel about the move?
I'm really excited. I think Corey brings up an interesting thing, like how does it come together anytime you're bringing a new quarterback and wide receiver together? You can't be certain that the chemistry is going to be amazing. I don't think it went well with Dak and Dez, but Dez was later in his career and was injured, but I'm hopeful. This increases their talent base significantly. It gives them a hell of a playmaker, and I think it rises the ceiling of what this offense could do significantly. I just wonder now, if it puts pressure on them to look at left tackle and say, guys, if with all the other good players that we have now and everything that we've done in this offseason, are we really going to let it be done by a horrible blindside blocker here for Dak every time he drops back? I don't think you want to do that. So I'm still looking at one spot. If you fix that spot, Hagee, Cowboy Gavin's riding. That's how I feel about this team right now.
That's one of our segments for tomorrow. 1 down, 1 to go. If you get one more position, player, whatever, now we have Dawson's answer.
It is
just the left tackle is all we need. We need Guyton to step in the right direction for sure. I mean, the football fit right now, you just got quite a bit better, I feel like. You had a bunch of wide receiver 4s that you were going to have to run out there as wide receiver 2.
Can I pause you on that? Because that's something that Machota said that I thought was really interesting is once McMillan went off the board, they didn't really see a need, especially in the mid to later rounds, to draft.
They knew that McMillan wasn't going to be there.
Okay.
So they went in with the whole idea that McMillan wasn't going to be there, and they didn't have a Burden or a Buka or Golden Tag that was right there.
Okay.
To just pivot and say, okay, let's take the next best wide receiver. You basically got a faster version of Ted McMillan in this trade.
Okay. And that's what's fascinating about it because of what you just said, Eric, was similar to what John said. He was like, that's why they weren't going to take that receiver in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. They feel like they have a bunch of those wide receivers.
Well, they were hopeful that Burden would get to him at 44.
Because they thought he was.
Yeah, they were thinking that too with Junkins and Burden were going to be potentially could maybe get them when they went off the board. As Araku fell into their lap the way their stack went. So yeah, they were hoping that Burden would get there. They just didn't. It just didn't pan out the way they thought it might. But they went into this draft not believing that they were going to get McMillan.
Yeah.
As much as we were trying to will it and talk about it.
Yeah.
And all the receivers, it just didn't. They knew it going in.
Now this might be something we talk about more tomorrow in that segment as well. Where do you guys stand on Nick Chubb?
I mean, I would be very interested in bringing him in. I don't know what his demands are from a dollar figure standpoint, and I would certainly draw a hard line in the sand on what those numbers are. But I do think that at this point, he's better than Javonte Williams. If we're looking at a guy to hand the football off to on the cheap, I think that would be. I mean, obviously you have the Breece Hall stuff as well. Maybe you can make another move, perhaps. But yes, the status of your running back room, I would feel better with Nick Chubb in there.
I like watching Nick Chubb do box jumps. Did you see his stuff? I mean, that
squat 600 pounds.
An absolute animal.
29 years old, he could still go be an Olympic gymnast, apparently. I don't know if he can still play football. Last year wasn't good. I would rather have him, though. If we can go back to the start of free agency, can I have him instead of Sanders or Williams to go along with Jaden Blue? Sure. But at this point, you've already spent resources at running back, and the range on his next contract is between $3.5 and $7 million.
Okay.
At 3.5, I'm like, can we do this, Cowboys? At 7, I don't know if that's a good idea for a man that old.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that they're going to dance with the guys they've got right now. We'll see what happens in June 1 cuts. Maybe they'll have some money available for that. But I kind of feel like with when they drafted the 2 players and then also the 2 free agent signings, is it going to be enough? Probably not. I think everybody's assessment of what's going to happen at left tackle, and I'll also throw cornerback in there too, is my next spot I'm kind of looking at with what's going on, maybe even the one technique stuff as well. But yeah, I think that they're going to dance with these guys they got.
Now, tonight, game one, the second round. It's weird to say the second round. It feels like this should be the Stanley Cup final after that war you just went through in the first round.
Man.
But it is just game one of the second round. How are you guys feeling about game one and then perhaps bigger picture about the series itself? Stars traditionally lose this game.
That's what I'm saying. This is what worries me. This is what worries me because the game one is on the road.
Yeah.
And when you have the opportunity, if you lose game one at home, then at least you potentially have a game seven. So yeah, and I believe that during the season that Vancouver only had Winnipeg only had like 6 or 7 losses at home during the regular season. Wow. So that's one of those teams that you kind of. I know that Colorado had the way
7.
The way they played. So yeah, this is going to be a difficult task, and especially if you find a way to if you do lose game one, where do you make up that game, knowing that game 7, if it has to go back, will be in Vancouver. I keep saying Vancouver. Winnipeg.
Lose a peg. It's fine. You can say that.
Winnipeg.
Yeah, I do think this is a prime opportunity to end the streak of losing game ones when consider the rest advantage factor and Hellebuck still hopefully being with his confidence all the way down and emptied out of his body.
Yeah.
This is the chance to take advantage of that. And they've got some injuries now that they're having to sort of deal with.
True.
So I would really like to think that they could capitalize on that tonight, but I do still feel pretty good about the series.
It is insane what the NHL has done where you could potentially go win the Stanley Cup and the first 2 series are your most difficult series. Okay, so let's just put that out there.
Okay.
They get through this one, they're going to win the Cup, Hagee. Winnipeg's defense is great, and their forecheck is good, which makes me nervous in transition. You have a turnover against this forecheck, and all of a sudden it's real easy. That's how you give up shorties, okay? And that's a significant problem of this Stars team, even though their defense is overall good. I don't feel good about a win in game 1. I feel great about a win in game 2.
I do too.
Okay.
Winning the series in 6.
Oh, okay. I like it. Have you guys looked at the betting odds for the next Pope at all?
No.
Is it our guy from Taiwan?
It's not my wheelhouse.
I think he has slid down the list some.
Is it Taiwan or Philippines?
Philippines.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Tomato.
Oh, this is like I got bets on all
That's
these guys.
Tegel from Philippines.
Tell me about South America's candidates, please.
I was going to say Parolin from Italy and the guy from Philippines look like the leading candidates.
Our Italian Pope type guy is 65 years old.
Yeah, there's 3 of them, though.
Yeah.
3 of the top 4 candidates are Italian, but you also have Ghana after that, then Hungary,
Ghana,
and then Congo.
Yeah, Ghana's a player here.
I was just curious.
I'd be going young. Hungry,
Yeah.
Let's have a good
the
run.
youth movement at Pope to start.
We're doing this too often.
Does that start at like 50? Like, what would be a young Pope?
Yeah, I think
50.
50 feels young to me.
Yeah.
I think, maybe at 45 of the youngest.
21, that seems young.
I don't, that's
what about how about just right out of the seminary?
You love Jesus. Come on now.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will have a hockey conversation with Ralph Strangis right there at 4 o'clock. Bully Melrose, though, at 4:40. He has been reached on the cruise ship.
Okay.
And he will react to the Jets song Fail at 4:40.
Nice.
Man, are they stopping in like a port or something so he can make that phone call?
Not sure how he got it in.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow. Remember, short show leading into Rangers, 10 a.m. to noon right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. What a Sports Wednesday, G-Bag Nation. Let's lock in here for the next 3 hours and talk sports with you. General at your service. There's Broadus in his LSU purple T-shirt. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, 75 and fits you. He'll keep the Gators down best he can. Chiafalo was in the house. Wolchuk remains on vacation, so send him some love on social. I hope I didn't cause a fight. I requested Bully Melrose yesterday a reaction to the Winnipeg Jets song Fail, and he got to it. Okay, he got to it, but I could tell Mrs. Wolchuk was in the background, and she was like, come on, honey, hurry this up. You know, so I'm hoping I didn't cause a fight there in the middle of the vacation, but it's worth it. It would be worth it if I did. I'll tell you that much, because it's gold.
I cannot wait to hear Bully Melrose live from the middle of the ocean, hyped up on Stars hockey.
I mean, I thought the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle was a sensation when it came to hockey analysis, but he may have been usurped, so to speak. Okay, you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105 through thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Steph Curry's going to miss at least a week. Got a grade 1 hammy strain. Happened in last night's victory for the Warriors. They beat the T-Wolves. And in impressive fashion, he only played like 13 minutes. They still win.
Yeah,
this Jimmy Butler trade has been epic for them.
It's been really good, and the Buddy Hield games now back to back where he's showing up in a huge way, hitting some big time buckets.
Who imagined that Buddy Hield? You'd have never said Buddy Hield in playoff success.
Jimmy done found him a buddy.
Yeah,
exactly.
He done found him a buddy in real life.
He just makes fun of him all the time.
Yeah.
Well, Buddy Hield's, they're delaying the start of the game like just seconds in because he doesn't have the right shorts on.
It's like he knows. Okay, Buddy is the guy that I can always take shots at because Buddy deserved it.
Yes.
Yeah. Buddy, you earned it, Buddy. That's why they call him Buddy.
And Buddy's just going to smile.
Yeah.
And still be nice.
Yeah, he takes it, bro.
It's the perfect teammate for Draymond Green. And maybe Jimmy Butler. But I'm starting to get the feeling from this team with Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond that it's like, I don't know how many other teams were like this, but the 90s Bulls were so old, but they just knew what they wanted to do so well.
Yeah.
And they were creaky, and it's like, how are these old mans doing it, but just totally dismantling younger teams that are more athletic and should be more capable? Their stars are ascending, but there's just some basketball know-how to it, and obviously the Warriors made the Mavs feel that a couple of years ago in that conference finals, and then they won the championship. I thought that was the dying embers of their dynasty, but I think this buckets thing may have brought it back to life. I don't know. Steph's going to miss at least 2 games here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be out for the next week or so. He's got the grade 1 hamstring strain, but still in 13 minutes, 13 points. He was ready to go on a pretty epic 4 quarters of basketball, I would have to imagine.
Yeah.
Probably in 13 minutes had more of an impact positively for his team on the game than Anthony Edwards did in 4 quarters. 1 point in the first half, that his coach calling him out a little bit, but the Timberwolves can't score. I mean, they can't shoot the 3 ball to save their lives right now.
Yeah.
Last 2 games, it's the worst we've ever seen in playoff history.
Yeah.
12 of 76 from the 3-point line. And it was a funny interaction when they informed him in the post-game presser. One of the reporters informed him of that stat and just how historically bad it is. And like his face just lit up, like his eyes got real big and his jaw dropped to the floor. Like Anthony Edwards was actually pretty funny in his reaction. Like he couldn't even believe how bad it was when he heard it in that context. 12 of 76 from the 3-point line in the last 2 games. And still, they beat the Lakers shooting awful with the 3 ball, which is funny just to make fun of the Lakers.
Yes.
But you're not beating the Warriors even without Steph when you shoot like that.
No, that's a problem. And the Warriors can play some pretty good defense. Yeah, I do feel like the Anthony Edwards pendulum is about to swing back the other way on him. He's been such a sensation. He's been one of the most electrifying players in the league. The smile is there. The personality is there. But like postseason fails plus an ascending number of illegitimate children, once the word gets out on that, you'll go from super likable to kind of the villain. And I don't know. I think maybe this is the beginning of that. Back-to-back playoff departures.
Yes. Yeah.
Last year the knock was he was too tired to defend. Right.
Yeah.
The Mavs ran him ragged.
He was on oxygen mask in the tunnel in the fourth quarter of that Mavericks series. So yeah, you have to show up and deliver.
Yeah. Okay, Cowboys. They did an old school Cowboy thing, kind of, didn't they? This is the Jerry Jones I remember.
Yeah.
Okay, Daddy grabbed the wheel and said, "Steven, get out of my way. We're trading for a guy with some star power, and we're gonna, make the offense maybe significantly better here with a trade for George Pickens early this morning." Great job by Brian Broaddus helping break this story.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Bobby and I were having conversations at 5 this morning about it, and last night things were kind of materializing there that maybe that we were going to get a deal done here. But this is a deal that a general manager who's not going to get fired makes, because you're giving up a 3 and a 5 with no safety net. No guarantee that this player is going to resign with you. No guarantee that maybe you get a contract done. He could play outstanding, see his value, and then move on from you. So this is a bold move in that way of trying to help your team, trying to help your offense with a player that has a lot of this Des Bryant type of ability to him. And I said this kid, and I say kid because he's 24 years old. This player, he's got, if we were all talking about McMillan, and I brought it up in the crosstalk, this player, when you look at Pickens, he is as much of a Tet McMillan of what we saw from him, just a faster version of him. Now McMillan's much faster. Like McMillan, I'm talking like in the range, when you start to talk about, you see him in when he's taking on defensive backs, crossing routes, things like that. The way that he's able to run, the way he's able to separate, but when you start to talk, and you can see why the Cowboys like McMillan so much, because his ability to go get the football.
Mm-hmm.
This guy goes and gets the football.
Yeah, contested balls,
ball, downfield plays, crossing routes, anything that you want to throw him. Now, not a big route tree from the Steelers, but play him in bunch, bring him in motion. There's a lot of things you could do with this guy because of his ability. Those hands, the hands he has are rare.
Bunches, motions, maybe just another hint of the kind of offense that we're going to have. And absolutely, if you get great coordination amongst your offensive line and your backs and your receivers, there is plenty of room for one guy to be like, get me the ball guy, and watch me be, an incredible athlete. I think this absolutely explains why they didn't take the wide receiver in the draft. This is also, what Jerry had to be hinting towards with possible trades. Is this it, Brian? Could there be more?
What, more trades? More?
Yeah.
No,
Another move?
I think right now they're done. Now we'll see what happens maybe in June 1. Is there somebody out there that gets released? Do they have some money available? But right now, I know people were talking about a running back and stuff like that. I've just kind of hammered these guys about the wide receiver thing. They were saying, hey, we're looking at a lot of guys. And in fact, they got it done. So maybe the next thing is to ask them. But my gut feeling right now is that they're probably done until if something comes available that they like, they're always open to that. But I think right now they're done.
You give up a 3 and a 5, and you're fixing a weakness and making it a strength with a player who's young and in his prime. This is what the Eagles do.
Well, yeah. But like you say, you're doing it without a safety net, because there's no guarantee. He could have a hell of a year. And if you look at the names of potentially whose contracts are up in 2025, there's only one franchise tag. And you might need that franchise tag for a blend.
Yeah, and I get that, and I respect that. I do think, though, Brian, even if he did walk, if he was great, and you gave up a 3rd-round pick for 1 year,
no, I'm not against it.
George
No,
Pickens,
might
not be bad.
I'm totally on board with this. I'm just saying that, to me, this is one of those moves that you absolutely make if you're a general manager that's not going to get fired. You're okay. Like, most general managers would not give up a 3 and a 5 for a player that the league feels like might have some is hard to get along with. And I mean hard to get along with because of how competitive he is. You talk to people at the Steelers, they'll tell you this guy, he's not a bad person. He's not like hitting women or going out and doing crazy things. He believes that he can win every single rep. And you watch him play against, the Surtans and the guy down in Atlanta, some of the best corners, the Jets corners. You watch him play, and you could see him get up for these games. And
he wants to go break the other team right now. And if you don't get him the ball,
when he doesn't get the ball,
he's like, I could have done it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
it's a problem.
That feeling of failure and losing is so powerful. It agitates people. It stresses you out.
That's exactly what the Steelers
So he's
say.
like Dez in a lot of ways.
He's just like him. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I hope we get to OTAs. Let's talk about what this means in the context of, what are the Cowboys' plans? Obviously, they're not rebuilding. They're thinking, okay, last year might have been a step back, but we're trying to make the team better. I don't know if they've done enough. They still need more good players. They don't have enough strength in their position groups. But I would say if you show up at OTAs and training camp and Tyler Guyton looks like a legitimate quality left tackle, then I'd be like, okay, I guess I can see them being in the playoffs and even winning a playoff game. I think they've done enough that they could qualify for that if they get good offensive line play.
Yeah, that's going to be the key.
Yeah, I mean, this was the biggest hole remaining on their offense. Now, obviously, the question of Guyton.
The left tackle is now the big question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if you still have some questions about the running backs, if you really don't, if you're not a fan of Maffa or you're not a fan of Williams, I think we're all fans of Blue and what he could do. It'd be nice to have Rico Dowdle. Again, I'm being really nitpicky here, but having Rico Dowdle and Blue, I think would be a really good combination for this team. But we'll see with Moff and Blue how that works out.
And I guess if the schedule stacked up on you in the first 2 months before Overshown and Diggs can even start to come back, you could lose. If they put all the worst teams that you could play in the first 8 games, you might be 2-6 with the way that the schedule goes. But if they do you a favor, you could be above 500 at the turn, getting your guys back. And I don't think that's homerism.
Hopefully it's not too late. That's what you're trying to say, right?
What do you mean?
Hopefully it's not too late that the season hasn't completely fallen apart by the time you get your guys back.
I mean, I'm looking at the second half of last year, and even though Overshown and Diggs and some other guys were out, they were still able to be good in games that weren't against great teams. Yeah. Once they came up against great teams, got their doors blown off, and they reminded us, hey, this team ain't good. But you can win in the NFL without some key guys if the schedule's not too tough on you. So, I think a lot of it comes down to how good Guyton is or how they would pivot if Guyton isn't good enough. I guess this means they're looking at next year's draft assets as ways to improve this year's team.
Yeah.
What could you get for a 2? Could you get a new left tackle for a 2? That's kind of what I'm thinking while I keep my fingers crossed because Guyton's such a great athlete. With a frame like that, he could be special out there. Maybe he just needs more experience.
I think if they really, if push came to shove, I think they would take Tyler Smith and put him at left tackle.
Okay.
If Guyton ends up just not being it.
If push comes to shove, they will figure out what they need to do at left guard and put Tyler Smith out there.
And you think Smith could be unbelievable left tackle too?
Oh, he's got that kind of ability. I mean, he's so much better inside because of his ability to play with the leverage and the power he has, but yeah, it's something that he'd have to go. He did it his college career. He did it his first year. But man, he's a Pro Bowl left guard. He's got that. I wouldn't want to do it, but I'm just saying if push came to shove and they just do not get what they want out of the left tackle play, that's the first thing I would do.
We got the Rangers explosion last night, 6-1 against the Red Sox in Brett Boone's first game. It'll be Malley and Houck tonight. Pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. First pitch 5:40 tomorrow. It's afternoon baseball you get to enjoy. So we'll probably get on about 3:30 or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But just what the doctor ordered. Lots of different guys getting hits and early returns. Good on Boone. Hopefully that was the turning point they needed. Stars and Jets though 8:30 ESPN. So good that we're here. Unbelievable that we're here. I did say what I said in the crosstalk. I do believe it's true. The playoff format is unbelievably unfair, and it's a head scratcher. It doesn't make sense. I guess I would just ask why. Why did we do this? I thought after the first couple of years it was clear this was a disaster. We should have pivoted. But hey, you take care of this one, you'll have home ice advantage, and things will be good. But this is basically a coin flip. Which is unfair to the Jets too. Hey, congrats Jets, you had the best record. Here's a coin flip game because you get to play the Dallas Stars.
Yeah. This is definitely not a gimme series, and it's exciting because this is for sure going 6 games. Very likely it goes 7 games. But you get the game time decision tonight for Jason Robertson. That's exciting. That could add a little bit more offense that would be much needed versus a team like Winnipeg. But you're going to have the rest advantage going into tonight. Hellebuck, I think, is still leaking all the confidence in the world. Mm-hmm. This is one of those to get off that O for Schneid in these game ones.
Yeah, the Stars. This, the Stars in the first game. You just kind of feel like, oh man, it's probably going to happen, and they find a way to get back in the series the next night. But what they have to do is Winnipeg, when the 4 games they played this year against Winnipeg outscored them 6-1 in the first. So then you take it to the second. Winnipeg outscores them 4-0 in the second. Dallas has got to get off. You can't all of a sudden get in a hole if against Winnipeg, not with the crowd there and all that. 6-1 advantage in the first is
that's alarming.
That's a strong and they've got a player in Kyle Connor who just absolutely feasts when he plays against the Stars. He's got like 3 game-winning goals in his career. He's scored several goals already in the games that they play. I think he had 4 goals in the 4 games that they played so far. So yeah, Dallas getting off to a great start. Yeah, it's not very likely because they lose the first game. It seems like every series, it's a trend. It's a bad trend. I don't know if you can lose the first game in this series with not having home ice advantage and get away with it. That's a concern for me.
Especially if Hellebuck gets rolling again. I guess his save percentage against the Stars in the regular season, Brian, was .965.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had no chance against him, but that was a massive outlier, and things are different now.
No, it's the playoffs.
He gave up 5 goals or more in 3 of the 7 against St. Louis.
Yeah.
Okay, coming up next, we're going to do something for you. Okay, now we moved the G-Bag of the Day for the first time in 12 years. It's now every day live at 5:30, but I had the thought yesterday, what if for the early listeners we at least replayed the champ for you at 2:25 every day? Do you think that's good, Brian?
There you go.
Is that good?
I like it.
I mean, I think that early listeners got to appreciate that. You can always go back with the Odyssey app and just listen to last night's 5:30 segment right before it gets to LA Live. But we'll hit you with the G-Bag of the Day champ replay and then get to the top 10 coming up next. Chief, where are you taking it?
The most toxic fan base in college football, next year in the nation.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, like this one right here, 214. Dang, it's a permanent change to 5:30. Yes, it is 214. And the 575, I'm in Colorado. Only way I can listen to you guys when I'm listening is to you guys in KNC, but when the G-Bag of the Day comes around and it's new time, I can't listen anymore. It's a shame I missed that segment. Well, a reminder, you can go with the Odyssey app. It breaks down every show basically like it's a podcast, and you can just select the segment you want. So you could go back. Well, we didn't have one last night because Rangers baseball. But you could go to 5:30 on Monday and get your G-Bag of the Day champ. But you know, when we did it at 2:30, we used to replay the champ in LA Live every night at 5:40. So I thought the inverse would be fair here to these early listeners that are wondering who the champ might be. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We'll get to the top 10 here in just a second. Lucius, who is our current G-Bag of the Day champion?
Sure. Let's see here. Dallas Stars hockey. Was it Bully Melrose?
Bully Melrose.
Bully Melrose.
All right.
Count on me. L.A. King Stanley Cup champion Barry Melrose. I'm telling you, Game 7, get Miro out there, boys, all right? Get him back there.
I don't want a Game 7.
Well, I know I don't want a Game 7 either here, Brian, all right?
I don't want a Game 7.
None of us want a Game 7, Brian.
I don't want
right?
a Game 7.
Captain freaking obvious. Get home. Don't come home and have to go ahead and play a Game 7.
Oh.
Nobody wants that, Brian.
Get his
Here we
ass
go.
buried. Get his
Everybody
ass
wants to
buried.
win Game
Ding,
6, Brian.
ding.
We
Was
want to
that-
end the series tonight, Brian, but if you have
Was that
to,
a little Canadian accent?
if
I
you
heard?
have to, pick the board.
It's Barry Dan Melrose.
Good old Petey.
It is Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated in Game 7.
I didn't know he worked with Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated, and they're going to get Miro back there. It's going to be incredible. Game 7 at the AAC. The barn's going to be a-rockin'.
I think that's Bully Melrose, actually.
Let's go.
I can't say anything to that.
But we're not going to have to worry about it. They're not going to need Robo. They're not going to need Miro. This thing's going to end tonight. Game 6.
Let's go.
Randland, Duchesne, they're going to get it done. Otters pitching the shutout. Screw you, Cale McCarr. Screw you, Nathan McKinnon. You boys ain't got bleep on us. Texas hockey, baby. Let's go.
Yes, sir. So there he is, your current champ, one-time champ, looking for 5. Wolchuk on vacation. Didn't happen in Game 6, but it did so gloriously in Game 7. It's time now for the Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 2:20, hosted by Chiafalo. Here he is. Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, 877-881-1053 of the top 10 most toxic fan bases in all of college football. We will be getting to that momentarily. I did want to just throw out a couple of the George Pickens numbers because, I mean, the addition here of George Pickens is real. In the Cowboys offense, this is going to be a needle mover. I can understand if you're not crazy about the trade because big picture, it might be a touch short-sighted to some extent, but George Pickens, I mean, since he's been in the league, he's first when it comes to yards per reception. I mean, over 16 yards per catch. This is a downfield threat. And, I mean, Pro Football Focus had him at a 99 overall receiving grade on deep targets. This dude is a chunk play waiting to happen, and he's done it with garbage quarterbacks, dude. I mean, Trubisky was throwing him the ball at one point. This is a Kenny Pickett guy that he's had to deal with. So, I mean, all of that is, I think, very, very exciting and encouraging for what this Cowboys offense now has the potential to be. It was going to be probably extremely tough sledding with CeeDee Lamb and a bunch of wide receiver 4s and no running backs that really excite you. So what was going to happen? The offense was going to stall out in a huge way. And now you actually have a guy who, okay, you want to double CeeDee Lamb? This dude can win in single coverage. He can win versus man, and he pushes the ball down the field. He goes up and gets it. I mean, over the last 2 years, George Pickens is tied with Justin Jefferson for the most 20-plus air yard catches in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So this is a downfield element, a guy who wins on the outside a ton. CeeDee Lamb has that versatility to go inside and out, but he's probably at his best from the slot. Now you have a guy who can win on the outside. I mean, imagine you have Pickens on the boundary, and right next to him in the slot is CeeDee Lamb. Like, have fun. Yeah. And then you have the juice of Turpin. Like, all these guys become better now because they're in roles that fit them. Turpin as a wide receiver 3 or 4. Same with Tolbert. Same with Mingo. They're not gonna have to go out there on an island and try and win versus single man coverage. They're gonna have much better opportunities to just be what their skill set is. Which, hey, dude, you're gonna be the 4th option on pretty much every passing play.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. They don't have any players beyond CeeDee Lamb that when they get the ball, you feel like they're the man. You know, everybody else is trying to make a play before the world caves in around them. Their best playmaker other than CeeDee Lamb is probably Deron Bland once you get a ball in his hand, you know? Yeah. So, you know, this team was desperately starving for playmakers, and, you know, that's what George Pickens represents. I love what Brian's saying here about, you know, the concerns. I know Tomlin's saying the guy needed to grow up in a hurry multiple times throughout the season.
Yeah.
But I don't think these are the kind of maturity issues that are a massive concern if you're team building.
No, I you know, everybody was kind of, I know on Twitter there were some comments directed towards me and like, okay, so much for character and team building and, you know, all that stuff and right kind of guy and all
culture.
That. And I said it this morning on Low of the Star, the podcast that Eric and I did this morning. I said, just remember Jim Garrett, you know, Jason Garrett's father and the Randy Moss draft. He told Chan Gailey, he says, Chan, this is the NFL. It's not the Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
You know, and you go out and you get the best players and you know, as coaches, you try and find a way to make it work. You know, Junior Adams, the first year receivers coach for the Cowboys, is probably like super excited about having a guy because, you know, used to, you know, when he was at Washington or Oregon, he had a lot of egos that he had to deal with, you know, and I think it's cool for players to come in like a George Pickens, who when you watch him play, you could tell that every play is important to him. I mean, he's playing like, listen, I know I can win against Patrick Surtain right now. I know I can, you know, do this. I know I could do that. You know, if that comes off as being a problem and all those and maturing and all that, well, you know, it's my coach's job to try and make that work. You know, but I'm going to go out and get the best players I can get. And this is one of the best players in the National Football League when it comes to going and getting the football.
Yeah.
I mean, he is
the talent is worth it.
Listen, we sat here and we were kind of talking about potential draft picks. We were also talking about, hey, let's go get Amari Cooper. And we were okay with Amari Cooper, you know, but Amari Cooper is not moving the needle for your offense like this guy is. This guy is a legitimate, I mean, defenses have to worry about this guy as a player. You know, and I'll tell you what, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the passion and all the things that the people at Pittsburgh were saying. Yeah, maturity, all that. Yeah, it's the other stuff, the other off the field things, you know, whether it's domestic violence or the things like that that you worry about. Those are the things. But if a guy just has passion for how he plays, and it bothers him when he's not part of the winning of that, then I'll live with that.
Yeah, this isn't a Greg Hardy edition.
No,
this is an emotional competitor.
Yeah.
Who obviously is still maturing. But
24 years old.
You know, he wants. You mentioned the speed, by the way, comparing him to Ted McMillan. Yeah. Pickens was a 4.47. McMillan's like a 4.55 guy.
Right.
So the speed factor there.
It's different. It's just different on film.
Yeah.
Both of them have the ability to go and get the football, and both are tall, long, excellent hands.
And he's in a contract year. So he's probably going to be in best behavior mode. Let's be real about that. And he's got a quarterback that at least has some competence to his game now for pretty much the first time in his career. Albert Breer put it this way. The guys in Pittsburgh, for what it's worth, did believe Pickens' heart was in the right place the last couple of years, even when his frustration with the direction of the offense, or more specifically his role in it, led to emotional outbursts. So going to have to rein him in a little bit. But, yeah, you've got a nice influx of whatever the character, captain, leadership dudes going in there, and I understand all of that, but this talent, you had a giant need, and this dude fills it. So it is definitely exciting. For this year's offense just became so much more watchable, first and foremost. Our Sundays are going to be a lot more fun.
I'm significantly surprised by the Cowboys doing this. You know, it adds a massive contract to their future. Are they acknowledging, guys, we can't sit around and manage the cap conservatively and think we're about to get to the Super Bowl magically? This isn't 2007 where a wild card team can sneak in and go win 3 games against similarly talented teams. The best teams, especially in the NFC, are building super teams, and we're lying to ourselves. And by the way, last year we gave Dak a big contract. He's 31 years old. He has 4 years left. If you plan on winning the Super Bowl, sir,
in your remaining years on this planet. It's probably going to happen soon.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
No question. Okay, 877-881-1053, the most toxic fan base in college football. Our buddy Tim in Carthage says Aggies, Wolverines, and those damn Vols from the 903. We have a lot of LSU coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about
We're very toxic.
what their big song is, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it gets more toxic than that.
We're very toxic.
How can it get more toxic than that? Lot of Georgia Bulldogs, Florida Gators. I mean, the SEC is leading the conversation here on the text right now.
Does BYU go over the line, or is that just the Utah Jazz fans?
I'm
not sure. I'm not sure if BYU.
Yeah, we'll see if they make appearance here.
BYU is like the most friendliest fans I've ever dealt with.
Really?
Yeah, they were like, "Well, thank you so much for coming." You know, as they're like, they kick your ass, and then they're like thanking you and have a good trip home. And is there anything we can help you with? And I mean, I remember traveling with TCU to BYU, and I was like, "Get me out of this place." These people are like,
man, I
overly
tell you,
nice.
I grew up with a lot of Mormons, and they always had the best hospitality.
Yeah, they were very friendly.
You get invited over there, you know you're having a kick-ass after school lunch, chocolate chip cookies, the whole deal.
Yeah. They were super friendly, and I'm like, okay, I understand. You think they're fake because they kicked your ass, but
And
they're
they're
really
nice. Yeah,
they're
those
really
chocolate chip cookies were real though.
yeah. They brought toiletry bags for our guys, like toothpaste and toothbrushes and deodorant.
They were nervous you didn't bring any yourselves.
Yeah.
These guys don't even.
No, they're trying to be nice. They wanted to put them in our lockers.
That is
and
pretty kind.
They were like, they knocked on the door, and I was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And they goes, "Oh, it's toiletries for your players." I'm like, "Oh, okay, thanks."
Michigan football
how they get
fans coming at number 10.
Then they ask you to be a Mormon. Is what they do.
Yeah, that's how they rope you in.
There's a little card in there like, "Hey, if you put on this deodorant, think of the Mormon Church. Thank you."
They're all recruiting out there, baby.
Michigan, they ride up on bikes, two bikes. To your
No,
locker room?
there was not short sleeve white shirts with ties. None of that. It was. Is that the right thing? Is that
I believe so.
That's
Yeah.
Latter-day Saints. But yeah, they knocked on the door. Like, I didn't know what to do. Like, they're standing there with these boxes of toiletries, and they're like, "Hi," and I'm like, "Hi."
They thought you were the butler.
And I no, is it the locker room? It was like the door of the locker room. And I asked Matt, I go, "Matt, there's some guys here and he goes, "Oh, let them in. It's cool." And those kids put toiletries in every one of our players' lockers, and they were like nice bags.
It's really kind.
And the card said, "Hey, if you want to be a Mormon, call this number." So they're doing some recruiting.
Yeah, they are. Number 10 is Michigan, their fan base, 10th most toxic. Florida State football fans, Alabama fans, rolling Tide. Texas comes in at number 7, getting a lot of, like the 817, got to be the Longhorns fans, biggest collection of jack wagons I've ever seen. They've never been to a midnight
Aggie,
yell in College Station.
That's an Aggie yell right there.
Tennessee and the Vols do come in at number 6. Shout out to Choppy. Number 5 is the Miami Hurricanes.
I don't know about that, man.
They get a little buck wild, and they're not always.
I will say this real quick about Tennessee.
They're not ride or die.
Tennessee will threaten their recruits. Like, if you're a recruit that signed somewhere else and you were pledged to go, they will go
flip on the Vols.
You
and
flip
they'll
on the
flip
balls,
on you.
and that fan base will go after recruits that flip. Yeah.
The Colorado Buffaloes come in at number 4. I feel like that's a "what have you done for me lately" type of thing.
Yeah, they haven't been good for a long time.
Recent trend. They were forgettable.
They were very, very forgettable. Yeah.
But now you do have a John Doe, 55-year-old Colorado Buffalo fan who's suing the NFL for $100 million after the Shedeur Sanders emotional distress he went through on draft weekend. So that does give you a window into some of their toxicity. This guy was so emotionally distressed by Shedeur Sanders and what he believes to be NFL collusion that he is trying to sue the NFL for $100 million.
And this is just a Buffs fan?
That's exactly.
Yeah, that's passion
it's
right
a Buffs
there.
fan right there.
That sounds very toxic. Okay, they're number 4. That's good. Yeah.
Georgia Bulldogs are number 3.
Yeah.
Florida Gators are 2, but number 1, the
Ohio State
reigning champion Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. There's a top 10 for you. What do you want to do next?
Let's do a little sports hodgepodge. We'll hear from Brett Boone, who's on with the morning show, fellas. Rangers offense gets back and going in a huge way, and we had the first of its kind in the NBA playoffs last night next to the nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. I love you, buddy. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll take a look at the top stories of the day. We have Cowboys. We have Stars. We have Rangers. There is a new star wide receiver that Brian is comparing to Dez freaking Bryant. Okay?
Oh, did I just do that?
Throw up the X. Throw up the X.
Yeah.
We're double throwing up the X.
What's this generation now called? This generation that we're currently in?
Was this Z?
What
Are the kids coming out of college Gen Z still?
Is this the Gen Z's version of Dez?
I think so.
That's what I'm saying, I guess.
I will take it, dude.
Like, this is the version.
Let's get some more touchdowns out of him.
Yeah.
Once he finds the end zone as much as Dez, then I'm willing to fully go there.
I mean, it's the first capable quarterback he's played with since college, right? So this could get really exciting for George.
It absolutely could.
His high season so far, 1,140 yards, I believe. I think he goes over that in year one. Here's the Chief with some more sports.
Take that, Howie Roseman.
I like what you're doing over there, Dawson. I like that.
Thank you.
We stole a bulldog.
Yeah.
From Howie.
How about that?
I feel good about it.
No, I mean, it's just, man, I mean.
Dude, did you see the numbers that Warren Sharp was pumping out about the deep ball stuff and Dak and George?
But did he also, Warren Sharp, put out some stuff that the Steelers kind of know when to get rid of a receiver?
He did, yeah. That's the aspect of this.
I guess that's the one I saw from Warren Sharp, and I kind of went, damn, Warren.
The history.
Don't do that to me, please.
Yeah, the track record of Mike Tomlin being done with a receiver has not usually paid off well for the next team with that player.
Yeah.
So there is something to be said for that, but I don't think it's usually guys that are like this young.
24 years old?
Yeah. And
I don't think this guy's crazy, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Like Antonio Brown is a completely different breed.
Crazy in
than
a kind
what
of a
George
fun
Pickens
way.
is.
Antonio's kind of a fun crazy. Yeah.
But, I mean, what the numbers indicate, Warren Sharp said, like Dak Prescott over the last 2 years, he's got the most passing yards on 15 or more yard go routes, second most attempts on those as well. And George Pickens is number one in terms of most receiving yards on 15 or more yard go routes and second most catches on those plays. And Dak third best accuracy of the 40 quarterbacks that qualified. So you do have elements. It's kind of like the Michael Gallup stuff, but this is a much better player.
Yeah, this is
like just throw the ball down the sideline. This dude's going to go up and get it, and he can make circus catches with his hands, but his feet are also toe tipping. Boom, there's 40 yards.
The similarities between him and Gallup are only in where they are on the field.
The toe touching,
the ability to contort and all that. This guy is rare when it comes to his ability to, to go back and get a ball and just in really tight spaces and stuff. Michael Gallup, which wishes he was able to extend his hands and catch the ball like this guy does. Mm-hmm. Gallup was more of the body catching, it was contort, but like body catch the ball. This guy, like, it is along the sidelines, and there's like a receiver or a defensive back in his chest, and all of a sudden you see his hands go up, and it's like he catches it, and then he's pulling it away from, like, you're not going to knock this ball away. Like, you get him down in the red zone, and they throw him that fade, and he goes up over the top of the defender, grabs it, and then pulls it. So, because you got those guys that are like swiping at the ball to try and to get it out of there.
That ball's his.
He's
That's
not
George's ball.
He's not going to let you do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, let's take a glance at the NBA playoffs real quick because we now have road teams in the last 3 days in the NBA playoffs go undefeated 3 days in a row. So excluding the 2020 bubble, this is the first time in NBA playoff history road teams won multiple games without a loss 3 days in a row. You had what Tyrese Halliburton did. My gosh, dude, this has been a true coming out party for him in terms of being a late game assassin. Yeah. What is happening? What an epic collapse by the Cavaliers, who were up like 14 points going into the fourth quarter, up 7 points with like 43 seconds to go in the game. Tyrese Halliburton, the only player in the last 20 years to rebound his own free throw miss and then hit the game-winning three-pointer all in the last 15 seconds of a game, regular season or playoffs. That was all Tyrese, dude. That was awesome.
See, I mean, I know the league called him the most overrated. The players did. They voted him that. I think he's the most underrated.
That was some hating.
That is, dude. You're right. They got something against him. But he took that personal. His defense is really good, too. Like, you're talking about one of the elite two-way players.
I'll tell you what.
that we've seen in the last quarter century.
I'm
loving it.
There was some skill on that free throw, though.
Oh, yeah.
How he shot, and usually those guys throw it up there and they hope and it bounces off. The way that he shot it with the arc and it hit on the front of the rim and then went, so they were able to kind of get it.
Yeah,
it was so well thought out, and the positioning and him to go get the ball and stuff. That's just a smart basketball player right there.
469 said, "Bro, I'm just tuning in. My son just told me about George Pickens. Please tell me he isn't ball sacking me." No, it's a ball sack free environment. Your son's reporting the truth.
He lied.
George Pickens is a Cowboy. Okay, Brett Boone is a Ranger, and he's also just a staple on our morning show. That will continue into perpetuity. In fact, it gets cranked up a little bit. We're going to get Wednesday weeklies with Brett Boone and the morning show. How cool. And it was a great interaction today.
Did I see him on camera like he had his podcasting equipment with him?
Yeah,
when he was on the road?
He's a pro.
He had like his headset on and everything. It's like he brings his equipment when he goes out. So
yeah, he's dialed.
Pretty cool. All right.
So my favorite, or two of my favorite interactions were when they asked him about why did you even take the job? You're in such a cush spot now. He's talking about being on the beach with his dog. He's doing his podcast. He's chilling. Why are you doing this, Brett?
At the end of the day, having a big league union, being back in the game, and it came out of nowhere. This is something. I had no agenda. The last thing on my mind on Saturday was getting a call from Bruce Bochy and asking me to come back into uniform, and life's crazy and it's funny. And when I thought about it, I just said, Bruce is one of my favorite men in the game. not just because he was my skipper for 1 year, but the relationship we've had over the last 25 years. And I thought about it for about a minute and a half, and I thought, I can't say no to Bruce Bochy. and I called
But your
Bruce
wife
back
can.
and said, yeah, but I might overrule her. I just called Bruce and I said, Boach, how can I say no to you? Of course I'll be there. When do you need me there? Let me tie up some loose ends. I got on a plane and here we are. And you know what? It's a blessing. It's where I'm supposed to be right now.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, I think there's some opportunities that are so good that if your wife is like, no, you have to be like, honey, I'm sorry. This is
happening. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Yeah, this is life calling me to do something amazing that I'm very excited for, and I hope you can appreciate that.
I'm sure when
Bill Belichick could learn something.
I'm sure
from this
when
guy.
when
Freaking alpha. Phil Simms, too. No, my parents or my wife doesn't want me to let somebody use my number. I got to take it back. Brett Boone's like, F you, I'll see you in Boston.
See, the thing about it is,
we're going to go put up a 6 spot. Watch.
She's a baseball wife, but she married into a family of baseball people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure she's like, sure.
He's like, the B and Boone stands for baseball, not bitch and honey. I'll see you in Boston.
Yeah, I'm not.
She's probably like, about time.
Yeah, she's like, okay. Just make sure the checks get in the account. We'll see ya. You know.
Yeah, that's true. Those direct deposits are going to hit like crack.
They're going to hit.
They really are.
She's going to appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, here's Brett Boone talking about how he views his role for the Rangers.
My job is to give these guys hope. You know, I talked to them yesterday, and I just want to let them know that I've felt every emotion you can possibly feel. I've been at the top of the mountain, and man, I've been hiding in my hotel room, not wanting to go to the ballpark because I can't get a hit. So these guys, when you feel down, but all these guys want, I try to put myself in my player mode as much as I can. What did I want? I just wanted some hope. Somebody give me some hope, a reason that I got a chance to get a hit next at bat. And I know that because I've been there a lot of times. So that's what I want to do. That's my plan. Today I'm going to train like I'm hitting today. I'm going to pretend I'm in the lineup today. I get to the ballpark and I'm going to get that video out. We're going to start watching Houck today, who we're facing for the Red Sox. So now as the day goes on and the hitters are starting to talk and starting to move around, hey, what do we got tonight? Well, this is what I think he's going to try to do to you. If he does this is going to happen. So it's just little things that I can interject. I'm not here to tell you how to hit. Everybody's different. I had a certain way I went about it, but that doesn't mean player B can do that same thing. Let's find out what works best for you. And my job is, when you're a little confused or something's going on, to watch you and say, hey, remember when you were talking about this? Why don't you try that?
There he is, Brett Boone, and there's a sports hodgepodge for you in the G-Bag Nation. It was one and done. Just an incredible success there and a good start for Brett Boone. We'll talk more about that. We have the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening coming up at 3:20, but what's PDD saying about our 2 injured stars as we get ready for Game 1 of Round 2? That's coming up next, The Nation.
Are you mind benders that will shock you or make you spit out your drink?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The 469 texting during the break. Bro, I'm just tuning in. My son just told me about George. Please tell me it's true. You do not need to adjust your radio. It is true. Your Dallas Cowboys have acquired George Pickens. I'm here for a question for the panel, okay, and for you. Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. Where do you now put the Cowboys wide receiver duo in the NFL? I got us coming in third behind Brown and Smith and Chase and Higgins. Then the Cowboys.
Brown, Smith, Chase, Higgins. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That's probably the only ones that would be fair. Like Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, I'd go Cowboys on that. Nakua, Devontae Adams,
Dunsky,
Eileen Cowboys. Now you do have the young duo that remains to be seen of Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
That could take over
That could be
America.
big. Yeah.
And we heard the way that the general manager of the Jags talked about Travis Hunter and the impact around the world that he can have as a player. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Another pretty good duo, but you're leaning Cowboys there. I mean, yeah. Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel. I go Cowboys.
I think Deebo's done.
Like, Lamb's better than McLaurin, and Pickens is better than Samuel.
I forgot about Addison in Minnesota.
Oh, that's a good point.
With
Jefferson and
yeah.
Addison.
I mean, Addison's producing.
Yeah, that you might
be
probably
fourth.
Yeah, maybe fourth.
We're comfortably top 5 for sure, right, Brian?
It's crazy because you just maybe had the worst wide receiver core in the league.
Yeah. Instant upgrade here with George Pickens. As fans are excited. Brian's comparison to Des Bryant, the opening segment. You probably have more on him coming up in Krusty's Corner 340.
Yeah, no, I'm going to give you I give you the scouting report. I looked at all the catches, all the ball stones directions. So we'll give you a scouting report on the guy.
How would you I don't need the scouting report, but if CeeDee Lamb's a 9.5 out of 10, where's George Pickens if you were ranking players 1 to 10?
I think that Pickens better vertical game. I think Lamb across the field better. I'm going to say that Pickens probably catch radius is better than Lamb. I'm going to say field awareness or how to get open, probably Lamb. And routes are going to be better because of Lamb.
After catch,
Pickens fights for every yard. I only saw one fumble. He's playing the Colts, and they throw him the ball, and he's trying to score, and he gets hit, and the ball's on the ground. But he is fighting for every. And CeeDee does the same thing.
Yeah.
He fights for every yard out of the catch, and so.
But he's more.
I think Pickens has got better hands.
Pickens plays like it's Game 7 of a Stanley Cup playoff series in the last 5 minutes.
He's a
every
wreck.
Snap.
Yeah, he's a wreck. He's spinning around and he's trying to, he's bouncing off guys. But CeeDee will bounce off guys too.
Yeah,
these two are very. I just think that the vertical game I would give to Pickens, the ability to contort body, bad ball catcher. I think that's Pickens. I think it is.
So what's this team capable of at 877-881-1053? This has been very eventful. They might have had the best first 3 rounds of the draft you could possibly have if you're picking where they were picking. They spent on
maybe
defense.
With Blue too. Maybe the first 4 picks for them if Blue works out right.
Yeah.
In the 5th round. Yeah.
So and now you add this wide receiver on top of it. I mean, they didn't spend a lot of money in free agency. They spent about $40 million, which I think was third least, but it was still more than they've done.
Yeah, they tried.
I mean, are you entertaining thoughts at all of a successful season? I guess successful would be 10-7, 11-6, getting to the playoffs, maybe winning a playoff game.
Maybe Pickens. And this question was asked to me. How many games do you think Pickens is worth for victories? Is he worth 1 game, 2 games, 3 games? Does his play add a victory or 2 to your assessment of how they might play or how they might be?
Yeah, I think it definitely adds. I feel great about saying a game. Much more than that is probably overstating. I would say.
I said 3.
I mean, like when you think about the Vegas sports books and stuff, like
Yeah.
they don't really have much in the way of respect of any player that's not a quarterback.
Yeah,
for the
if
most
he's
part.
hurt, it's
But-
maybe a point, a half point.
But does it help Dak's numbers then? I mean, does
I
it
can
help
see that.
Dak's win total?
Yeah, Dak's numbers are going to look a lot better now, and the whole offense is going to look a fair amount better. But I would still probably chalk it up to maybe a game and a half.
So there's a lot of questions here with this George Pickens contract. It's one that we will be anticipating getting a look at this thing. I mean, when that different kind of athletic wide receiver is out there doing his thing, it's an amazing, I think, sports trip to be had. And now him and CeeDee Lamb, and I know the expectations, the excitement level around the Cowboys may have really bottomed out recently, and maybe this is the Cowboys' acknowledgement as well that, hey, we got to do something to get these fans excited and to allow them to believe. And I think this conversation's a reflection of that. Now, the next contract could be around $28 million a year. Are they gonna pay 2 wide receivers? I've never seen the Cowboys pay 2 wide receivers at the same time for a sustained period of time. There might be like one season of overlap, but they have managed that pie when it comes to wide receiver. Like, we're going to have our guy that we pay, and then we're going to have either the next guy is either an old wide receiver that can still play, or is a young guy that hasn't been paid yet.
Is there a blueprint what to do? It's like with Cincinnati, what they did. Would that be the blueprint that you would use? How you pay 2 top wide receivers?
That's one of the teams that have done that. I mean, Tampa's kind of doing that now a little bit with Evans and with Godwin.
That's a good point.
To some extent.
Yeah.
But the way Cincinnati has had to sacrifice and be so cheap on other places to get the 2 paid wide receivers, like, if you're going to manage it this conservatively, what else are you giving up to carry that luxury?
Yes, and the Cowboys, like Howie Roseman does it. Like, obviously the Eagles are an example. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but he's not going to cut corners elsewhere on the roster. He's still going to try and have an influx of great talent and using free agency and everything in terms of team building. So the Cowboys, the way they do business, if you have 2 high-paid wide receivers, you are absolutely losing multiple things elsewhere on the roster. And that's not good team allocation.
No.
Salary cap allocation, that's not good there.
No. So I think if you're going to go for it in this NFL, you got to go for it. And I just have this feeling, my fingers are crossed that they're bringing in this wide receiver as a way of shoring up their weaknesses in a way that we haven't seen, and perhaps getting ready for a financial commitment starting next year that could try to propel them into a championship window for the 3 or 4 years left on Dak Prescott's contract. That's what you have to hope for, because with the way that the Eagles have been spending, it's not that realistic. To get the job done. How much better they were than the rest of the conference and better than the Chiefs, I think that has to be, like a warning shot. Hey, if you think you're going to tread into this thing and be anything close to what the Eagles are doing, you're gravely mistaken. So now that you got this, get a left tackle, get healthy, and see how good that team is. Maybe make a trade at the deadline.
Cincinnati's at $69 million for their 2. Hill and Waddle are at 66.2, and A.J. Brown and Smith are at 57 are the numbers for the top 3.
Yeah, I don't.
Combinations.
I don't think anybody's looking at that feeling like that's the smartest way to go about it, unless you're, like I said, like the Eagles, where you're still going to, like, that was late in the process for them of team building. Like, they've shored up a lot of areas of their roster before they went out and made a move like that. Like the Bengals right now, their defense is historically awful, and you're going to pay these 2 guys. Joe Burrow apparently wanted it, so you're trying to please him, I guess, to some extent. But you can find wide receivers in multitude of different places. They're all over the place now.
Okay, let me ask you this question then, Eric. It sounds like you're down on this trade.
No, I'm not down on the trade at all. I mean, I do think there are some elements to it if you're actually looking at it realistically. There are some downsides. It's a little bit short-sighted.
You're saying they paid too much just to have a 1-year rental?
Well, not necessarily. I think that's probably the plan here. They've backed themselves into a corner at the position to where, like, you're not fielding an NFL wide receiving core in week 1 if you just stayed status quo. So you had to do something, and unfortunately that desperate move does lead you to a 1-year rental situation, but you hopefully get a comp pick in return down the line.
You won't get your comp pick until 2 years after this.
Exactly. So that's that's part of the downside. I don't have a third-round pick next year.
Yeah.
So I don't have a third-round pick, and there's a chance I don't have George Pickens. So I kind of made an all-in move in this one little scenario for the position group, but I had to because I've neglected the position other than a bunch of wide receiver 4s that you were going to act like we're going to be wide receiver 2s. So there is a downside to this in terms of the rental aspect, but at the same time, Pickens is a hell of a talent. So for this year, it's going to be a lot of fun.
As long as you're really going for it this year.
But you're not, because you've shown that you're not. You have way too many holes to act like you're actually going for it. This is just, hey, let's have competent offense. We were not going to have competent offense. You have to just look at the wide receiver room, and I can look at the running back room. We're doing a new offense now, which big picture I'm excited about. But to think you're just going to hit the ground running with those wide receivers and those running backs and the offensive line, that, again, big picture, I like where you're headed, but to think that's just going to be awesome, like you were looking at being the Rangers of the 2025 NFL season offensively.
Would you have just rather them signed Amari Cooper then?
I still think I would rather do this because Pickens is a true needle mover. You sign Amari Cooper, and that's probably an upgrade of what you had, but that's a guy that might be really on his last legs.
I just feel like you're treading water if you sign Amari Cooper.
I agree.
I just do. If the general manager's not going anywhere, sure, give up the 3rd round pick, give up the 5, sure. Go out and try and make your team better. Maybe you don't sign this guy. That's. Like I said earlier, when you're a guy that's not going to lose your job, these are the kind of moves you make. And whatever. If it doesn't work, I'm not going to be screaming at him about it. I'm not.
I mean, I think this team is more capable than what Eric does. I think this team won 13 games just a couple of years ago with a similar roster. I think you get Blue to run the ball for you well and healthy on defense, this team could be very good.
You're right about the left tackle, by the way. The left tackle is... I hope that's the position that doesn't hold them hostage.
Well, and then so what I'm saying is if you're trading for George Pickens for a rental and then not planning to fix left tackle, what the hell are you doing? You're not building to try to win the Super Bowl now, but you're also not hanging on to your picks to build long term. You're just making a trade to be more relevant, to get fans excited. That would be one of the most maddening things I would have ever witnessed. If you're going to trade for George Pickens as a rental and not fix left tackle, come on. You're just engagement farming. You're not trying to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't think they have any plan on. I mean, they feel confident in their evaluation of Tyler Guyton. They're going to run that out there.
And hey, you want to get to training camp like that, good, but then make a trade.
Sure. Yeah. If you get into the season and you realize, like, okay, maybe we're much better in some areas than we were expecting, except for your tackle spot, then maybe you can go trade for a vet. But that you don't find offensive linemen just all over the place.
I'm interested, Dawson, in this one. If they would say they would have taken Simmons, the Ohio State tackle, would you say go get a right guard and be serious about it, or would is the left tackle?
The left tackle's massive for Dak's interceptions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But if they would have drafted the left tackle, then you would say, now go get a right guard.
Let's go into training camp, and if it's bad with Hoffman, we'll find one in the trade market. But I think at this point,
I wasn't trying to go after you. I'm just saying. I just wonder if in fact drafting a tackle would have been better for you, but they weren't going to do it after they drafted a tackle last year.
I mean, the right guard should make you really good in the running game with Steele. The left tackle could make you more competent in the passing game. And I just think if you're going to get in the business of rental players and you're not going to shore up all of your holes and say, hey, guys, we got Dak at 31 coming off an avulsion fracture. He's not getting any younger. This is the year. If it doesn't work this year, fine, we'll blow the thing up. But dang it, let's go for it right now, because the Eagles are actually taking a step back. The Eagles pushed all in last year. They just lost 5 good defensive players. This might be our opportunity. And to me, I think the George Pickens trade opens up that opportunity with Jerry Jones at this age.
Like, I love what Philadelphia did with Makuba, though.
What's that?
Makuba, the safety. They get rid of
did they?
Yeah, they get rid of and they drafted one of my best safeties off the board, the kid from Texas.
It's going to be Mally on the Hill tonight. I had a lot of fun last night celebrating the greatness of the Boone family and the greatness of the Rangers leadership to know that it was time to go get him.
And the amount of fans that wanted to push back to me on Twitter saying, you idiot, if you think 6 runs proves that Brett Boone fixed the offense, you don't know anything about sport. Which point I told them they don't know a damn thing about the Boone family legacy.
There you go.
And everything that's gone into it. So I'm riding that energy, until further notice. If they put up numbers again tonight, I think the guys might start believing in it, and that true confidence is a real mofo to deal with in sports. Jason Robertson update here. Stars game night. He's looking like a game time decision. And this is another one of those series that appears to be a coin flip, very close here when you're looking at the numbers. I mean, there's actually an argument to be made that actually Colorado's better than Winnipeg, even though it's still super, super close. But the computers slightly favored Colorado. Now they're slightly favoring the Stars over Winnipeg, so that's good. But this Jets team, they started the season with an 8-game winning streak. Yeah. They lost a game and then won another 7 in a row. So they started 15-1. Since that point, they've been like, basically the Stars, about that good. They did kind of, win the division by 10 points, but most of that work was done early.
There was talk about the Stars trying to find a way to win it, and then all that kind of fell apart.
Yeah, that 7-game losing streak to end the season.
That just kind of ruined your hope right there. Yeah.
Man, the Rangers parallels from their World Series season to this one, it's kind of falling nicely in place there.
Hope so.
So we'll keep pulling for them in the pregame tonight, coming up at 5 o'clock at the first pitch, 5:40 there. Tyler Malley on the hill. We got the C notes, some of the other things making headlines around your Cowboys coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing with you. Before we do that, though,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
sound like?
What's it sometimes called?
Off a new Generac generator install. Phone the Gnome now at 972-968-8888. Willard Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Segments, brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Yeah, what do you think the deal tells us about what the Cowboys are thinking at 877-881-1053? Are they trying to win the Super Bowl? Is this a rental? How could you be doing a rental while you're in the middle of a rebuild? You're not, are you? Or are you actually going to go for it? Are they about to say bleep them picks and make the best possible team for 2025? I would love that, but I doubt it. You know, they're probably just using this to increase the interest from a fan base that has lost the faith a little bit. Okay, and until I see otherwise, I will believe that to be the case. But I do believe they now have enough talent in the building that if things go well, Guyton has a big offseason. He comes back year two, makes a big jump. Jaden Blue, good running back. And you get healthy, right? I got to buy myself some time to get this defense healthy, get Diggs back. Can Ravel hit as a third rounder and be a rookie contributor as a rare third rounder to do that? Can Ezeraku be that rookie edge? It's rare that an edge can come in and wreck shop, but it does happen. And if those things would happen, you're talking about a complete nightmare defense once Overshown comes back. So it's far-fetched. And yes, the left tackle thing I think is absolutely crucial here. The 302 says Dawson wants to trade Guyton and another piece for a veteran all-pro left tackle from a non-contender. Who is that? Might be a good idea if they find it. Yeah. I don't think it has to be an all-pro. Obviously that would be great, a Pro Bowler. And that might be a tough fit. So I'm thinking more like guy who's maybe past his prime, but is a solid left tackle and might be getting ready to retire. So the team's like, we're going to lose him anyway. Here, you can have him for a 5, But, hey, this does, bring in an interesting scenario that if the Cowboys are willing to use picks for next year for just to try to win the championship this year, why not do that with other picks? Why not trade for other good players who are at the end of their rookie deal or smack dab in the middle of their prime, ready to kick ass and take names, and you're going all in for this year? Boy, that would be exciting. It would be way better than the monotony of just hoping you can draft your way to the best team in the NFL. I mean, I know where that train's going. Let's get some different things going on here in a different approach. I think that's what the George Pickens move represents to me. Just hope at 877-881-1053. Former Pittsburgh Steeler and Super Bowl champion analyst Ryan Clark throwing cold water on the trade, saying fans should be worried about how Pickens comported himself with his former team. Brian, you're
What's
not
comported.
I'm on it.
Comported is like the way that you behave yourself. And
Ryan went to school at LSU, so
way you carry yourself.
Comported. I don't know. That's a big word for an LSU dude.
It's like conduct oneself or behave.
Comported?
Articulate students who comported themselves well in television interviews is like a sentence example.
I know, man. I talked to my guys at Pittsburgh. They were not like, hey, beware bad things, man. This dude's a bad dude. I didn't get that vibe at all.
He's just alive,
it's
and eager.
The things that I was told was he cares so much.
You know what it reminds me of is when Dez was fired up on the sideline and people thought he was yelling
getting mad
at everybody.
At Detroit, yeah.
But he was trying to fire people up.
No, he was trying to. And, it's funny this morning when this all went down, like one of the first tweets I saw was Dez. I think he was up like at 5:15 in the morning too. And he's like, hey, I'm hearing that George Pickens is going to be a Cowboy. And so I was like, oh, this is cool. But yeah, to me,
is that what got you started chasing it down?
No, I was chasing last night. And then it turned into me and Bobby talking at 5 this morning because I knew he probably knew something. So we were going at it pretty good, trying to figure it all out, and we did. But the thing with just talking to people at Pittsburgh, it was like, hey, good luck with that. That guy's a mess. Don't good. You guys, this one's not going to work out, man. I didn't get that at all.
Yeah.
I just got the guy like, hey, he's different. He's competitive. He wants to win. He believes he can win every play. It was all just, it was like scout guy trying to talk to scout guy.
I know the sentiment in Pittsburgh today is split because I talked to my buddy and he was saying people are livid with the Steelers for giving him up for so cheap. They did not get enough for a player of that caliber. And, I agree, but when you only have 1 year left and, you're not willing to give the $28 million contract, then it really sweeps the legs out from your bargaining position. Like, oh, no, we don't want him, but we want a first from you. It's just not going to work.
Well,
and I know
it sounds like they were trying to get a 2 that Baltimore's asking for the 2 for Bateman is what they were trying to do.
Really?
And
no chance I'd have done that.
Dallas said no because Bateman was saying, sure, if you want to make the trade, I want my contract reworked right now.
Oh.
And that wasn't going to happen. That part of it wasn't going to happen. And then that's when they pivoted to with Pickens. They'd been working on the Pickens ones for a while too.
Yeah, Cowboys were trying to just give a 4th round pick throughout the drafts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they went ahead and said, all right, we'll do the 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
And the talent I think warrants a 2nd round pick. But the immaturity issues and the 1 year rental aspect of all of it.
I think I worry more about
you got a fair deal, Pittsburgh.
I think I worry more about the rental part of it. That's what I worry about. And I say worry. I worry about like I could see this guy having a really good season with Dak, and it kind of being like very similar to our guy that went to the Knicks that we couldn't pay. We thought about
Brunson.
All of a sudden, you see like a super young, talented guy. and he kind of develops some, maybe he does get the maturity, and he kind of
has a career year.
He has a career year, then all of a sudden you can't do anything to keep him here.
Yeah, because everybody's talking about, hey, just franchise tag him. Like, dude, that's going to cost you $25 to $30 million for 1 year.
But you also
immediately on your salary cap. That's not doable.
What if you don't get Parsons done? That's your tag right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they need to keep that tag available. Now, if they get Parsons done and Bland done, then I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but they've got some guys that need contracts after this year.
What's y'all's guess right now, though? This is a 1 year rental? Because
yes.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Unless somehow they're actually annoyed by CD Lamb and they're going to make Pickens their guy and move on from Lamb. But I thought
crazy.
The time to be annoyed by Lamb has long passed. You committed to Lamb. You gave him the 88. We got the new deal done. He was pretty good last year. Pickens won't be happy with Dak as a quarterback, says the 903. 817, if y'all are comparing him to Dez, Dak couldn't get Dez the ball. Dak isn't accurate enough. That's from Rampage.
But this guy, I tell you what, though, one of the most impressive – I think Dez has got a good catch radius. I think this guy has one of the best catch radiuses I've ever seen on a wide receiver.
Yes, and I love that, and I agree. But I do wonder about this text. Like, was Dez not that good with Dak compared to Romo because of his age and his injury? Or was Dak just not as good as the art of being the quarterback was seeing that throw?
I don't think Dak at that time was as accurate throwing the ball to
But
Dez.
there's a vision component to it. Like, as the quarterback, you're inviting the receiver to make this turn with his body and go this way because you see where the opportunity is.
Yeah, this cat gets himself open, though. That's the I think the big difference is, to me, Dez and this guy both are those 50-50 catches. I think this guy separates better than Dez.
Nice. Okay, I love that.
That part of it.
Separates better than Dez. Can he go up like Dez?
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They were trying to draft this kid McMillan out of Arizona. They were trying to get a receiver that could play like this. They were trying to get a guy that could go get the football. They just traded for one, maybe a better one than what McMillan is.
All right, let's learn more about him. We go to the Dallas Morning News. 10 things to know about George Pickens. Just 24 years old, 6'3", 200 out of Georgia. Played 3 seasons for Kirby Smart. Did tear his ACL his junior year.
Did.
Returned in time to be part of the national championship game. That's love and passion for football.
Yeah,
that's right.
Then he declared for the 2022 NFL Draft. So he tore it during the season and made it back for the February game?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me. That's Adrian Peterson stuff right there. He did have a viral draft moment. His reaction to getting drafted was one for the ages, apparently. I can't wait to relive that.
Is that the ski mask one? He was standing there with the ski mask on?
I think that was.
This kid likes wearing a ski mask. I'm watching George Pickens crash out compilations right now. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if he's going to catch the ball or not, but he won't lose that fight that's on the field.
No, he's a dog.
he's putting it all out there, man.
He barks and bites.
He's fighting the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's serious about it. And I think they needed a little sprinkle of some crazy. They got all these team captains, leader, and high character dudes, but you had a void of talent.
Yeah.
And this dude's an absolute dog. I think you need some of that. I want a couple of guys that have to rein in a little bit.
At least one per side of the ball, just to keep everybody honest. 59 catches, 900 yards, 3 touchdowns last season, although he did go for 1140 in his second season. He's among the most talented players in the league, but has been fined numerous times for on-field.
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
He was fined after a loss to the Cowboys for an on-field scuffle with Jordan Lewis.
Yeah. He face masked him, bro. A random face mask. Jordan Lewis was running back to the huddle.
Yeah, they were trying to throw the ball around like it's the final play. And it turned into be a big fight between those two. They didn't even they weren't even part of the play.
Did you see the Jordan Lewis tweet today? After the Schefter tweet breaking the news, even though it was Bobby Belt who really broke the news.
Bobby broke the news. I had to tell Adam what was happening.
Yeah. Oh,
seriously,
yeah.
I did.
You had to ping Schefter to say, "Hey, wake your butt up and get to work." There's news to break.
I'm not lying about this. I said, "Hey, Adam, you might want to look into George Pickens being traded." He goes, "Well, I heard last night. You might want to look into it."
Wake up.
And he, at 6 a.m., I'm here to report that.
Wow, you're the source.
Oh, Bobby,
credit.
we had to. No,
Bobby's
I'm not
the first-hand source.
Bobby was on this, and he and I were talking through it.
Bobby was at a Jelly Roll concert last night, scooping
Breaking
his
Cowboys
balls off,
news?
dude. Yeah, what a stud.
Be better than listen to the music.
Jordan Lewis said, confirmation God wanted me in Jacksonville when he saw the news about George Pickens.
That is classic.
Dallas.
Of course, Tomlin said there's certainly obviously more room for growth there. He just likes to fight, guy. I mean, if this 70s, it'd be no problem. I would like fighting in the 70s. He has been fined 10 times by the league, though. His agent is Mr. Mulugeta.
David Mulugeta.
That's fun.
His brother plays football. His older brother had a stint with the Raiders, and he got into a wild fight against a college rival back in the day, Georgia Tech. He was out there fighting.
Yeah.
Oh, this is good.
That one. That's fantastic.
Oh, look at this. Oh, this is a 90-second fight video. I got to tune into this. And he does have a knack for crazy catches.
Yes, circus catches. It's awesome. Him and Lamb together, they're going to be on some SportsCenter top 10s.
All right, speaking of wild, Ralph Strangis coming up at 4 o'clock. Looking forward to talking to that hockey son of a gun about the Stars and Jets here, which is coming up tonight at 8:30. Krusty's Corner is next, though, Brian. What's in store?
Yeah, we got a scouting report about this crazy catcher. We'll do that next.
The scouting report for Greystone Roofing and Construction is always A+++++. That's right, Greystone Roofing and Construction. They're the best in the business when it
products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Let's go. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Ralph Strangis coming up at 4 o'clock right here. Stars former play-by-play announcer. You get him on the Ralph cast and the Ralph stack now. You're talking a lot of hockey still. He's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. Help us preview this. Sandler at 4:20. Looking for another offensive explosion here tonight from the Rangers with Tyler Malley on the hill. We'll get the latest on the Rangers at 4:20. And here's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Brian.
Thank you very much, Gerald. Thank you very much for Reliant. Hey, Lucius, real quick.
Yes.
I saw someone sent me the top 10 burger places around DFW. Just real quick.
I'm pretty sure Dawson knows all of them.
Okay, there's Griff's Hamburgers are one. That's number one.
Yeah.
True Food Kitchen.
True Food Kitchen.
Been there.
Burger Schmurger. That's a real name of a place.
That sounds made up.
It's real. It says Burger Schmurger.
I drove by it the other day.
It's in Dallas.
Where is it?
I need to look it up. But it's Burger Schmurger is what they. There's Dell's Charcoal Burger. That sounds good.
Now that sounds amazing. I want a good cookout burger.
That's in Richardson. Good Friend Beer Garden and Burger House. That's a Dallas one. We've kind of all been to the Rodeo Goat, right? We've done Rodeo Goat. M&O Station Grill. That's in Fort Worth. We need to think about that one. The Hyde Bar is known for a burger, and then Kenny's Burger joints as well. We've done Kenny's Italian before, like we've done meatball subs and stuff there. But I'm thinking about none of these places. I need to look them up and see if we need to grab a Friday burger at one of these places. But I just wanted to go through those burgers. If I
Thank you for that information.
Yeah, you're thinking right, brother.
No, real quick.
Dude, that's on my back way home. That's where I saw Burger Schmurger. It's out here in East Dallas.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Pass the eye test?
Oh, yeah. It looked good.
I think I'm going to go with I love the places that show me the burgers on the menu, so I can kind of get an idea.
You want that photo.
I want the photo. I don't want them to fool me like Red Lobster.
I like Googling the place and then seeing the people that like want to do reviews.
The reviews
they show
are great.
their photo of the food.
There you go. There you go. I'm with you on that.
Dude, these Burger Schmurgers look unbelievable.
Are they worth
They look smash style.
Yeah, smash burgers.
They're smashed.
Oh my god!
Like with the onions and stuff smashed into them.
The cheese melted on there.
With
you
that
got
big
that
chunky
good
tomatoes hanging out of that
tomato. Oh my lord!
All right,
these guys look like the real deal.
Burger Schmurger. I think I'm gonna have to go grab some of them for us on a Friday. We'll do that. All right. Anyway, hey, Chief. By the way, help me a little bit on this George Pickens, because you like the metrics stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know, all that metrics. Do you have metrics numbers for this guy?
Yeah, we know he's a down.
And I'll hit you a scouting report right after the metrics.
Perfect. I have Pro Football Focus, the stable metrics here for receiving for George Pickens, and the thing that jumps out the most is 88th percentile average depth of target. He's a guy that pushes the ball down the field. So that is a great element to this whole situation that this Cowboys offense needed. Now, overall receiving grade, 73rd percentile. Receiving grade versus single coverage, 73rd percentile. He's 39 in the percentile when it comes to versus zone and underneath stuff. His separation's not very good, very low percentile there in terms of separation, but his yards per route run and his average depth of target are both very, very impressive when it comes to where he ranks across the league. His yak, just under 50% in terms of the percentile.
Yeah.
So he's not the CD, like CD Lamb's a top 10 yak guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's not that.
This
but
guy
down the field, he's the man.
Yeah. Okay.
He does his best work when the ball's in the air.
I think you're going to, but when you watch him, it's this is where maybe I disagree with Pro Football Focus a little bit, because I could pull these plays up for you, him run after catch, and he's like bouncing off dudes. You know, like it's like
I think he's capable. I mean, 50th percentile. Like you're pretty average
maybe a little
at
bit better at that. Man, to me, I just saw a guy when you throw him the ball, it seemed like that he was fighting for every single yard he could get out of the play. So I was encouraged by that. All right, the George Pickens scouting report that I watched every throw to him this morning
for breakfast.
Actually, about 6:20 this morning, I did this.
Wow. You're an animal.
But then I had a show with you. By the way, we have Love of the Star podcast. It's up on your Odyssey podcast.
That's true.
It's up right now. Eric and I did when we talked about George Pickens. Give it a listen after our show today.
It's worth your time.
Yeah, it's worth your time. But we went into it pretty in depth. All right. This guy is really an emotional, fiery competitor. He will be very physical fighting off the line. He tends to push off in order to create space en route. He catches the ball, I think, very well away from his body. He could really snatch the ball. I mean, when it's in front of him or behind him, above his head, on the ground, I mean, it is like he takes it in and then he's like pulling it away from a defender. So these defenders don't have the opportunity to knock it out of his hands. He's going to make sure that he secures it and then gets it and gets what he needs to do. He'll line up in the slot on third down. They played a lot of bunch formation with this group. He went bunch formation, slot, motion, and then they throw him the ball in the flat on third down. You know, like he's able to kind of get up the field, get outside the out routes, things like that. They throw him the ball, secure a catch, get out of bounds, first down.
Outside the numbers, that's where he's going to flourish.
He's a star when it comes to that.
And Lamb dominates everywhere, but especially over the middle of the field.
Right.
And then you have the compliment here with George. I think it's a fantastic duo.
Okay. This is some criticism I had of the guy here. The routes tend to be a little playground, is how I described him.
Just freestyling?
Yeah. He tends to run until he finds space, and once he finds space, then the quarterback usually finds him. So you will see him. I mentioned this earlier when we've kind of been talking, whether it was the crosstalk or throughout the day. If it's supposed to be a post, and you plant your foot at 12 and then you get, depth or whatever you have to do, that's not his game. He is going to run, he's going to avoid, and it's not going to look like a pretty route. Maybe there's going to be some things where we're talking about with Dak. Dak can't throw to a guy that's kind of a freelance player. But I think he was more this freelance because I just don't think those Steelers their passing game was all that complex. I don't feel
Arthur Smith wants to play tight ends.
I don't think there's any Now we'll see what Shoddy wants to do here. But remember how the Cowboys play with a lot of width and all that, but there's no real creativity to what the Steelers were doing. And then I didn't get the feeling like that they were taking really full advantage of him. Now, like I say, the routes, it might be, hey, I'm just going to get open and throw me the damn ball.
Yeah, Dak just has to trust that this is a guy that I can just throw the ball
exactly.
up to.
And you could throw the ball to this guy.
I feel like Dak has been good at those with tight ends over the middle, finding stuff.
Yeah, finding stuff. But this guy's a champ when it comes to tracking the ball.
Michael Gallup wasn't a great route runner.
No, he really wasn't.
Dak had great chemistry with him for 2 or 3 years.
And this guy will go get the ball. Like, he'll elevate to go get the ball where Gallup is more of a body catcher. And then there's chances of the defender knocking the ball away. Pickens isn't going to let you take the ball away from him. That's for sure. But this guy, he's a champ when he comes to tracking the ball. He never loses sight of it. I mean, he's running and then the ball's in the air and you could see his eyes. He's finding the ball. He's not. I mean, he knows when to put his hands up. He knows how to adjust. It's really, really easy for him to do this. The length that he has, his body, it helps him to high point passes. He's outstanding at driving defenders off and then coming back to the ball. They're scared of his vertical game. So he could drive a defender and then pivot back to the ball. And they had a couple of those routes where he was able to make really nice plays off that, just driving the defender off. I said this, he runs with some violence with the ball in hand. He did. I mentioned had a fumble against Indianapolis on the goal line attempting to score. he was trying like hell to get to the pylon, and like 3 Colts hit him at the goal line. Ball was on the ground. That's the only mistake I saw him have. He had a route where there was an interception where he got tangled up with the Cincinnati corner, and this is where I feel like that if he is going to drop a ball or he's not going to catch a ball, it's going to be because it had him getting a result of him getting tied up with the defender. He gets tangled up with the defender, or then his balance is poor. And when that happens, but he's not going to drop the ball. If it hits his hands, he's going to catch it. But when he gets tangled up or he's off balance a little bit on the route, then maybe there's a possibility that he's not going to make the catch. But that doesn't, like I say, I didn't see he just drops.
As long as he can lock in without being rattled.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Did you see any sign that he gets mad at the quarterback and stops playing or takes plays off?
The film didn't show. I mean, the routes that he was running and all that, it looked like to me that he was still playing hard. I didn't see any quit in him or anything. I was watching like the Dallas game, and I mean, I watched every ball that went to him.
So he's just trying to fight the other team.
That's all he does.
I do think I've seen clips and elements to his game where when he knows he's not getting the ball, he's kind of loafing on a route.
Yeah.
And maybe that'll change. I don't know how big of a deal that actually is, but that is something that has been discussed, and there's clips to prove that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see any plays of the balls.
Right. You're just seeing the balls going to him.
I'm seeing everything,
which is what
going
really
to,
matters.
Yeah, it's going to him. Yeah. So this guy's got the ability to adjust, like I said, wherever the ball's placed. He's a red zone killer. Feet, hands work well together. Like I say, he'll bounce off defenders when he's got the ball in hands. He just gives everything he has after every.
That red zone thing is huge. They need go-to plays.
He will go. He will go and get that football. And like I said, incompletions are generally a result of him getting tangled up or his balance is poor. And I said it's rare he drops a pass. He does. He plays the game with a lot of fire. There's just not a ton of routes. The route running is not the top of his strength, but he does get open. So, I mean, he's going to find ways to bump corners, push off, use his hands, whatever he has to do to separate. He's going to find ways to do that, and he's going to get the football.
I love it.
Yeah.
I also love him grabbing that Georgia Tech defensive tackle and just ripping him into the wall. I mean, it's one thing to shove a guy into the wall if you got your weight behind you, but you grabbed this guy's jersey and pulled him towards you.
Yeah.
You got out of the way and then rammed his head into the wall.
Walked him down. Walk that man down.
That's some strength right there. Okay. Now I see why Lucius said last hour I wouldn't bet on him to lose any fights on the football field.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
And I hope Dak get his accuracy together. He's going to get a football to the forehead.
All right. We got to go. That's 2 down. Just one more to go. We're talking stars with Ralph Strangis, and then Jared Sandler joins you next year on The Fan.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Just one more hour of show as Rangers baseball is coming up at 5 o'clock. They're in Boston. Jared Sandler will have the pregame Mally on the Hill. And Brett Boone still in the coaching staff. What do you guys take from last night's successful offensive outing here? Sign for hope for me. Possible turning point on my radar with urgency. I believe in the sports psychology stuff. I believe in having the right coaches. And that the wrong coaches can make a downward trend complete misery. I think, as I said last week after they had the one good game of the week, I need to see this for about 10 days.
Yeah, you want to see a larger sample for sure before you can really start getting confident. I think Mike Bassett was talking about that on television last night. Like, you want to see stacking up some games. You have a random 15-run game last week, and then you follow it up with a bunch of nothing burgers offensively. That doesn't really do it for you. But when you start stacking like they have now, 2 games in a row, 8 runs, 6 runs, you keep getting these 5 to 6 run games going, all of a sudden the confidence goes through the roof. It was nice to see Evan Carter back in there, getting off to a nice start. It just felt right, didn't it?
Yes,
it felt
it did.
right watching him in there, him and Langford in the outfield together.
Yes.
All that matters, and the defense was dominant last night, too.
The Rangers universe made sense again, but
I forgot about Sunday. You're right. That's back-to-back games.
yes,
With above-average offensive production, as Ralph Strangis joins you now here on The Fan. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
Oh, boy. Well, it's game 1, round 2. How do you think I am? I'm, a little nervous. Got paced. Well, you caught me at the Trader Joe's, getting my pregame sustenance all squared up. So I had to ask the manager if she'd watch my cart. I'm standing outside, beautiful Palm Springs, looking at the mountains, talking to y'all on the phone.
Well, I love it, man. Thanks so much for making more time for us. Now, you got the Ralph Stack, you got the Ralph Cast. How much content you cranking out these days, Ralph?
Lots. I publish pretty much every day, Gavin. Like, nice. I'm active. I really enjoy writing. I've always kind of wanted to see what I could do if I make at least a part-time living as a writer. And it's been really fun. I'm just about to publish my 100th piece. I'm moving up the charts. I am now number 17 on the new Sports People on Substack. So go check me out, Ralph Stack Substack. And then I got this stupid little TV show that one of these days I'm going to have you on. The Ralph Cast podcast, that's on YouTube. And we're dropping the preview today with our old friend Edward Egros with some very good stats information. And then Savannah Humoller, who is my Dallas Stars insider. So that's dropping this afternoon before the game. So what a day.
Do you do the whole
what
league?
A time to be alive.
Do you do the whole league, or do you mostly just do Stars?
Mostly just Stars, right? But because I, from a business standpoint, I went at the center of the bullseye for me, right? Which was the people who kind of know me and still remember me are mostly Dallas people and Dallas Stars fans. So as it turns out, I knew this was going to be a pretty good year for them. I'm very happy that they got through Game 7. And I mean, how about that? Did you guys go? Was anybody there? Were one of you guys there?
No. I had things to. Yeah,
dude,
I know. An iconic. I was at Corey Seager's Game 1 home run of the World Series. I think that might be the kind of comparison you'd have to make. It was a historic moment.
Yeah. It was, and it was. How about a guy who just stuck it up his ex-employer's rear end? I mean, everybody who has felt that they've been passed over by their previous employer, or that maybe they weren't given a fair shake, or like that. That's your poster boy. One assistant coach got fired. The other guys are on the hot seats now in Colorado, and all because of Mikko Rantanen. And one guy did that. That was as amazing a performance as I've seen in a single game of any sport of any kind. You said Corey Seager's big home run, and these are the things we remember. These will be core memories for people who are at those games, sporting wise. And that was pretty something. I'm very happy they were able to do that. But now, it doesn't get easier. I know these are cliches, but every series has its own challenges, its own feel. This one's going to feel different than the last one. And, and we're playing arguably the greatest goalie on the planet in the other net. And that can be difficult. So, and this is the number one team. This is a President's Trophy winning team. So it isn't easier, right?
No.
This is not easier. No.
No, it's Ralph Strangis here with you on the fan call. 2,200 games for the Stars over 20 seasons. It's crazy, Ralph, that it's been 10 years.
I know. I wrote a piece on that on the Ralph stack. Boy, am I good at product placement here, huh? And, right? As the shopping carts are clanging into each other behind me, I can't believe it's gone like that. But it's very interesting because I've lived this sort of parallel life. Most guys, all guys, nobody walks out on these jobs. Nobody does. And so everybody kind of dies in the chair, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't want to do that. And so I'm doing this different life than the one I really could have had. And it's very exciting. But it also, I've kind of gone back and forth with hockey over the years, too. It's sort of a love-hate thing because when you do something for a living for a very long time, when you're done with it, you kind of want to take a big break. And I did. And then I sort of picked around the edges. But now, the Stars are my team. I mean, I was a fan in 1967 when they came to Minnesota as the North Stars. I went to games with my dad. I went to games before I worked for the team in Minnie, and then I moved here. I'm coming to games 3 and 4, and I'm sitting with Stars president Brad Alberts. And it's going to be great. I'm so excited that the Stars are making this available to me, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to be in that building.
Yeah, you mentioned Hellebuck as sort of the 1 seed when you think about Winnipeg, but he's not been on fire. Like, isn't this a guy that can be taken advantage of right now?
I think so. I mean, if you're going to get him, now's the time to get him, right? Like the Blues, he had a crazy series against the Blues. All 4, if game 7 was at St. Louis, they probably don't win it. He was pulled all 3 times in St. Louis and had a goals against of 9, over 9. Now, this is the greatest goalie on the planet, not having 1 bad game, but having 3 bad games on the road in that first round. And nobody could see that coming. He was able to straighten it out about the second period of game 7. And then he was fine throughout, but I like that that's a recent memory for him. If you're looking at things that you might be able to lean on or take advantage of, he is, he's not, I would think that anybody being human, I don't care how good you are, it's hard to shut all of that out, right? Like it's hard to say, no, that didn't happen. And if he, if he lets a soft one in, 1 or 2, maybe those memories sort of start flooding back and maybe there's a little bit of doubt there, right? I know we're talking hypotheticals and maybes and hope for and all that stuff, and that's not generally a great strategy. But I think if you're going to get him, now is when you want to get him. I think if you got him in the conference final after he had another round to sort of settle in, it wouldn't be very good. But now you have a chance. You have a chance to get to him right now.
Ralph, the Stars tend to have that lose game 1 mentality working. And does it, and I know they've kind of been able to navigate that, but the fact that the series, the home team is Winnipeg, does it worry that Dallas doesn't have a game 7 at home potentially if they lose game 1?
That should put even more pressure on them and exacerbate the urgency of game 1, because now that you're not the 1 seed,
right,
and and you don't have a chance to get it back on the road in the next few days. If you go down 0-1 and even 0-2 here, because you're on the road and these are tough games, then it gets really tough because you got to win 4 out of 5. Dallas somehow has been able to navigate through these losses, but it is not the way to go. And I wrote in Substack, I don't know if you know this, but I have a Substack, Ralph Stack. I don't know if you guys heard about this.
Glad to hear about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good. It's only $7.22 a month.
Okay.
So for the price of less than half a gallon of gas in California, you guys can, or a small latte at Starbucks. I wrote that you can't keep going to this well. This is one you kind of have to steal. And Morrissey's probably out tonight, Winnipeg stud defenseman. I understand Mark Scheifele is probably playing, but he was hurt in Game 5. And the Stars already know how to play without their best defenseman and top goal scorer, who they might get back in tonight. I think he will be. I think Jason Robertson will be in tonight. And so this is the time you jump on him, because you don't want to be answering these same questions again. There's a mental toll to it after Game 1. Now, if you get somebody come in the locker room after this one and they can ask different questions, and you don't have to give the same answers. And it also sends a message to the team, if you get this one, that maybe this year is our year.
Right.
Because they got to be feeling pretty good after that first round, but so is Winnipeg. These are two teams, based on how they finished that first series, their respective first series, that believe this is their year. This is, the gods are with them. And so this is the series to ferret that out. Which one do the gods really like, and which one is going to move on? And I think it all starts with Game 1. I really want them to get this one tonight. Like they're due. They have to get it. They'll never have a better shot to get to Hellebuck and the Jets than tonight in that building.
Talking with Ralph Strangis, some Stars here. What do you make of the regular season matchups? How much of that do you just kind of throw it out, or what can we take from those matchups?
Well, you can't throw it all out. And there's something about when you arrive at a building, whether you have a good feeling about it or a bad feeling about it. When you see those other uniforms, how do you feel about it? There were buildings. I remember talking to Ed Belfour, the Stars goalie, back in the Cup days in 1999. And he'd say, some buildings, the lights, like Edmonton, he loved the lighting in Edmonton, and he could see better in Edmonton. And his numbers in Edmonton are appalling. Like they're unbelievable. They're so good. They're appalling. And so goaltenders, players all get a good feeling when they're in a building. We'd go into Detroit and nobody ever felt good about going into Detroit, and then back in the old days, they'd paint the visitors' locker room right before the series started. So you'd be inhaling paint fumes when you were in Detroit. I mean, this was the old NHL, but there is something to it, and you do carry some of that forward, but you can erase so much of it if you storm in there tonight and take Game 1. And that's why, to me, this is the most important game they're going to play yet. And I know this kind of happens every round, but they really need this one tonight. And I'm calling them out like they have to get this one tonight. I really feel they have to get it, and they can get it.
Ralph, do you kind of feel like that maybe the winner of this series might win the Stanley Cup?
Well, it's, you could say that about the first series, right?
Sure.
That Dallas or Colorado. All these teams in the West are so stacked. We saw, Vegas looked like they were going to, just kind of roll with it last night. And then Edmonton scores 4 after being down 2-0, and it's 1-0 Oil. And, now they've stolen home ice.
Right.
Dallas wants to do the same thing. But, I don't know. How do you feel about the next series if you get through and you got to play Colorado? I'm sorry, you got to play Las Vegas or you got to play Winnipeg. So it's, there's nothing easy about this. There's just nothing easy about it. But, yeah, if you can take out, for Dallas, you take out the President's Trophy, you take out Colorado, you got to be feeling pretty friggin' good going into the conference final, especially if you can get those bodies back and not lose another one in this round.
Ralph, you are the man. I think your organic ice cream might be melting there. We'll let you get back to it. So
it is. Yeah, I have to go get the organic.
There he goes. Ralph Strangis with you.
Guys, thanks.
Cheers. In the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, that Trader Joe's, that's a good shop.
Yes.
I like that.
Mother's Day this Sunday, Mom wants to go and shop. So, yes.
Really?
That's where she likes to go. Yeah.
It feels kind of minimalist, but the quality of some of their items, like every item isn't for me. Some of their cereals, I'm like, no way I'm going to eat that. Mm-hmm. But some of their deli meats.
I'm just telling you, man, like you can go into some other grocery stores and what you pay, and you look down, you get like 2 bags, maybe 3 bags out of that store, that particular store. You get a Trader Joe's, I feel like I'm walking out of there with 5 bags for the same price of, and
it's a good feeling.
They're the old paper bags.
Yeah, the old paper bags. But I'm talking about like I love like they have the various like the things you could cook, like the orange chicken and things like that.
Oh yeah,
Kung Pao chicken. I love all those kind of those things that they put together. But it just seems like to me, I go to the other grocery store, I don't feel like I get enough.
Man,
with Trader Joe's, I feel like
you got to get that HEB in your backyard, bro. That's
there's one coming. It's going to be down on Hillcrest. I think they're putting one in.
It's bad for the environment, but give me those plastic bags. Give me the mall size grocery store, and let me just float up and down these aisles.
But it's every single one of them just packed.
Oh yeah, it's
I
packed.
kind of feel like
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a treadmill of just going around, and I have to follow everybody.
It's bumper cars
else.
with the carts.
Yeah.
The best thing about this shift, I think, is the ability to go grocery shopping about 10:30 in the morning on a weekday. Right?
Yeah, you just wrecking
knock it out.
shop in
I
there.
can't stand that feeling. You're having to chop your stabs. You're having to wait for people to get out of the way. Oh,
Do you ever
boy.
get the person that stands right in front of everything you're looking, like the one thing you're looking for,
Yeah.
and you don't know how to approach them because they might turn and just snap on you?
Yeah, like, do they have the right of way because they were there first, even though they're clearly confused about what they're looking at? I know what I want. Let me just sneak past you. Let me get that.
It's the, excuse me, ma'am.
You want to say human beings aren't connected? Well, how did I walk into this grocery store 5 minutes ago needing the Ghirardelli milk chocolate chips, and nobody else is here, but I went down this aisle and there's somebody sitting there doing inventory on these damn things for the next 5 minutes. I'm like, how am I supposed to approach this?
Grab the chocolate and go, lady.
Pardon me, I know you're doing your job, and I'm going to make you recount all of these because I need to take one of those.
So that barbecue place at HEB, no joke?
Dude, I've had the brisket one time. It was actually phenomenal. My dad gets it on the regular.
It looks like a regular restaurant in there. Is that what it is?
It's serious. Absolutely it is.
We got Jared Sandler coming up next, talking Rangers baseball with Sands next here in the nation.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. Join us tomorrow about this time. We'll be post-Rangers game and living it up at Southern Leisure in Flower Mound, one of our favorite spots to broadcast from. And, I think about 3:30 or so, maybe 4 o'clock, depending on how quickly Tyler Malley works.
Did I hear we're... Chief, did you do a promotional for that? Are we giving away a grill or something like that tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely we are. Kamado Joe style. It's like a $400 grill.
At least.
Is it a drawing kind of a thing, or do you have to like do the
I think it's
hot
a drawing.
dog straw? What do we got?
I think you got to go in there.
Up?
All you have to do is just put your name down, and then I think you get entered in to win. You don't have to do anything crazy.
Yeah, the Kamado Joe's something else. It's like you took a green egg and just like tricked it out better.
I need a grill so bad, dude. I gotta get me something.
I do too.
Okay, Jared Sandler. Set to join us here. Rangers pregame coming up at 5, Brian.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. I'll catch up after Jared. I was gonna the site of many disasters we've had there, right? With like growing up and stuff.
I'm surprised they want us
That's
back.
what I'm saying. These people are beyond
trashing
nice.
their showroom.
Yeah.
They're true. Turn it on, leave it on listeners.
They are.
I mean, Wooly Bully got in a Speedo and stood out in front of their establishment,
like
with his giant pasty femurs.
He did
for like an hour.
Yeah.
He did radio in their store like that.
That's right. He did.
He literally tainted our legacy there.
As Jared Sandler joins us now here on The Fan. Jared, how the heck are you?
Hey guys, I'm great. Just, gosh, it's pretty cool. I don't know if you guys, Broadus, have you been to Fenway?
No, I have not.
You guys?
I have not.
No.
It's just it's kind of crazy. You see this ballpark on TV, right? It's probably I mean, I don't know, maybe Wrigley competes, but in terms of like just the general, if you're not watching a game, ballparks that get showcased, Fenway, if not at the top, near the top of the list. And then I've been here before, but it's just so cool to be here and see this ballpark. And there aren't many parks like this, guys, where and maybe not many sports venues like this, where there's history and you walk in the grounds and you can legitimately, think of all the players who have come through.
Lambeau Field is like that.
Yeah, Lambeau, Wrigley.
Yeah.
We were talking about earlier because we took some of the players into the Green Monster for the first time.
So that's what I'm saying. Did you go inside the scoreboard? Did you go inside and do that?
Yeah. Yeah, we went inside. We'll run, every year you invariably get guys who are, here for the first time and they want to go and be a part of that history. And that's the other thing too. Like how many sports venues have a feature or something a part of it that like, it's like a rite of passage when you come here for the first time, you do something tied to it, right? They're not many. And it's really neat to think about it.
Jared, did you sign your name on the wall? Did you guys put your names on the wall?
I did it in 2023, and I'm an idiot because I did take a video when I did it so that I knew where it was. I took a video from like entering the wall, and I just didn't look at it before I went back in there, and so I was looking for it. And Jack Leiter actually saw my name. He's the one. He's like, "Hey, here you are," and it was just cool to see it. And Jack and I were talking about it. I would gladly erase my name if they could go back to just only players signing it. That's just not. Yeah. If you go in there now, I mean, everyone and their mother has signed it. I think it would be really cool if it was only players. It's not, and so I was, excited to put my name on it, given that that prerequisite was no more. But it would be really neat if it was just players who had signed it. And you could go and look and who's that, or there's that guy and there's this guy. But now it's like you're just seeing Bob and Joe and Susan, and then like maybe you find someone's signature, mixed among the non-players. But it's cool to see all their reactions. And someone like Jack, who appreciates baseball history, you could tell it meant something to him to be in there.
It's Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. I don't know, maybe it's their recent offense, but I like the look of this lineup here. Sands, what do you think?
Well, Gavin, if Josh Young's your 9-place hitter, and that's not how he profiles, but just with the way they want to try break things up lefty-righty and the way guys are going, I mean, that tells you all you need to know, right? In terms of the potential and the depth in this lineup. Now they got to, start doing it, but they've taken some steps in the right direction. So I like the lineup as well. I really do. And we're starting to see an uptick from Jock Peterson, and that totally changes the dimension, right? If that guy starts to become the Jock Peterson, the last 3 years, then you're totally looking at a different ball game in terms of what this lineup's able to do. And him starting to hit the ball well, and that's the next frontier. I say frontier like it's this undiscovered thing, but they're still not slugging, right? This lineup, needs to start slugging. Only one home run in the team's last 11 games, and I got to believe that. You look at the names in this lineup, the slug's going to start to come.
Josh Smith seems like he's here to stay in the leadoff role. He's playing extremely well. Would love your thoughts on the way he's hitting it, but also that play that he made defensively where he's looking around. Did he actually not realize that ball was in his glove last night?
Yeah, so I asked him about it. He said that and Josh kind of like a sore thumb. He was dealing with that earlier this year, and so he said he still doesn't have like 110% feeling at all times. And so when the ball hit off his first baseman's mitt, he felt it roll up the mitt towards the edge and thought it continued rolling out of the glove, but it stayed in there. So he felt initial contact, but then he felt like it was initial contact that was heading, to a bad place or to an unhappy ending. But thankfully, he did keep it in his mitt, but he's been great. And, there's 6 guys with at least 100 plate appearances who have at least a 300 batting average and a 400 on base percentage. And he's one of them. And, he got off to a great start last year, and then it kind of tapered off. But, this is the most baseball he'd ever played, like ever, right? And I just don't think we account for what that fatigue might look like. And he plays through a lot. He's an everyday player. He plays different positions. He's constantly having to put in work to make sure he's up to speed, with whatever that spot might be. And He gets hit by pitches. He is always near the top of the league lead in that, or was last year. So he plays through a lot, and maybe it wore him down, I should say. But he's come out guns a-blazing. He's been huge for this team.
Jared, I was going to ask you about that because when he first started, he didn't hit very well, and there were a lot of questions. But the front office stuck with him. Do you think that's the difference in him? That the fact that they had faith in him, and it kind of propelled him to where he is today?
Yeah, probably. That 2023 season, Brian. If Josh has always been tied to Ezekiel Duran, at least since he came over here, because he came over in the same trade, and they're really good buddies, and they have a cool relationship. And in 2023, in the first half of the season, when Corey Seager went down, it was Ezekiel Duran who took advantage of the opportunity, and Josh Smith really struggled. It just wasn't individually, it was not a good year for him. But and I've had some conversations with Josh about this. It was a very odd year for him because, on one hand, he had the type of year that is not good at all for his career individually, but on the other hand, they won the World Series, right? But then last year was totally opposite at the beginning. And then, I think there was some chatter this offseason. Do the Rangers move on from Josh Smith? Or, would they be selling high maybe? Is it, what's the direction they want to go? And this and that. Was last year the best it will ever be? But they believe in him. And then I'll tell you, no one believes in that guy more than Bruce Bochy does. Bruce Bochy is a huge Josh Smith fan, and probably a big reason why last year out of camp, Josh Smith, he made the team, I guess, not that there's a scoring system, but quote unquote with ease. I don't think it was really much of a conversation. I think Bruce Bochy's like, no, this guy's on our team. That's not a topic, up for debate. He believes in this guy, and I think that, that sort of thing does go a long way with players, no doubt about it.
Jared Wyatt Langford with another assist last night. Looks like he's figured out the green monster pretty good already.
Yeah, that was nice, and he made a nice catch up against the wall as well. And it's not easy. It's not easy to play off the monster. We've seen a lot of whether it's Rangers outfielders, you watch a game, visiting outfielders have a tough time. So that was a nice moment for Wyatt. And I'll tell you guys, we heard so much last year at spring training, like, oh, it's going to be a big work in progress for him defensively. He's got a long ways to go. And, I would say, you know what, maybe you're right, because he is so damn athletic that I think there is a ways for him to go, because his ceiling defensively is so much higher than the average person because of that athleticism. But Wyatt Langford's a good outfielder. I don't, maybe the aptitude is just through the roof, and he took strides at a rate way quicker than what people anticipated. But we've seen, in Wyatt Langford, we've seen a good outfielder, and his ability to make the play last night and deliver a strong, accurate throw was good. But he moves really well out there, and he's just got great instincts. And that's something with Josh Smith too. Those two guys have great baseball instincts, and that's not something that you see on the back of a baseball card. But just like I think would be true in any sport, that's something that is it's tough to quantify, but it's definitely valuable.
Hey, Jared, real quick though, is the way the dimensions are at Fenway Park, are they the worst in the league when all the angles and stuff, or is like our ballpark very similar to that when it comes to having to play that?
Yeah, it's not easy, right? It's a totally different dimension, no doubt about it. I would say Oracle in San Francisco, where we were a couple weeks ago. That's a tough one with the way things can just die off the archways in right field with that tall wall. But then you also have their own version of Triples Alley, paying homage to the Polo Grounds, and then here you got the same thing that led to Benji Molina's cycle. But yeah, I would say that here in Oracle, and maybe there's another one I'm just not thinking of, but yeah, definitely tough. I mean, I'll tell you this, Broadus. Yesterday, even though it was raining, not super hard, but it was raining, and there was no batting practice or anything for the Rangers, they still took all their outfielders out and
I see why.
Playing balls off the monster, which I don't know that there are many features at a ballpark where you would feel that compelled at the beginning of the series to do something like that, even in crummy conditions.
Jared, thank you so much. Enjoy Boston tonight, and I guess we'll catch up with you tomorrow after the finale.
Sounds good, fellas. Appreciate it.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. We are 23 minutes from Rangers pregame. We're back to give you a little round tripper and a flavor of Bully Melrose reacting to that horrible Jets song, Fail. That's next year in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about Window Nation, though. You want to beat the heat with efficient windows. The most efficient windows are Window Nations. Yeah, these things will save you hundreds, if not thousands, every year on your energy bills. And, in Texas, staying cool is not a luxury. It is a necessity. And when your home is your sanctuary, every detail should deliver comfort, elegance, and performance. And that's what Window Nation does. And right now, 60% off a house full of windows at windownation.com, 866-90Nation. Plus, for 2 years, you won't have to worry about a down payment, interest, or monthly payments. That is right. Pay nothing until 2027. Get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And I do trust Window Nation so much. I mean, have them out to the house. You're going to have the same feeling I do, but you're looking at a 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory, 20-point inspection of every window when it's installed. Installers who specialize in windows, many with over 15 years of experience. That's why Window Nation is simply the best, and I love them, and you're going to love them. I mean, the Cowboys love them. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. WindowNation.com, 866-90Nation. Tap in right now to 60% off and pay nothing for 2 years at WindowNation.com.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, 1 down, 1 to go. What position or player would you like to see the Cowboys go after next? Obviously, we'll talk about Stars, Jets, Game 1, but it is a short show, so tune in. 10 a.m. to noon, we'll lead you right into Rangers right here on The Fan.
Power going out. Storm season's here.
Right now, save $1,500 on your Generac generator installation from Willard. Plus, get 0% interest financing for 5 years, making it easier than ever to protect your home without breaking the bank. Generators aren't just for big storms. They give you peace of mind all year long and lock in 0% financing for 5 years.
Don't wait until you're sitting in the dark. Phone the Gnome now at 972-968-8888.
Willard Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Nobody does it better.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here. I got a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell. You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. And this is across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. It is not just a coincidence, it's a commitment. And now, at this unprecedented moment in automotive history, who benefits from Ford's commitment to America for over 120 years? You. Restrictions apply. Go see Anna Vinci. Start the process right now. PlatinumFord.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Home teams are over in the conference semis. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Dogs have been barking in this round of the NBA playoffs. Boston and OKC, double-digit home favorites in Game 2 tonight. The Celtics unlikely to miss 45 threes again, so we're taking Boston in the first half, -6.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cycling is fun. It boosts your mood and takes you to new places, like all the bases on the diamond.
On May 12th, thanks to Dairy Max, you can get a Wyatt Langford on a bike bobblehead to celebrate him hitting for the cycle. You'll own this collectible if you're one of the first 15,000 fans when the Rangers host the Rockies on the 12th. Grab your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Listen up. Do you have ED? Are you size conscious? We could treat your ED and make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in Southlake, Dr. Mitchell treats ED with focused shockwave, Botox, and stem cells. He can make you bigger with HA, PMMA, and permanent collagen fillers. Financing available. Go to ErectionCenter.com. That's ErectionCenter.com. Or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand. And IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Attention Dallas.
Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-famous Spearmint Rhino. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street.
And enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality.
Want to know who's performing?
Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
See the entertainers before you even arrive.
Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now.
Spearmint Rhino, North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health.
Men, reclaim your game and feel your best. More energy, better sleep, weight loss, and peak performance. Game Day Men's Health delivers real results. Get tested and start treatment same day. Book your free testosterone test now at GameDayDallas.com.
Come hang with me and the rest of the G-Bag Nation tomorrow at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound, beginning right after the Rangers-Red Sox game. They'll be giving you a chance to win a Kamado Joe Kettle Joe charcoal grill valued at $399. Come on by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio at 1175 Justin Road in Flower Mound tomorrow. We'll see you there. I don't know.
I'd like Hurtado to kind of see if they want to try it out for us when we're out there next time.
Yeah, maybe
drop
special.
Just say, hey, guys, we were thinking about this. Tell us what you think.
Well, speaking of food, the Milwaukee Brewers facing backlash from fans over the tax on their free hot dogs offered through their Hot Dog Club membership program. The Hot Dog Club sounds amazing.
Hot Dog Club is pretty cool.
They're making you swipe for tax?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you heard.
Yeah, it's like a $60 buy-in for the Hot Dog Club. You get an exclusive, rare Milwaukee Brewers hat. And then you also have the opportunity.
Oh, you get the old school hat?
At a free hot dog every single time you attend a game. And last night was the unveiling, the first installment of Hot Dog Club night at the ballpark. And the fans that bought into this were disappointed to find out to get their free hot dog, they did have to swipe the card for the taxes on the dog.
No.
And what was it, like 40 cents?
Yeah, something
Probably doesn't even cover the credit card fee.
Minimal, but just very disrespectful.
If it was the Brewers, I'd go for the brat. If you gave me a choice between a $60 brat club, I'd be in the $60 brat club.
I'd much rather have one brat a series than a brat and then a dog every game. Chief.
Ooh, I would too.
Yeah.
I would say I would go $99.99 to be in the brat club.
Yeah,
you know,
the brats up there are incredible. They've got it figured out.
The Brewers organization responding to the outcry by announcing they would cover the sales tax for Hot Dog Club members for the rest of the season. Quote, free will be free.
Thank you.
Some fans use the hot dog scandal to criticize
Everybody
the owner.
needs to take a page out of the Atlanta Falcons book, please. Thank you.
And the iced tea people, what's that guy? What's the sweet tea guy?
Oh.
Lipton?
No. It's like 99-cent tea. It's a big, tall joint.
Oh, Arizona.
There we
Arizona
go.
tea. There you go, Lucius. You're right about that.
Get in there, get out.
Aside for sore eyes, those. They seem inflation-proof, damn near. Justin Verlander still winless with the Giants. He had another no decision. He's sitting at 1 year and $15 million, the all-time wins leader, but he cannot get a single dub now, 8 starts with the Giants. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup over their Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You just went 3 flawless once again. Thanks to Eric Chiafalo as well. Wolchuk, send that man some love on social media. He'll be back with us on Monday.
On that guy.
Thanks to Broadus as well. Rangers pregame coming up next till tomorrow at Southern Leisure in Flower Mound. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At ease.